motherfuckers. I am the come Lord. Not sushi. Who the fuck is that?
Perfect.
Hey, what is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful, blasphemous bastards. Let me get the mic away from my mouth a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna do an open room tonight, and I had planned to do this. I had the conversation last week with Raw the Time Traveler, and it cut out at the end, and I invited him, and he agreed, but I think he might have forgot. I started to email him today to remind him, and he hasn't responded. I sent him the link, but he probably just forgot, and I told him, if he can't do it, it's cool. We'll schedule another time. That'll give me time to have the open room that I wanted to have on Friday. But first, what's up, chat? Cryptomeria, Wooly Ignorant, Ryan the Presbyterian is here. Hopefully more will join. It is a Sunday. Yeah, if people want to come in and talk, then anybody's welcome to come in. I'll start throwing the link in the side chat here in a moment. And then I think I've got it set up to where StreamYard or Streamlabs should be putting it into the chat. And we'll see. We'll see if anybody comes in. If not, it'll be a somewhat short stream. But Friday night, I released a video that about a post that had me kind of triggered, and I might still be going, Parker, but a post that kind of had me triggered on Facebook. So I thought that if you haven't seen the video, or even if you have, I'm going to play a little bit of the video, and we'll open up the discussion to that. Like, are you a positive or a negative atheist? I think I know what I'm considered. What's up, Red Fang? Parker's here. Yeah, so we'll see how this goes tonight. Sunday nights are usually a slow night for this channel. It's kind of hard to get things popping off on the channel on Sunday nights. We'll see if that happens tonight. But first, I told you guys that I was making a video with Justin Coe, and it was about COVID-19. And I don't know about you, but I never thought that I would be a part of a video with Paul and Morgan, for one, or even God is Gray. Although I'd love to talk to God is Gray, I do kind of envision some work being done, like maybe an interview down the road with God is Gray. What was his name? Alan Parr, I believe, is his name. And I'm in a video with all of these people talking about COVID-19 and the vaccine. I haven't put it on the channel yet. Justin told me I could put it on the channel. So I figure, while we wait for people to show up, I'll show you a part of that. And then we'll get into the whole positive, negative atheist thing. I'll open it up, and if you want to come in and have a conversation, if you think I'm a negative atheist, come and tell me why you think I'm a negative atheist. If you subscribe to what will be said, what was said in the video, then yeah, come and challenge me. If you're on my side of it and you think that that's just a bunch of horse shit, then come and agree with me, and then maybe the conversation will move on from there. But first, I do want to show you a bit of this, because I talked about it, and I never thought I'd be in the same video. Now, it's not like I worked with Paul and Morgan or Alan Parr, but I never thought I'd be in the same video as either of those two, especially considering all the reviews I've done. Not so much Alan Parr. I've attempted to make quite a few reviews on him. I've done 2, but I find him boring. So let's get right into it.
public does need reassurance.
What you need in order for people to take vaccines, you need trust.
All of us are ready for this pandemic to be behind us, and I don't think that's going to happen without a vaccine.
I will absolutely refuse.
And what's up, Math Pig? If you're still around here in a little bit when I do open it up on the whole positive, negative atheist thing, I'd love to get your input on it.
Just to take a coronavirus vaccine.
It is no exaggeration to say that the country, if not the entire world right now, is polarized when it comes to how we've responded to COVID and the whole idea of the vaccine. Now, the United States has opened up the vaccine to allow anyone over the age of 16 to get the vaccine for themselves. And for the first time, I'm actually having to consider my relationship to the vaccine. What do I think is best for me? How do I want to respond to this entire thing? And so what you're going to watch right now is me really just trying to wrap my mind around this entire thing. What is my duty to myself, to my family, to the community around me at large? I'm not trying to get you to do anything in particular. Instead, I'm just trying to listen and to understand where so many of my friends and family, people that I respect, I'm trying to understand.
I'm not going to play this for too long.
Where they are.
I'm not going to play this whole thing. It's like a 39-minute video. I just kind of want you to get the feel for it. And maybe to a part where you've seen Paul and Morgan, you've seen Alan Parr, and then you see my purty face. And then I'll move on to the topic of the night today.
This is I'm listening. So talk to me about how you first thought about the idea of a vaccine. It came across your radar maybe last year, a couple months ago or whatever. What were your gut reactions to the idea?
I was really excited about the idea of a vaccine. I recognized that there would be risks involved, but there was already so much risk involved with COVID that I felt a lot of relief.
When they first came out with their numbers and how it was 98% effective, I trusted them. And I was eagerly waiting for my shot. Now, I still look at it. I see that the Johnson & Johnson shot isn't as good. Issues there. It looks like they're going to be able to fix it. So, I still look at the science and I'm still wary, especially now that my time is coming to get my shot. I want to have the best information so I can make the best decision and get the right one.
When it comes to COVID vaccine information, there's so much out there. And you have these professionals, medical professionals and scientists that tell you it's the worst thing ever. And then you have scientists and biologists and medical professionals that say it's the best thing ever.
In the beginning, it seemed to make sense to me that, okay, you put like a little bit in, so you build a resistance to it.
I think Morgan and I both have been a little bit hesitant or cautious or even concerned with.
Surprise, surprise, Paul and Morgan ain't gonna get the shot.
Certain aspects of the way the United States and perhaps the world has gone about responding to
I just need to see Alan Parr now.
We just received so many promises and then broken promises, or hopes and then dashed hopes, that I thought, okay, well, this is probably one of those as well.
Or just more wondering.
That's Savannah Louie. Now, I was going to have a conversation with Savannah Louie. That never happened. And maybe someday it will. I did put the link to this in the side chat if you're interested in watching it later. I thought it was pretty decent.
What society was going to do with the vaccine. Just because I knew how much they were pushing, like masks and closures and stuff like that. I was a little bit hesitant that they were going to kind of push like mandatory vaccines. So that made me a little bit hesitant personally.
This idea of the vaccine is kind of nerve-wracking for me as well as other people that I know.
My first response was,
all right, enough of that. I put that link in the side chat. If you're interested in watching that video, go check it out. It's a 39-minute video. I thought it was pretty good. It was a fun project to be a part of. Justin Coe is a friend, genuinely nice dude. Now, we're going to have lots of disagreements on religion and the Bible and what the Bible says, but he's a nice dude, and he's kind in those disagreements. So that was fun, and I hadn't highlighted that on the channel yet. And, it is Sunday, hopefully more will be joining us. I'm going to go ahead and throw the link in the side chat. It doesn't look like my StreamYards is working. Let me get over to... oh yeah, Streamlabs is working. So yeah, Streamlabs has already thrown the link in the chat. Again, if nobody comes in, this might end up being a short stream. That's how open rooms can go, especially on a Sunday. Lots of atheist experience shit going on. But this came up in a Facebook post. And it kind of triggered me. But it kind of triggered me because... I've dealt with this since I started doing YouTube. You know, people come at me like I'm some awful, awful thing sometimes. You know, me just being me is this reprehensible thing. Now, you know, I expect that from Christians, right? I expect that from Christians. But when you get that from atheists, oh, it's a different thing. And then, like, you know... I know me personally, when I left religion, I left serving a master. Right? I left being dictated to by peoples of authority. All right, and it looks like I do have somebody in the back room. Flatheads are annoying. A rave. I'll bring you guys in. We'll see. What's up, y'all?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. You know, I was expecting to have Raw the Time Traveler on tonight, so I was going to just start off and have conversation, but that didn't quite turn out the way I wanted it to.
No problem, no problem.
What's up, Rage? So I just came in. Heard you ask some people to come in to get things kind of kicked off. What was the post you were pissed off about?
It's I don't even really have to play the video. So the post that kind of triggered me is an atheist saying the biggest barriers to positive atheism are negative atheists.
And what is he defining as a negative atheist? Is that in the philosophical sense, or is it like
that's kind of the question? But he would go on to clarify. So he says, okay, clearing the air. The atheist community of Austin's mission statement is to spread positive atheist culture, or positive atheism for short. That's what I'm referencing. A couple comments are in reference to strong versus weak atheism. I'm not talking about positive negative stances in regard to God claims. Unless you're actively making the discourse worse in the various atheist communities, this post isn't about you. So, like, even in his clarification, it's, and I pointed it out in my video, it's cowardly. They're not saying... anything about who they're talking about, you know.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, to me, it seems like they're issuing a disclaimer of like, hey, freaking asshole, if you don't fit inside of the narrow demographic to which I'm referring, don't flip out and come after me being a jackass, because I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, what are you defining negative as? Like, what is a negative atheist? Who are these people, fucking up the discourse, I guess, you know?
Well, the point I'm making is that in the online arena in which we live, there are a bunch of complete morons that even if you do say, I am specifically not talking about, like, insert, X, Y, Z demographic information, right? And then somebody in that demographic still comes and talks shit. It's true. Dude, I literally said I'm not talking about you before you ever responded the first time. Why are you here?
Yeah, that is very true.
So what I'm saying is, like, I get where you're coming from, but my point is, like, the dumbassery that we're now dealing with is requiring these ridiculous disclaimers to account to try and filter out as many of the dumbasses as possible, because there's still going to be ones who either don't read for themselves or decide to be jackasses anyway.
Yeah, and I don't want to like out the persons that put this on Facebook or not, but generally, like, knowing the person that originally put it on there, it wasn't his post. He was it was somebody else wrote it and he put it on his Facebook post. This person is sees the nice guy approach as like the way to talk to Christians, right? Like, pretty much bend over, kiss their ass, always wear a smile, plastered on your face, as if people don't have real world problems and people aren't real world. And the other thing that I really took issue with that is the ACA. While they do good work, I enjoy watching Matt's debates, and I enjoy sometimes watching the Atheist Experience. They're a community for Austin, and they're not the dictators of fucking atheism. I'm not gonna, just because the ACA says something doesn't mean I have to live my life based upon that, right?
Well, you do realize that a large portion of what you're referring to is the direct result of the mass push towards tribalism, and rather than self-identity, and being about who you are versus the group of which you are with which you are associated. And we're seeing a dramatic acceleration of tribalism due to identity politics, and
well, atheists come in
an
all
aggressive
shapes
move
and
away.
sizes.
I'm not talking about atheists. I'm talking about in general, like across Western civilization. It's a move to negate personal identity versus the group. And I think the things that you're talking about, and the point I was making about all these freaking disclaimers you have to initiate, is like, there was an intersection that you forgot to account for. Therefore, I get to ignore all of your other "this isn't about you" statements, and then come after you anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I find myself like, I had to do that exact same thing in my stream yesterday because, I make a statement. Well, I think all Christians are kind of like this. And then it's like, no, immediately you've got to take away that broad brush, and you got to speak in very specific terms. And I did that. But yeah, like when it comes to the tribalism, that's something I think it's important. I think that atheists need to find community, and atheists really, especially a lot of people, they're alone in their communities. A lot of atheists just don't talk about it. They're not like we are here on YouTube. They just don't talk about it. So you might know 10 atheists in your life and not know a single one. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's important to have community and to define boundaries for those individual communities, but don't dictate. Like for me, when it comes to being an atheist, the moment you do that, you've lost me. The moment you tell me I have to do this or do that, I'll come to those conclusions on my own. But if you dictate to me and tell me what I must or must not do, well, them's fighting words. you know.
Well, people are individuals, but I think when people make those sort of sweeping group generalizations, they're pointing out something that they think is a dynamic, which is coloring those dynamics, like something that's making this group act a certain way, like the old stereotype that gypsies steal or something like that. That might be because they're typically poor, or maybe it's because of their moral structure where they say, okay, stealing's fine or something. If you're making a point about that about atheists, okay, then point out the dynamic that you think is making, atheists mean in general. But, people are individuals, they come in all shapes and sizes, It's not necessarily, a stereotype. So if you're trying to talk about a general phenomenon, just state what you think the general phenomenon is. It's making people, mean or pettier.
Well, and somebody else would clarify even farther. So I'll get into that. And I want to say what's up to MathPig, and I want to say what's up to Puff. And I do want to ask anybody in the live chat, or anybody that might comment in the comments section. I'm intentionally not trying to blow up any names. I'm not speaking any names. I'm not trying to start a fight with individuals. I'm trying to talk about the concept. I'm not coming at any individual in any kind of way. And I would ask that you guys please be respectful. And if you have seen this post, don't be blasting names in the side chat or in the comment section. If it's in the comment section, if I see it in the side chat, I'll take it down. And if it's in the comment section, I'll definitely delete it. So please don't do that. But they would go on to clarify, not the original author, but the original author would give their, hey, this person gets it. This says, and this will be the last one that I read, I'm really confused about some of the comments on this. People are trying to talk about positive atheist and negative atheist as a philosophy, and that's just not what this is about. Strong atheism versus weak atheism, hard atheism versus soft atheism, Gnostic atheism versus agnostic atheism, 7 versus 6 on the Dawkins scale, whatever you want to call it, is not the target of this post/discussion. Positive atheism in this context refers to people being good, productive, and contributing members of society while also being atheists, to help combat the idea that all atheists are evil baby eaters. Organizations like Atheists Helping the Homeless are probably the golden example of this. Negative atheist in this context refers to atheists with shitty attitudes. That's definitely me. Who are open to dialogue and conversation, who see themselves as de facto intellectually superior to any and every person with any religious belief. People who attack and belittle theists or even other atheists for their beliefs. Essentially, people who give atheism a bad name and would make theists go, see, I told you those atheists are terrible people. There's a lot of stigma, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, it doesn't even matter, and John, I think you might be the only Christian here, or Rave, you might be a Christian, but it doesn't even matter, because most Christians, they have their opinion of you. You could be the nicest person in the world, and they're still going to shit on you. Dr. Josh Bowen being a perfect example. The nicest man in the world, and he still gets shit on. To me, like, this is just a bunch of nonsense, pretty much telling me the same thing that moderate Democrats tell me, that, oh, I've got to take the high road when they go low. And I'm like, no, I'm done playing by different standards. I'm done playing by a different set of rules. I'm going to play by the rules the other side is playing by.
Well, I think that dynamic does come out when you feel like you're the atheist and that you're more scientific or more rational than these poor, deluded people. And so that dynamic could be toxic, be it Christian, theist, or atheist, or whatever. And so maybe that element might need to be addressed a little.
Yeah, true, and that's what, like, I wanted to have a conversation and actually get input. I don't want to jump down anybody's throat if they disagree with my side of it or not. And John does periodically disconnect. So if you didn't recognize the voice, that is indeed John Maddox, and he's back already. But what's up, MathPig and Puff? I'd love to get your perspectives on it. Thank you, yeah, because like I'm mixed on it, because I do think there are lines to draw, but I've never seen myself as the dictator of that. I'll remove myself from the situation. I'm not going to tell you what you should and shouldn't do, but I'll make the decision whether or not I'll have it on my channel or I'll associate with it.
The truth of the matter is there's assholes no matter where you go. There's going to be assholes in every side. There's going to be people outspoken that think they're better on both the Christian side and the theist side. It's, as the atheists, we point at certain people and go, look at what they're doing. They're helping convert more people to atheism, and then the Christians are doing the same. There's assholes everywhere. I don't think this is a shock.
Well, yeah, and it does kind of smell of like that knows true Scotsman's fallacy that we always point out in Christianity when Matt Powell is saying that's not a Christian. That's kind of like, please, atheists, don't start doing that.
Don't get me wrong, Knock. You admitted it yourself. You can be a bit of an asshole sometimes.
I'm a dick.
You scream, you shout. But the truth of the matter is, I've been known to do the same as well. I have a very bad temper. I will fuck people from a height. But, it's being equal on who you fuck from a height. You scream at everybody. It's you don't want to show your bias as best you can. Don't just scream at the Christians. I'll scream at Christians and I'll scream at atheists. It's been known to happen. If you step out of line or you break the rules, you stand by the rules to everybody. That's where I think the difference, you can show your differences. If you set a rule down, that applies to everybody. You don't give people a pass.
Yep, and I have been failing in that, and not to bring up any of the shit that's going on my channel right now, but yeah, like I was totally failing in that. I was being hypocritical, and I had to recognize it, and I had to put a stop to it, right?
Geo Sam in the chat, one of my biggest supporters. It's been there from the very start, financially supporting me as a Patreon, been there as a friend for the whole lot. He's also the only person in my Discord I've ever banned. Twice I had to kick that fucker out because he just gets out of control sometimes. You just have to stick by your rules to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I'm an equal opportunity asshole.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have a phrase at my channel. I'm not an asshole. I just sound like one.
See, and I am problematically often loyal to people that I consider allies and friends, and it often takes a kick in my ass or like a smack to my face or something like drastic happening for me to recognize it. Once I recognize it, I make the adjustments. But yeah, that's something that I'm definitely working. I come off, I'm the bear. I'm raging atheist. I can be this very abrasive person, but in the same regards, I can be the exact opposite of that sometimes, and it's to my detriment, I think.
Like, you've seen me, Knock. I come on here on your channel about a month ago, 6 weeks ago, and absolutely lost it with Kali Lala.
Yeah,
that was
happens.
deserving. It happens.
Yeah.
You have to admit when you're wrong. Well, I'm not going to admit I was wrong there. He was fucking wrong. Fuck him. We've talked since then. It's grand. We've had a bit of banter since then. But anyway, the point I'm making is, the next stream I was on with him, I said to him, you're out of line there. I did my bit. I don't hold grudges. And we moved on.
Yeah.
That was me in that moment. That was the point I was trying to make at the time. And I hope you got the point. Grand. You did? Okay, let's move on to fuck.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that's how it should be, and that's where I'm trying to get back to. So, like I said, it's kind of a mixed bag for me. Like, the main thing that was really like kind of just itched at me was this whole, the ACA says this, so we must do this, and it's like,
see, the thing
that's just shit right there.
Right. Well, you see, the thing with the ACA, that's one of the reasons. That was the reason why I joined when you first mentioned that. Is a lot of the people, yourself, talk to new people coming into the community, try and grab them as soon as I can. And a lot of the people that I talk to, the first interaction they have had is YouTube. Television is dying. There's no atheism in television. They're out of religion. They go to YouTube, they type in atheist, and up pops the ACA content, regardless of which channel or which show it is. That's what first comes up. A lot of people's first incidences when they come to the community is Matt Dillahunty, is, Talk Heathen and these sort of shows. So it's not that they're saying this and people, it's because of what the stance they have. It was the first show, the first thing, the first group of people that coming out of a religion into an atheist community and finding that community for the first time, feeling at home, so to speak, for the first time since you've left religion, finding people that think like you. That's their first incident, so it'll always have a wee, special place in their heart, so to speak. Like Jill's always my first troll, always a wee special place.
Yeah, he was my first troll too.
Yeah, it's just it's not that it has swaying power, not because it's only in Austin, but and because it's on YouTube and it's a big channel. It has swaying power because it's the first incidents that people have finding a community.
Yeah, there's a great point in that, Math Pick. That's a great point because like when I first started watching YouTube, the atheist experience was big, but it wasn't as big as it is now, and it wasn't the first thing that popped up. The first thing that popped up was The Amazing Atheist, right? Like, he was one of the biggest atheist channels that there was.
Yeah.
So that's the atheist content I first started watching. That from that I found Cult of Dusty. Eventually, I started finding some decent ones like Aaron Ra and people like that. But Matt Dillahunty, I found him probably, a year after I actually started watching Atheist on YouTube. And now I think the good point is that's the first person you're going to find. And I'm not talking bad about the ACA or Matt Dillahunty. Like I said, like I'm actually, I think I consider Matt Dillahunty the best debater atheists have. I know John would probably disagree with that, but to me, he's the best one we've got at this point. He just kills it. So I'm not talking smack. I'm talking smack about this particular guy.
I think Dillahunty has actually declined as a debater. He started just flipping out. If you actually go and watch his last 6 or 7 debates, he just flips out on people. And what I find very fascinating is the theoretic, the way he's framed the flip out moments. I'm sitting there watching him. I'm like, how in the fuck did this trigger you? How are you mad about this right now?
It's saying that to stand up for Matt, the smallest thing can trigger him because from his point of view, he's been listening to it for 20 years.
Well, no, I get that's part of where I was going with that, actually, because you see the exact same thing on the Atheist Experience, right? Like, he started, I had a stream months ago where we watched several, and it was because I watched a couple different episodes, and callers would come in, and I got a clock out, and I've got to stop watching my phone, and he was flipping out on callers within 60 seconds accusing them of not making an argument when he kept interrupting them mid-sentence. And the point you just made, Matt, I would agree with you 100%, because I think that Darth Dawkins does the exact same thing. If you're doing it so long, it's like, oh, I already know this stupid logic flow they're going to go down. I'm just going to cut them off now. But from the debater or the observer's perspective, it's like, why is he being an asshole and cutting them off? It's not that, but it's from that the new person perspective. They don't know necessarily what the end outcome is very likely to be, and therefore it seems like that individual is just being a jackass or an asshole.
And again, look at the audience.
I mean, they both do it.
Look at the audience that they're having now. A lot of us that would be in the community for a long stage, like Knock and myself and things like that, we're here doing this now rather than watching the atheist experience, because we've seen the reactions and things like that. The audience that comes in, a lot of it, the 1,000 people that's watching, probably 600 of them are new. You go in there, you don't recognize any of the chats. We can bounce around. We know people in the chat. We interact. You go to that channel and when it's going live, they're all new. And, you know, from an atheist's point of view, you know, personal story and all that, and a lot of us have gone through this. When you leave religion originally, you're angry. You want to see that. You want to see Matt shut them people down. You know, you want to see that. That's why they're popular. It's why there's people there. They're in that stage of anti-theism before they've thought about it and got to where we are now. And they're angry, and that's what they want to see. They've now joined the other tribe, and they want to see that tribe that persecute or trapped them for so long. They want to see them put through that. We're just human, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm worried about is like this perception going around that everybody's got to be genetically modified skeptic. He's a nice dude, and we need that. We need him. We need the friendly atheist. We need all of the different approaches. We need the cult of Dusties. We need the godless engineers. We need Arn Ra flipping out on Kent Hovind. You know, like, we need to show atheism for what it really is, and no one particular person is going to do that. So that's kind of what I'm afraid that this perception floating around
is not doing y'all any favors. That dude is dumb as a
right. Well, let's not go on picking names because
GE is one of my favorites, and I know you probably take huge issues with his mythicism stance. Most Christians do. That's why I like to use it.
I'm saying different about that. I'm talking about like he is.
Well, the personal side.
Real quick, Maddox. Real quick though, Maddox, you kind of roboted out. That's why a rave started talking. Like we could barely understand you. So a rave finished, and then Matt Pig go, and then maybe John. By then, you know, the robot will have even.
Sorry about that, but the personal side is important. I guess you know, from the theist side, and sometimes I can be a bit of a geek with that. But you know, especially on these online forums, you know, you feel like you have, you know, this lack of personality that you can get away with trolling and stuff. But, you know, the personal side is there too. You know, people want the information, so they say F your feelings and just focus on that. But, you know, the personal side is important. You know, getting to know people on a personal level beyond just the bland fact. So, you know, that personal side is there too. You know, y'all grow with a person, not just a bunch of information to just, you know, blast them from the atheist or the theist.
I'll bounce off what Rave said there. If I'm getting it correctly, the audio's a wee bit low. I find that's the best way, Rage, is to find and get to know the person. You know, a lot of the Christians that I would interact with know me, know my backstory. You know, I've just sat and chatted with them because it's better to get to know the person, especially with the community that we are with online. Everything is taken so fucking literal. You know, you have to have a degree in philosophy. You have to have this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it. And I try to take away, and, you know, whenever stereotypes are very handy, man. You know, don't get me wrong, stereotypes can be rude and ignorant, and if somebody feels offended by that, I apologize. But if you're having a conversation and you want to get a fucking point across, you know, if I say to you an Irish gypsy, you have a fucking idea in your head exactly what I'm talking about from 2 words. You know, and it conveys a point very, very quickly that you may not be necessarily labeling that person as that, but they have stereotypical thing that you can convey, and they are handy. Make a statement, it's a broad brush. Make a statement this. You don't have to go down the fucking philosophy route and being pedantic. Nobody is a label. We are all grey.
I made this point the other night. I think John Maddox was in the room. I think it was on Gur's channel. I've been going into a lot of rooms, and it's like, I understand in this community there's a heavy emphasis on philosophy. I know Parker was itching in to come in and tell me that philosophy isn't stupid, but what I mean by hyperbolic statements like that, or trying to talk about philosophy as not this important thing is, like maybe it's important here in this community and people talk about philosophy, but people don't live their life like that. And honestly, like, we're talking about a very minute number of people on this planet that even have studied it. Right?
I find philosophy is very good on a personal level. Philosophy, as a person trying to convey to find exactly what you believe yourself, to find yourself, it's difficult when you're coming out of religion because you have to find it yourself. It's not in a book. It's not going to be told to you. You're trying to find yourself, existential crisis and all that. And philosophy is very good as terms and things like that, to find exactly what you're doing. And if you find someone that understands it, it's a great way to convey to the other person very quickly, I feel like this, or I feel like that. But in a conversation, it does not help.
Can I step in real quick?
Let Matt Pick finish.
That was it.
And then
I was literally going to say, philosophy in general does not help a conversation move forward.
All right, now was that you, Puff?
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? So what I'm gonna have to say is this: Rage, don't get angry at you can't get angry at that person. You can't like snap out and get mad at him because of this.
I didn't.
Why you can't get mad at him? Even in yourself, right? Like, I'm saying not like snap out on him in real life, but like you gotta, like, inside of yourself, right? You gotta like step back a second, because it's there's a key in what Math Pig said, but I think even he missed it a little bit in what the golden truth he just stumbled across, right? Which is that every single person that's an atheist, or in this process of becoming an atheist, or going through it, or whatever, right? Everybody's at a different stage, right? And there's a different thing that they need at that different stage to keep going, to reinforce themselves, or to decide if this is for them, or right, if that thing for them, right? And at a certain point, you believe that you have the method that's the golden method to get everybody on board and to start bringing on more people and bring people out of religion and this, that, and the other, right? But that's a stage. And then you go and you beat your head against the wall a few dozen times, and then you go, well, that's obviously can't be the truth, right? Like, I didn't stumble on something that nobody else has stumbled upon up till this date. I'm not like some kind of savant genius, right? Okay, now I got to figure out what niche I have to pour myself into, or put myself into, where I'm effective, right? And that's that person's just going to go through that stage, right? Everybody goes through that know-it-all stage. A few people get stuck in that stage, right? And they become locals, and then they eventually dye their hair black, and they look like a cut-rate Ron Jeremy. But
I went full
no names.
I was full golf. I had white face, black nails, black lipstick, the lot, man.
Yeah, no names. But sometimes, that's the way you go, right? And then you still have arguments about the definition of atheism, even after you go full Ron Jeremy. So, I mean, hedgehog or not, but things happen, right? So, but eventually, but that's the outliers, right? They become Lowell's cows on our side of the fence, just like you got Lowell's cows on the other side of the fence, right? Brett Keane, he didn't get that manatee fucking name by accident. He embodied the human essence of being a manatee, right? Just floating around, mooching off of other people's efforts.
Brett's gonna be mad at me for that, Puff.
Well, I understand. Getting bumped into by aggressive. And he was angry. He was angry because the manatee was floating through, right? He was mooching off. He was getting a little bit of greenery off of coming on your channel, getting a little feed, right? And then here comes John, and John hit him with the boat propeller, and he got real angry. But that's manatee life.
He got real butthurt about that. Yeah, he got real butthurt.
But that's manatee life. But we have things as progressives. We get little, like presents in life, right? Like you had this post you didn't like on Facebook. But then We had the Crowder incident this week.
Oh my God,
and we
that was
all
beautiful.
get to love this. We get to love this moment.
Life
where
is
not,
good. Life is
not
good.
only did he get snuck up on, right? He gets snuck up on, and you could hear. It's been a long time since I heard a man's voice shake uncontrollably, right? But that was good, right? But the best part was where he snitched on himself and was like, "Yeah, I knew your show ended early because I was watching it." And they were like, "What?" They were like, "What? You were doing what?" He was like, yeah, I was. What are you gonna do about it?" And they were like, "You just snitched on yourself, man."
Yeah,
But
well,
hey,
you make a really good point, and you know, I throughout time people have thought that they've hit that right method, and the thing is that you know, these conversations are important in the scope of time, but it's going to be time that really ultimately wipes a lot of these old myths and traditions out. And my fear is atheism is such a minority in this country, in the world, but in this country worse than other places, especially in Western civilization. That the moment we start rejecting people based on this or that is the moment we make ourselves an even more distinct minority with even less of a voice. I don't want to reject an atheist because he has right-wing politics. I will argue with him until I'm blue in the face about his right-wing politics. But we can still be allies in this thing about this religious world we live in and speaking out against it. You know what I'm saying?
Are you sure about that? Because I'm looking around, and like, don't get me wrong, I'd be the first person to say that Twitter is a fucking cesspool. All right, I absolutely hate it. It's fucking awful. But I'm looking, and I'm not going to say any names, but there's at least 3 different infights going on over the stupidest, fucking silliest things. And
yeah.
like,
but the next topic, Math Pig, I was going to bring up was should Talk Heathen change their names? But you know, don't let me interfere.
Well, Math Pig. Here's the thing, though. Social media is like a music festival, right? But Twitter is like the mosh pit. So, like, Twitter is where you run in, you punch people in the face a couple times, drop an elbow on somebody, and then you get out of there.
Yeah, I've been to Slipknot. That was interesting.
Right, so you go in there, you get a little bit of your rage out, you let somebody have it. They came there to see who was the best contender, right? You go in there, you get your licks in, and then you run out.
That's the best analogy I've ever heard for Twitter.
That's what it is. People stop in a couple hours a day. They shit on some people anonymously. They get that out of them, and then they move on.
Some people live there, and it's constant, and it's.
I don't. I stay away. I stay away from Twitter. I'll post like a Dark Tower bot, and then I'll make like a 2-line sentence about whatever I'm thinking, or I'll start a fight with somebody, and then I'll just fucking leave.
Well, here's the thing, right? So like, there's.
I did cut off Matt Pig. Sorry, Matt Pig.
I did say that. Knock knows that I took a wee break there for a couple of weeks or whatever, and some stuff going on in real life, right? And I just fucked everybody off on Twitter from every side, right? Fucked the whole lot off. Fucked the whole atheist community off, and then just deleted my Twitter. And stayed away for like 4 or 5 days. And the people who could contact me on WhatsApp and I was like, "Are you all right? Is everything okay?" Like, it was like, Twitter's not the real world. When you leave Twitter, you're not dead. You're
right,
more
but that's the thing is that that's the part that that's something. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go into this real quick. So that's something they've known has existed since people have communicated on the internet, right? Because the fact of that people communicate on the internet, right, and you just check into this place, right, and then once you check out, nobody knows what's going on, nobody knows what happened, whatever, right? So there's this involuntary reaction that human beings have for some reason that we immediately go, something must have happened, right? If radio silence is not golden, right? Silence isn't golden. So when we hear radio silence, we immediately freak out. And if that's the way people get a hold of you or they check in on you, even if they may have you on Facebook and all these other places, if they're used to checking on you there and you just disappear, it fucking freaks them out, dude. It's alarm bells start ringing.
In fucking Discord, it's like, something must be wrong. I can't just move, double click Discord, send me a message.
Right, but animals are animals. Animals are at the core were ruled by behaviors that stretch back hundreds of thousands of years, man.
So there's creatures of habit completely.
Well, it's like when you can't find your keys, right? You can't find your keys in the morning. You're freaking out, and you're rushing around your house, and then you finally find them on the coffee table where you looked 18 times and you swear it wasn't there. Well, your brain literally erased them off the coffee table because you were in panic and fleeing mode, and your brain was like, "Get rid of all these little tiny things could get in the way. Just only concentrate on the big noises."
And real quick, just a disclaimer: Maddox did actually check out that time because we're talking atheism and atheist community. So, like, maybe at some point, if we actually talk religion, he'll come in and cuss us out. But he is gone, so we'll see if he comes back. I do want to warn you guys. I did tell P Mars he can come on the channel as long as he's not racist. So.
Well, he will call me a racist.
P Mars is here. Well, but, we'll see how this works. I am always willing to give people another chance, and we can see how this works.
It's not going to work well. No, keeping it back.
But on the
positive, negative atheism that you're talking about, you were going before I started. I seen you out there, I seen Skylar out there, I seen Matt out there, I seen even Neil out there, and what I try and do is take a connection, a wee bit of everybody. You try and do it your own way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like what was I gonna say? So there's how do I want to say this? So there's everybody's got a different style, right? So one of the people I really like his style, but it's kind of hard for me to watch his thing now because he's got that soulless little avatar dude, the avatar chick. And it freaks me out because automatons freak me out. Just don't worry about it. But I used to watch Cirrus a lot. I love his stuff. I even love his commentary. But his videos he covers, you gotta have to be able to watch the screen. I can't watch the automaton thing. Freaks me out. But he went full on, full Tropic Thunder, man. With this thing with fucking that Skylar got involved in. And Skylar just liked something that TJ Jump said. He just hearted it, right? He didn't even he liked it. He just commented
insight. There's another insight.
Right. And so that whole thing happened. And I'm like, Cirrus is normally a person that I would be like, hey, he is a model of what I would recommend to people to, hey, pump the brakes every once in a while and slow your roll a little bit, step back and try to humanize the other person. But I mean, you can't always do that. Sometimes it overcomes you even as a normal person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like when it comes to that Skylar thing, I came out in full support of Skylar Fiction, and I'm still in full support of Skylar Fiction. T Jump's politics are fucking horrible. I don't agree with T Jump's politics, but the man can argue. And.
He can reason his arguments. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yes, and I don't agree. I don't agree. Go ahead, Matt Pick.
That's it. I'm just ranting. I don't like T Jump myself because he's just making a script. He's trying to figure out every answer to everything possible. And you watch one or two T Jump, or you watch a couple more, and they're all basically the same. I haven't watched, don't get me wrong, in maybe 6 months, 7 months or so. So I may be wrong, but from what I seen at the start, was just repetitiveness, trying to figure out this, that, and the other. And I want to get to know the person in that moment, in that time. And you can have, I feel like if I talk to T Jump once, having a conversation with him at a different stage would be the exact same conversation. I don't think we would gain anything from a second conversation or a third conversation. I think that it would just be a repeat of it, where me and you can talk about the same topic a load of different times, and we would gain new insight from each other. Where I feel as if I talk to T Jump, I would gain that one thing, and he is that specific in his style that he would never then change it. He would never then have another nuance.
See,
yeah, I agree.
I don't know if I've become jaded or cynical towards it, but I've started to look at it maybe is he just memeing? It's like a giant meme, right? Because think about the whole picture of what he does, right? He sits in that chair, right? He is he makes himself a literal armchair pundit. Yeah. Right? And I'm like, is this a big giant fucking meme from the start? Is he just fucking with people, right? To a certain extent.
I think it is now. I think because he's always had that chair and people started talking about the chair. So now it's definitely an intentional thing. But like my thing, I disagree with Skylar Fiction on some of his politics. Skylar's a moderate. He has a completely different stance on abortion than I do. And we can have that disagreement, and I can still have appreciation for the man. The moment that you start calling him a white supremacist because he liked one of T. Jump's things...
That's fucking bonkers,
It's fucking insane to me. That's fucking crazy.
Because, so what I was gonna say before, that's what it reminded me, was allies, right? Like, I fucking hate that term. Don't make allies. Don't make fucking allies, right? Just have friends, because if you have allies, then you've put yourself in a shaky position already. But that's the one thing I agree with Ozymandias. There's no room for allies, right? So that's what I would say. But there's people that, are on the same team as us, but they have some really yikesy fucking views, right? Some really yikesy ways of explaining stuff. Like Snake explained something. He explained it. He was like, "Yeah, they went after bankers, right?" And I'm like, "Because they take your money." And I was like, "Hold the wait a second, whoa! He didn't single them out because they were bankers. He singled out bankers because the majority of bankers were a certain group of people." Okay, so. Let's not. That was kind of yikesy. That was a little bit 1350 for me right there. That was very, very yikesy. So I'm like, no. But at the same time, he's a very smart person, and the way he explains, he's like, no, you don't have to be this crazy hardcore version of an atheist to say that you're an atheist, right? He's like, you can be a light atheist, you can be a weak atheist and be a full-on atheist, right? But you don't have to be this hard version atheist that these people are like, you got to bust out the SEP or whatever the fuck it is, right?
Well, I've been an agnostic atheist pretty much the whole time. Now, I don't consider myself an agnostic atheist anymore. I'm definitely probably more of a 5, maybe even a 6 on that Dawkins scale. But I've been like a 3 on the Dawkins scale, and fucking, I'm the raging atheist. I still rage. Yeah, that's my thing. Going back to the first topic, and I do want to kind of get on some of the polytheist shit too. But it's like atheism isn't this monolithic thing. We come in different shapes and sizes, and we can all agree that God is bullshit. And then we can argue about our differences, but I don't want to limit. The numbers that we have, because with numbers comes strength. I mean, any activist will tell you that with numbers comes strength, and Christians do it. As they're pointing the finger at the people that aren't Christian, they'll use those numbers about how they're the biggest religion to benefit them when necessary. And we need to start thinking along those same lines. Like, we can't just start rejecting people because we disagree with individual views. We can have common ground on this, and then we can argue all day on this and that and that and that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so since you brought up polytheism, I'm gonna piss both sides off at the same time. First thing is, the fucking polytheists, I'm just gonna say this, y'all are some quirky motherfuckers, some weird, wacky motherfuckers, alright? I'm just gonna say that. Secondly,
I'm definitely getting canceled now. Secular Pagan Mom, he said it, not me.
Secondly, Secular Pagan Mom, she's pretty cool, but I haven't really got to know her. That's when the wacky comes out. Anyway, so secondly, now I'm gonna piss off the other side. I'm gonna piss off the fucking monotheists, all right? Because here's my deal: if there is truly, if even one God actually exists, there has to be a multitude of gods. So,
boom! I agree with that 1,000. Like, if God exists, then it's not just this one. Like, that doesn't even make any fucking sense. Just one, right?
Right, because it would actually explain. It would actually explain the behavior of Yahweh. Actually, it would make it more sensible that he was a real God, because it would make him sensible for him to be angry at people that worship other gods, because these other gods actually exist, and they're all competing to try to get the most following they can.
I've always maintained the polytheist to me seems way more rational than the monotheist, because it just seems like if you're going to believe that a thing exists, then there's got to be more of that thing, right?
Because I swear,
just a quick one. They say that Christianity is the largest religion in the world. To me, after watching YouTube, it's actually the smallest religion in the world. because it's only the largest when you include all different denominations of Christianity, including the Catholics. But when you speak to people that aren't Catholic, they say that the Catholics aren't Christians. And then if you listen to like Praise's channel or Smoker's channel, they're picking on other Christians, which they aren't real Christians. So how big is Christianity?
Well, not very big if you break it down.
They all disagree with each other.
Well, I will say this: Christianity, Catholicism, whatever you want to say, it's famous for being the only religion that invented bullets for killing separate sects of their religion. That they had a special bullet for each one. So that's something for you right there. They put a little flair into it.
Something, if I can, it was a wee funny note for Knock. At the very start of the stream, Knock says, "I will not define myself by what another atheist says," in reference to the AXP, and then 5 minutes there ago uses the Dawkins scale to define himself.
And I probably got it wrong because I've never really looked at the Dawkins scale.
I think Dawkins puts himself at 7.
Right. The reason I'm mentioning that is because on YouTube, the go-to person, sort of in the hierarchy, as I said, the your first channel you came across to, the atheist that has that would be AXP, and then you take it outside into the real world, more mainstream, and you get Dawkins. So I'm just saying that you're just a step above everyone else. Now it's the same thing, just a step above,
Well, yeah, and that was kind of like my question. Like, I know people have problems with Richard Dawkins, right? And he says problematic things, especially on Twitter, without a doubt. But like, when we're talking about like negative atheism, right? Like the God Delusion, whatever you think about it, that book was impactful, and a lot of us wouldn't be atheist without it, right? Like, but wouldn't by the standards of it all, like just the term the God Delusion, by being offensive to Christians, then you are somehow a negative person. It just seems like, why do we care? Like when they reference, worried, they think that we eat babies. I'm like, why do you care about the opinions of people that think you eat fucking babies? Like, I do not live my life like that. If somebody thinks that I eat babies, I'm going to tell them to fuck off.
I bought the God Delusion for a Christian, an old earth creationist who is against abortion and against LGBTQ rights. And I bought him the God Delusion for £2 because they asked for £1. It was in a fucking church charity shop. I was there because it was my cousin's wee girl's birthday, and they used the community hall because it was cheap, and they had a bookstore, so I popped in next door, and they had the God Delusion in the bookstore in a Christian second-hand shop. And they asked for £1, and I gave them 2, and then I give it to a Christian that I knew.
I think the best one to give people is actually give out copies of Sophie's World, because that was one that my math teacher did that very subtly. She's like, "Oh, I just want to give you this book here." In middle school, and I was like, oh, and I started reading, and I was like, wow, this really makes religion look kind of like really simplistic, like it was the easiest thing you could think of at the time. Because what it is, it's the history of Western philosophy. So when you start reading all these different religions, you're like, wow, that's like just like the most fancy way you could think of, like the easiest explanation, just like putting dressing on it. Okay.
Sorry, all I heard was click, 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 click.
I was AFK, and I was like, click, 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 click.
Yeah, I'm like, what? I'm like playing the video game and shit. I didn't realize it was coming through. But yeah, so like, Sophie's World to me was the breaking point, right? Like I was like, this is kind of dumb, like because like that's the basis of religion, is explanation of it all, right? Like even if you go to religions that don't look to like even like a humanoid god, right? Like the Aboriginal tribes of Australia with the rainbow snake, right? They just want an explanation for what created the universe that they live in.
Well, do you know what I'm down to know? I'm down to know what P. Mars has been thinking of this conversation.
Oh, the one thought I had was about someone saying our numbers aren't as big because we all disagree, Well, for one, I guess I don't think the numbers really matter. Like, if we're not the largest group, that wouldn't really bother me. But I think it's a strength that we disagree. Like, I kind of like that. I think the world would be boring if we all agreed. So I guess that's one thing I kind of like about Christianity.
Jesus Christ, am I going to actually agree with P. Mars in one sentence that he said?
I was about to say the same thing. Like, I don't find anything I can disagree with what he just said.
I know. Knock building bridges. What the fuck is this world coming to?
But
that was surprising. And yeah, like, would I like to see atheism take a left lean? Sure, and I think we made a lot of strides in that. I mean, if y'all have been watching YouTube atheism as long as I have, then you'll understand YouTube atheism used to be all really right-wing bullshit, right? So we've made a lot of strides with it, but yeah, I don't want to limit. I definitely don't want to limit myself when it comes to the atheism, and when it comes to the politics, I've always felt like, as hard as it is possible to reach somebody with a political conversation. You just have to know enough to overcome what they don't, and it's really hard to do. But I think it's possible, and I think that there are good people out there doing that work.
I wouldn't say overcome. I would say counteract. Overcome sort of comes with the context of
true.
more than them. But yeah, no, I get your point. I just like talking to people, man. Like, tonight we've discussed positive atheism, negative atheism. We've discussed terms, we've discussed philosophy and stuff like that. You come over to mine, it's mainly stories. It is, from a Christian point of view, it's personal testimony, so to speak. A lot of what I go through over there. I find that finding the person and getting them to tell you a story about how they reacted to something gives you more of an insight into what they actually believe and why than it does when you're like, are you an atheist? Are you agnostic? Are you this, that, and the other? And they give you a label, and you go to a book and you look it up, and you're like, right, this person is this. But it's not necessarily that. The actual way they react and things like that, it's all different.
Yeah, I think we often take approaches. I think we often take the approach that worked for us, right? Like, so for me, when I changed a lot of my ideology, it was based on outrage. It was, I stopped being a homophobe mainly because I saw what happened to Matthew Shepard, and I was disgusted by it, and I had outrage against it, and I was able to start slowly changing from there. So that's kind of always been my methodology. Is so I try to reach that part of outrage in a person, and sometimes I fail, sometimes I succeed. I can't tell you how many Christians have told me I'm the reason they stopped being a Christian, and I'm like, that's not what I try to do. Don't put that on me, right? But I think that we often, take the approach of what affected us most as we were coming out of the religions we were coming out of.
I was always encouraged to talk to people, always encouraged, especially over here as Northern Ireland with my mum.
Well, I was raised Catholic, and I didn't like Christianity for a really long time.
And I must be the odd one out because I've never held a religious belief.
That would actually make a lot of that like connects a lot of dots, P. Mars. Raised Catholic.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of the things they did was just like cult like, I guess, the immortal sin thing.
We still do that over here. Like the Catholics over here, you go to a Catholic wedding or a Catholic Christian or christening or anything like that. When you need to stand up and sit down, you look at the old folk. Even the young people there don't know. We look at what the old people are doing and we copy them.
That was so annoying, the kneeling and standing and sitting like constantly. It's so annoying.
I have to say I'm very lucky that the child, I'm not going to say that they're lucky that the child's a Catholic, but the child's grandfather, me and him get on really well, and he's not the healthiest person. He's actually in hospital at the minute, but he always got me to look after him because both me and him smoked weed. He smoked it for pain, so he would just be like, yeah, Robbie's going to take me outside. I can't do the kneeling. It's really bad. So me and him would just pop outside the chapel for a joint. It's great.
But yeah, I mean, I understand a lot of like atheist criticisms with Christianity because I think a lot, like the trying to control people's behavior and the way they think. Like, I think there's a lot of fair criticisms, like the Crusades was really messed up, especially when you consider like the book tells us to love our enemies, and then all of a sudden we're like using it to justify a war. It's like kind of insane.
Again, it goes down to cherry picking. The book says everything. You can go to that book and find everything.
Well, that's actually a pretty good point, P. Mars. This is something that I've actually been researching because early Christianity really struggled with the concept of war. And early Christianity didn't really think that they should be fighting wars or fighting conflicts altogether. It was the Crusades that changed that. And it was the certain pope, I can't remember his name, that really changed that orthodoxy to where wars could be fought for certain reasons. I think that there's 4 different reasons why wars can be fought now. But yeah, that's actually a really good point because when you go to the earliest moments of Christianity, they were extremely anti-war.
Yeah, and they're anti-government too. I like the early Christians more. The modern Christians, I think, are pretty lame. But yeah, they would. The early Christians, some of them would refuse to fight in the Roman army up to the point where they would get their heads chopped off, and they became martyrs. A lot of the early martyrs they would refuse to fight in wars, and I think that's pretty honorable.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm not trying to totally switch the topic, but I'm going to totally switch the topic because I kind of brought this up. I watched this today. And I didn't even really know that this was a thing. I knew that polytheists don't like atheists using the terminology heathen, right? And I've always kind of justified my usage of it, especially in my intros. Well, I have heathens that watch me, so I'm not, but I've also always used that terminology in reference to anybody that's not Christian, right? Which is pretty much the definition of heathen. Anybody that's not of an Abrahamic faith. And there is this movement now to get Talk Heathen to change their name. And at first I was completely against it. But actually I did watch Ocean's video on it today, and I went into the video like very, fuck that. They shouldn't change their name. I left the video thinking maybe they should. So I'd like to hear some perspective if anybody has any on that. That's something that's going on Twitter right now.
It's really, really, really simple. It's so simple. It's who gives 2 flying fucks. Is the show?
I was just going to say the same thing.
Is the show Is the show not the same show?
Yeah, well, but right? There was.
If I can just, I'm going to ask a couple of questions.
All right, go for it. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, because I'm interested. Because I want to be like, no, they should keep the fucking name, right?
Right. You have to balance it out. At the end of the day, Talk Heathen is a business, right? So that's the way you need to look at it. They are there as part of the AXP and things like that. And this is the way that it will be looked at. Not from a philosophical point of view, not from any video that Ocean did or anything like that. It will be looked at from a money point of view. You're going to look at the merchandising and the name and how much power it has. And if you can continue on with changing the name and still maintain your base, then they will change the name. If they look at it and Talk Heathen will make a loss from their main audience and things like that because of it, then they won't. It's not what we want or what we decide or any fucking video that anybody puts out. It's a business making money, and that's the way that they're going to look at it.
And I agree 100% with that. I mean, we do live in a capitalist society. As much as I dislike it, those are the rules we live under. So yeah, I totally disagree with what you just said.
Yeah, and the name that they use is going to draw people in from both sides. Anybody who sees the title Talk Heathen, people who don't believe are going to go to it. People who do believe are going to go to it. And to be perfectly honest, that's what got me onto your channel, The Raging Atheist. I saw the title, The Raging Atheist. If it had just been something else with atheist in it, I might not have clicked on it. But because it said The Raging Atheist, I thought, oh, this will be interesting. And it is. So that's why I clicked on your channel.
Well, thank you.
It's the name.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And that's ultimately why I went back to it, because when I tried to get away from it, man, people weren't coming to my channel no more.
Because if nobody's ever heard of you, nobody's ever seen your channel, the title is what is going to draw people to it. And your title draws people to it, and Talk Heathen draws people to it because of the title.
But as I said, the thing is with Talk Heathen is that it's basically what it says on the tin, because again, I've been to that channel. I've actually been on the actual show. I mean, I'm a Quaker and I'm not an atheist. So again, the thing is that again, talk is better than discuss, because again, I dislike the great debate or whatever it is these days, because again, to me that's boring. I'd rather have a discussion with somebody, because then you get to know that person, their beliefs, their disbeliefs, their personalities, and I think that you get to know more about that person, because again, I mean, you're apart from being P-Buys, everyone here is an atheist, but I imagine that if I was to ask you more individual questions, you're probably going to come back to me with individual points. As me and P-Bars we might agree on some things, but there's some things we might disagree on, because we're both individuals.
Yep.
And I think that's what Talk Heathen does. It promotes that conversation and that debate.
Yeah, groups are made of individuals, so I don't know. I try to judge people on an individual basis, even if they're a part of a group that I might like have stereotypes about or something.
Yeah, and this is, this is the part within myself that I'm having trouble with, because what really sold me in Ocean's video about it was the fact that he made the point, and I, we kind of talked about this earlier with MathPig. You Google atheism, the atheist experience is the first thing that comes up. You Google heathenry, and Talk Heathen is the first thing that comes up, right? And it is an atheist show. It's not so I agreed with that point, but at the same time, as the harder and harder atheist that I'm growing to be, it's like, well, I should actually like that, right? Like, I should like that it's drawing this theist crowd there first, so they can get that alternate view.
Yeah.
But what Ocean was saying and how he put it really struck a chord with me, because I do fight for maintaining culture, especially when it comes to indigenous nations, and I don't want to be hypocritical. So this topic has caused like a civil war within myself, right?
Right. I'll ask you a question now. Who's Tommy McMurtry?
He's a pumpkin fucker, maybe.
He's a
possibly.
pumpkin fucker. And if I go to Google and I type in Tommy McMurtry,
that pumpkin consented.
All right. If I go to Google and I type in Tommy McMurtry, will I get Tommy McMurtry, or will I get Tommy McMurtry, the pumpkin fucker?
Probably something along the lines of the pumpkin fucker at this
More
point.
than likely along the lines of the pumpkin fucker. Right. The point that I'm trying to make with that is, if you know what you're doing with SEOs, as fucking Jimmy pointed out, and you have enough power behind it, there's just not enough heathens out there, so to speak. And I know I'm really simplifying that, and I apologize to Ocean and other heathens and stuff out there, but the ability to change a Google search is there. We all know how to do it, and someone in the community proved that with 250,000 behind you, which he did at that time, you can change it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you fuck with the algorithm, you can definitely impact it for sure. Yeah.
Play the game.
Yeah, and if I would suggest going and watching Ocean's video. I think he articulates it well, and I think that it is a good discussion. But ultimately, I do think I fall down on the side, like, it's their show, right? And whatever whatever compassion that I have for these people trying to reconstruct a religion, at the same time, it's Christians that have deemed atheist heathens. It's not the other way around. We just embrace that terminology, right?
Right.
If Ocean and all the rest of them want to change the name for Talk Heathen, right, the best thing that they can do is probably either come up with a fucking name for them that'll come with the same power or the same swinging or whatever you want to refer to it as, or push and help the community to point out that regardless of what the show is, regardless of what the name is, the show is still it. Get in support of Talk Heathen. Get behind them.
Yeah, and I have no, like me and Ocean aren't friends anymore. So this is something that just, it really caused like this internal battle within me. It's like, I still care about this, but why? Like.
You're not even. Did you watch it tonight? Did you watch Talk Heathen tonight?
No, I
Exactly.
watched. No, I didn't. No.
Did anybody hear what Talk Heathen?
I hardly ever watch.
No.
I hardly ever watch it anymore.
I'm subscribed to the show, but again, like, I very rarely. But it's just because
I want the highlights. I want the
something,
good
right?
parts. That's what I want.
Because the thing is, I dislike quote unquote atheist talk shows and stuff like that, because to me, and I'll tell you why. To me, there's very little difference between what they do and what G-Man does. Because basically they do the exact same thing. All they're doing is to promote an agenda and mute and beat you as soon as you disagree with them. They don't care if they're wrong on something. They don't care if they've got something wrong, whether they misquoted text. They don't care if they're factually incorrect on something. They don't care because again they're only there to present their agenda.
Yep, they're there for the audience.
Sorry.
Yeah, they're there for the audience to have a good time. That's the point of the show.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
I mean, the thing is that I'm not interested in having that because I'd rather if somebody wants to have a quote unquote discussion with me, at least listen to the points I brought upon and think about them and let them go and agree about and let them rest there. Maybe they disagree with what I'm saying. That's fine, but at least contemplate it first.
You can't. You can't get to know anyone in 15 minutes of arguing over a phone. And I know that a phone call-in show is very similar to what we're doing right now, with the exception of Stephen and Gary. I'm on my laptop. People know I usually show my face, but I'm on the fucking laptop. It's right. There's a disconnect that people have with a fucking call-in show.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to switch to a call-in show, Math Pig. Like I like the connection that I get. Like it might take a couple hours. But sooner or later, I'm going to get a feel for who you are as opposed to a 15-minute fucking call where you're just trying to catch me in an argument.
Yeah. Even the way you said that, man, it was like, it might take a few hours. I love the fact that it takes a few hours. It's more
it's fun.
Yeah, like because the thing is that I've seen Math Pig's channel, and again, I enjoy what he does. I mean, I don't agree with everything he thinks because
full of shit, man, full of shit.
No, I am subscribed to your channel.
All right, Gary, you're canceled now.
No, but I do actually watch his channel. I swear to God. Because I find it interesting.
We're totally fucking with you, dude. Go ahead, man.
No, but the thing is that like I find what he does more interesting than the atheist experience or anything like that because, as I said, he does take that time to get to know that person. And not talk about quote unquote religion. He'll just talk about maybe just like you just shoot the shit with that person, and then over a point they'll go over points in that person's life as you say before, and then you'll get to know that person as an individual rather than the Christian, the atheist, whatever.
You have the conversation for an hour and you talk shit for 20 minutes, but you do hit points, and when you hit a point, you go down that wee rabbit hole for 10 minutes, then you tangent and talk shit for another wee while. Then you're hitting something that matters. You get down that point again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I find it more interesting personally.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that. I was just saying that I know very few about you. You just
real quick, complicated question from the chat. Somebody's picking on me for having my Streamlabs as a wrench, but like that's the only way Streamlabs works, right?
Yes.
Like what the fuck? I'm sorry, Dr. Mordecai, I see you in Andy's chat every day, but I don't know what you're talking about, dude. That's the only way it works.
I think he's just giving you shit, though. I don't think he's serious.
It's a pretty good troll.
Yeah, it can't be serious. It has to. Like, I just actually just happened to look at the chat and I saw that. I'm like, what?
You like robots more than humans. You're a monster.
Hey, don't hate on robots, man.
If I can say, hi, Stephen, fellow Irishman. Welcome. Did you get the intro downloaded and all the rest of it and all set up now?
Yeah, it's pretty much set up, man. Yeah, but I just kind of have to just kind of do the last few little pieces. But other than that, no, it's pretty much good to go.
Yeah, hello, Stephen. Cider and Port on
doing,
YouTube, y'all. If y'all aren't subscribed to Cider and Port, go subscribe.
Thanks for the shout out, man.
That's another thing. There's another Irishman that doesn't have an atheist name in his title, and I don't have an atheist name in my title. It can help us to a certain point.
Well, yeah, I mean, the algorithm definitely dislikes it. But speaking to the points earlier, the reason I went back to it is now while the channel's small, definitely, like I totally understand it. Jimmy Snow gets to 250,000 subscribers. It can have like this huge impact, but especially when it comes to like getting sponsors and shit like that. But like for me, if people are going to YouTube, typing in atheism, as Paul pointed out, definitely having the Raging Atheist name, but atheism in the name really kind of helps with that aspect of it, pull in some new eyes to the channel. But yeah, if the channel were ever to get to like 200,000 subscribers in like the next 50 years, I'll be dead. My daughter will take over, all that good shit. Then we might think about getting away from that atheist name.
Yeah, well, you get to a certain point and you want to continue to grow. It's about playing the algorithm, man. It really is. Like, I couldn't break 1,000 subscribers without getting my fucking dick out and a Borat man, Kenny. These are the things you have to do. Like, blame Stephen for that, by the way. That's his fault.
Oh yeah, I still think it was my getting drunk with Will Kincaid stream that pushed me over 2,000. Like if that didn't happen, I might still be sitting at 2,999 right now.
Look, in all honesty, Dave's now turned up in the chat, and Dave will back me up on this. Me and Dave like to watch the algorithm, and if me and Dave really wanted to, we could be bigger subscribers, we could have bigger numbers and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the viewership, what we do is live streams.
I'm so
you can go to channels that have 5,000 and 10,000 people live, and they have 20 people watching. How many people's watching this now? 30 people nearly.
Yeah.
This is higher viewership numbers on a smaller channel that I've seen, and that's more important. If you understand what I mean, it's better to have that higher ratio.
I'm dumb when it comes to the algorithm. Like I'm just like I'm stubborn. I'm like I'm gonna do what I want to do. Like damn it. That's just me.
I'm going to ask a question. But how many channels do you reckon have the word quote atheist after their name? Like you got the amazing atheist, the drunk atheist, the psychopathic atheist, the right atheist, the angry atheist, the depressed atheist, the haze atheist. And those are channels that I could just name at the top of my head.
Atheist Edge had their party last night, and I hosted it in my channel.
I saw part of it. I was lurking.
Oh man, I was having so much fucking. There was poor Laura. I feel sorry for Laura. I do apologize again because the OBS wasn't muted, and she could not figure out the back room. I was shouting at her, thinking I was muted. Lots of technical issues at the start, but. He sent me a list of 52 people he'd invited, and as Gary says, when I skimmed down through it, atheists must have appeared so many times. They all have it in their name. It's all part of their moniker. Like,
you forgot the empathetic atheist. That was my favorite. And he had he had the EA show, and EA is actually a Sumerian god. So I thought that was kind of funny.
He's now Muslim now. He's now Khalil Allah.
Yeah. Right, that's true.
Still got the EA issue.
I liked his name.
I still totally maintain, and me and Khalil, we're on a pretty decent level. We have a decent relationship, but I still totally maintain, like, dude, you got to change that name now. I understand branding and all that, but you're not the empathetic atheist anymore. You're the empathetic Muslim.
I have heard him say something about it being changed as an EA. It's still there, but it stands for something different. But
branding is a bitch. You don't want to get away from the branding that you've always used. Every time I've done it, it's been a mistake, and I totally understand it. But at the same time, you do need to represent yourself accurately. But that being said, Khalil's cool. He's cool.
I am not a pig, and I have not been good at math for at least.
I think it could be argued that you're a fucking pig. Not the police kind. Not the police kind.
Here's a point I would like to bring up though. Like the thing is that the amount of shit Khalil got to Muslim is that the atheist community now turned into the Christian community? Because I've not seen people get that much crap since people turned from the Christian community to the atheist community.
Well, you want to know what it is,
right? If I can defend myself a little bit, whenever he had originally turned, within a week, I was in his live chat asking if he wanted to come on to the channel and talk about it. I reached out to him. He did completely ignore me in the live chat that night, as sometimes does happen. So I let it be. But when I did come on to him on the day that he was on Rage's channel and we were doing the fundraiser, I was very specific that you were an asshole before, you're an asshole now. This is nothing to do with being religion. You're just making a stream about you. It was nothing to do with him being a Muslim.
I still agree with that. I think he entered the wrong room. You know, like give it a day and you would have gotten to the right one, my dude. You know.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, me and him have had talks since then, and the two of us laughed about it. And I was like, I don't hold grudges and grand, and I say these things now, but I don't have anything I hold against him. It was just the wrong time to do that.
It was. It was not the. He didn't read the room. He didn't read the room.
In all honesty, what fucking time was your stream at? I think your stream was mid-afternoon Saturday. I had done something like 18 hours and a day of work before that.
Yeah.
With sleep, running a 24-hour stream. I was a bit stressed.
If the meltdown dumpster fire is going to happen, Math Pig, it's like of all the channels that participated, it was going to happen on mine, right? No, I was totally on your side with it in that instance too. And people came down on me for it, but at the same time, that was.
I was actually texting at the time going, where the fuck is Knock?
Yeah, it was. Well, I was AFK a lot because at the time that it happened, I was dealing with my daughter. But it was a marketed thing. We were doing a specific thing, and he chose. It was just like this fucking soup salad of everything that went wrong because once it started going down, I was AFK and I still had my headphones plugged in, so I didn't hear any of it. I couldn't stop it.
I feel like we're starting to pick on Khalil, and that's not on the intention at all, as I say.
No, he's a great guy. He is a great dude. He's been very patient with me, and I'm kind of proud that his response to my video is over 4,000 views now. Like I haven't done that in a long time. Yeah.
Good. You see, drama, man. That's what I was. I've seen you do drama streams that you've ran for 15, 20 minutes and you've got 40, 50 views live at the time because people do like drama. And 30 is a good number, don't get me wrong. There's 20 people not here because then 20 people don't like drama. Or then 20 people want drama.
I still get people telling me I need to start drinking again.
I've had 2 text messages from 2 different people.
Start drinking again so we can get those dumpster fires. I'm like, no.
I've already had 2 messages from 2
They really care about you.
I know, right?
Saying to me that this is not the dumpster fire that they envisioned. I've had 2 messages from 2 people since I told them I was on here, have reached out and said to me, I thought they expected a dumpster fire. There was John Maddox on, P. Mars has joined, we're having a conversation.
Yeah.
Well, me and this madman actually agreed on something. It's an actual conversation. It will bring your numbers down. It'll bring your numbers down per video, so to speak. But on average, your numbers will be better.
Well, yeah, it's still going to happen. Like, people recently have reached out. Like, you're still going to be the raging atheist, right? Like, that's why we're here. No, I'm still gonna be rage if it's deserved. But like the one thing that is true about philosophy, like once you start studying it, I think it calms you down a bit. Socrates, the wise man. The wise man knows that he doesn't know anything, right? Like that's. I mean, it kind of you do start to like, I can take a little bit more, and I can imagine. In 10 years of studying the shit, like I could take anything.
Well, there's a particular branch of philosophy like Stoicism that is kind of preaches that anger is bad. So I thought it'd be hilarious if you became a Stoic and you could be the raging Stoic.
I think Stoicism. I would incorporate Stoicism. I would know. Stoicism is very good. I'll agree with
that. This will be after Aristotle.
By the way, is it not Socrates?
That's Marcus Aurelius, How to Think Like a Roman Emperor, the Stoic philosophy of Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius is famous for Stoicism, and I think Seneca is another one that's big on Stoicism.
There's
a guy on YouTube that focuses mainly on Stoicism, although I don't really think he's a Stoic at all. I think it's mad. He went and changed, and his channel's still called The Great Stoic or something.
I'm going to fundamentally disagree because I think anger is necessary.
I will agree with you. You're like, see, that's it now. Everybody's grey. There's parts of Stoicism that's very good. There's parts of fucking safer toxic Buddhism that people would take into corporation. There's parts of the Irish culture where Stephen will sit down and drink lots of Campbell's soup and have a great time and, fuck you. There's parts of everything that people need to incorporate into themselves to make them a better person. Everybody should be moving forward to improve themselves. Everybody should be moving forward to incorporate conversations with other people. Open yourself up to conversation. Open yourself up to change. None of us are fucking right. None of us know what happens afterwards. All we get to do is talk about it. And if you talk about it with people who agree with you, you're not going to improve yourself. You need to be set up to fail. Only through failure will you improve yourself.
Robert Anton Wilson said only the madman is absolutely sure. And like a lot of these people on YouTube, these talking heads, it's like they act like their poop don't stink and they're like never wrong. And it's kind of pathetic because it takes more of a man to like admit you're wrong than to just sit there and pretend like you're never wrong, which is most what people on YouTube do.
I sort of want to ask you a pro question, and would you admit that you're wrong and that I'm not a racist?
Damn it, Matt Pay, you're going to trigger me already. No,
Oh, no,
I kid.
I know damn rightly that he's doing it to wind me up, and I do it to wind him up back, which is why I respect P. Mars and that. And we've had a good conversation tonight, so we'll not ruin it. We're both having a bit of fun.
P. Mars knows what I think, but at the same time, I've heard P. Mars's argument, and the argument, I think, has a bit of validity, but the way that he implements it doesn't. So he's agreed he's not going to do that, and I've agreed that I won't talk about it if he doesn't do that.
Yeah, like I can respect the fact that people don't see things the way I see it, so I can behave differently in certain situations or whatever.
This has been a great conversation.
I have to admit, like some of the weirdest conversations I've ever had has been with P. Mars. So like I do kind of, when I kick him off and get mad at him, be like, "Don't come back." I do kind of like deny myself just oddities sometimes.
P. Mars is your Richard Madsen, is he?
Well, I wish Richard Manson would be my Richard Manson again. Because he's on this whole exegesis bullshit, and I'm like, Richard, man, what happened to you?
Exegesis isn't bullshit. It's just that.
Well, no, but
the way
Richard
he does it is
never.
bullshit.
Richard never talked it like that before.
I miss
like
I can just state that so it can be stated out there. I miss Richard. If you ever,
I love the man. I love him.
Buy a watch, right, Richard? Buy a fucking watch. You're 7 hours behind me. Buy a watch. I really want to hang out.
I love the man, but it's like, Richard, I can kind of come on board with some of the things you say. Christians never are going to believe that God was an alien. They're just not going to.
Well, actually, there's a bunch of like conspiracy Christians. Like I used to kind of believe in ancient aliens. Now I think it's like silly.
Did you see? If you're just speaking of conspiracy Christians, did you see the fucking mad bastard video on Twitter? I don't know if it's a parody or not. It's the faith of the feather or something, and they believe that all birds are actual fucking government drones, and they sit on wire lines when they're charging.
Yeah, I've seen. That stuff might be people that are posed, but it's hard to tell. I don't know. But
that's some Eye of Sauron shit right there, man. That's like Sauron using the crows to look at Frodo's party.
No. Everybody gets assigned a bird. There is a bird outside your window, and when it poops in your window of the car, it's tracking you because it's wondering what you're doing. It's like everybody gets a bird. It's insane, man.
But there's I think a lot of Christians that believe.
Does everybody agree that cheese should be permanently banned? I like cheese. I like cheese.
On that, can we please ban Critical Triple for that statement? I think it should be banned from the channel.
If you ban Critical Triple, I think that the stream would break down though because the content.
Yeah. I can't ban Critical Cripple. I use like his, I use his genius in half of my streams. So
he must do it in the channel to change his mind on cheese.
Right, that man has spent at least, I think, 2 hours today actually working on the script that we're all using because I don't know if Rage has noticed a few things. StreamYard's updated it, so Dave has jumped in and Dave is fixing all the problems again. Spent at least 2 hours doing that today.
Holy shit! Yeah, I need to update it probably. I do like using like StreamYards for these open room settings. It's a lot easier on me. But I mean, I really like Dave's script. It's a nice look. I really enjoy the look.
Yeah. But he still doesn't like cheese.
Or
He's a
spider.
he must be a vegan. I got some vegan deodorant one time, but it tasted awful.
Dave just doesn't like cheese. Don't know why.
Uh,
Saying that he likes pizza, he likes melted cheese, and he likes toasties. He just doesn't like cheese, although he likes it melted.
I mean,
You're not a-
if you think about cheese, it's disgusting. You just can't think about it.
I eat so much cheese.
Yeah, so much bacon and cheese.
It's like hot dogs. You know, don't think about what they put in it. Just enjoy, you know,
man, I worked for
your
a
certain early death, right?
I worked for a year in a pig factory where they slaughtered pigs, and the bits that they like, the same stuff they give for the dogs for making dog food it's like it goes in. Oh my goodness, yeah. Eat a beef sausage. Don't eat a pork sausage.
yeah, I was going to say. I think Bob. Well, what's the link?
Yeah, we've totally gone off topic now.
Well, yeah, we've kind of been off topic. So I was just thinking, like, what's another thing that's like really controversial that I could bring up? But like ultimately, I really want to go back to this Skylar fiction thing, right? I don't want atheists. Let me figure out how to put this,
Yeah,
because I was part of an element that I saw this element starting to talk about certain atheists and approaches and things that are said. Some of them would be big names, some of them would be small names. But the thing that really struck me out when this shit was starting to happen, and I'm saying element very directly because I'm not trying to call out or pop off anything, but you know, like they would put like people like Arn Ra on the same list as people like Sargon of Akkad, or you know, atheism is unstoppable. These very right wing fucking, you know, ethno state pushers basically, and comparing them to people like Arn Ra, Godless Engineer, you know, other folks like that. And what I'm worried about is a certain element infiltrating the atheist community, getting us to turn on ourselves. Skylar fiction is a moderate when it comes to politics. Everybody knows this. But this dude is a beast when it comes to debating. Why are we eating our own? Is my question.
But the thing is that now look to Christian's world, where we have to put up with the right wing idiots giving us a bad name. Like I said, like, you know, I mean, I hate naming names, but like, you know, your G-mans of the world who like say like wacky crap. You know, I mean, Reverend Shani and the stuff they've been doing recently. You know, with the whole recent saga regarding.
Yeah, I'm actually going to talk about that because I do think it's important, and Dragnot is doing good work there.
I agree.
And you know, is Dragnot Silvis a negative atheist? You know, like fucking seriously, like people expose shit, man. You know,
Drag's just here for the shits and giggles.
Yep.
But he is doing important work with Shanny for Christ, right? Like he is exposing her right now.
What's a negative atheist?
Hi, Dave.
What's a negative atheist?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the question. That's the. I'm a negative atheist.
A negative atheist is somebody who is basically what we call an agnostic atheist. They say that they don't know that God exists, but they say that they believe it. They're not one of those ones who'll tell you and me, P-Bars, that we're idiots for believing in God.
It's more like they don't believe the proposition than they believe God.
Well, no. According to the descriptions we got, a negative atheist is somebody that basically will hold a theist to the fire, that will go to the negative. I don't even fucking know, honestly. Like, I just don't know. Like, I would consider, you know, the amazing atheist. He's negative. Like I don't like his shit, but that's like a subjective claim, right?
Oh no!
I think I got it.
You're not going to have the conversation, Knock. You're making a philosophy statement. It doesn't have.
I know, right? I know. Like, fuck philosophy. Let's talk philosophy. You know.
Oh, I think sometimes we can be negative atheists because depending on the Christian that we're talking to, we're going to hold their feet to the fire more than some other Christians.
The problem is, I think you need to hold them to the fire against their
the question of whether or not a God exists is irrelevant if you're arguing with a theist of any sort, because the question is whether or not their God exists.
Right.
True.
Whether or not an actual God exists is kind of irrelevant because they don't care about whether or not a random God exists.
That's true. That bloody.
Everybody just sit back and give Dave say your bit.
No, I'm done. I'm about to. I was just about to work out whether or not I can psychically slap Paul.
Dave, I found an astrophysicist who has a YouTube channel that's actually sponsored by a cheese channel.
What is that even?
That's cheese.
Yeah,
it's cheese.
It looks disgusting, but it's actually cheddar. It looks white. It's
Yeah,
not,
I'm
it's
like,
yellow.
yeah, I probably wouldn't eat that if it was really. I don't know. Maybe I like white.
really
I like white
mild.
American.
It's not white. It's
About
yellow.
all
It's
I
just the way it's
can
coming up on the camera. It's actually yellow.
It's the contrast or something.
I was like, is he holding up butter? What's going on here?
That's what I thought as well. Just for a split moment, I was just like, why does he have a stick of fucking butter that he's using to taunt Dave with? It's like, what the fuck's going on right now?
So, Dave, you were going to drop a logic bomb.
Cold pizza.
No, not really.
Are we showing off
Well,
our
no, yeah.
cheese now?
Please, CC. No, you were talking. Finish up.
I know I've forgotten what I was saying. Basically, it was just that whenever you arguing with a theist, you're not really arguing about whether a God exists. You're arguing about whether their God exists. They're
Right.
not willing to think objectively about a God because.
What's your thoughts on positive theism or positive atheism and negative atheism, Dave?
I don't have any.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. You've ranted to me for hours. Go on.
What do you think about? What do you class as a positive atheist?
Somebody who helps the conversation. Really fucking, breaking down the short version of what Reid says. A negative atheist is someone who uses memes a lot and eating, this, that, and the other, and doesn't help the conversation. A positive atheist is more human as someone who helps with the conversation. What's your opinions on what's happening?
Yeah, like picture, genetically modified skeptic. I can use him because he had nothing at all to do with this posting, right? Like he's just this nice motherfucker that everybody knows. That guy's nice.
Did he get his shirt off?
Compare him to me, and you have positive and negative.
Right. Here's the problem: you need both. Outright.
Yes, that's my position. Thank you, Dave.
I argue with people on Twitter all the time, and the problem is half the time that you need to be calling them cunts and calling them fucking idiots. Not because you think they're a fucking idiot, but because you need to kick them out of their scripts, out of their mindset to just think for a second. And you can't do that being polite. They just talk round you. Now, once they've got past that, you can be a reasonable person. Someone like, this is where you get Arn and genetically modified skeptic and these people that can reach these people because there is just that little bit of doubt that lets them listen and question.
I guess I linked Justin Coe's video to the top of the chat so people could come in. Only I would do that. No, it's not right. I'll put the right one up. Go ahead, Dave.
No, that's it. It's just you need to have someone that is willing to have that screaming row. That is, we so often talk on their terms, and they're not rational. It's like someone coming and talking to us about whether or not Father Christmas exists, and us discussing.
That's a false equivalency. Say
again.
That's a false equivalency.
No. I want the equivalency. I don't want to say. What I want to do is let me finish off what I was going to say. It's like someone coming to us and talking about Santa Claus, and us having a conversation with them about the merits of reindeers pulling a flying sleigh. Us talking on their terms about their religion is like that. It's things that we think are ludicrous anyway, but we're polite.
Is it sort of like you're saying that like if you give any amount of like credence to their ideas that it kind of like, I don't know, it comes off as like softer or something like that, or that you're kind of yeah. I understand where you're kind of coming from then, yeah.
I mean, it's like when you indulge the Bible. Indulging the Bible is a perfect example.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing, there's no valid reason, and they don't have a valid reason to accept the Bible.
Yes, we do.
Do you?
Yes.
What reason do you have? I have to apologize here because I don't actually know who you are. Are you a theist?
My name is Gary.
Gary's a theist, and he's a nice dude. But yeah, I would have to say, I think Christians think they accept the Bible for reasons, for valid reasons. But like, there's no other book that we accept from that time period as
Yes, we do.
Outside of religious purposes. I don't
Yes,
know.
we do.
It just seems. I don't know. I'll let you speak for yourself.
All right, the Art of War.
The Art of War doesn't say anything.
The Art of War was written long before the Bible was.
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about anything that is... Okay, it's been a while since I've read it, so my apologies if I get this wrong. It doesn't say anything that requires you to accept a supernatural claim.
And the Art of War is
it's
outdated.
I mean, that was written a long time ago, where ethics and military methods and morals and different things like that have changed. So again,
yes.
The thing is, it's still accepted today as a thing. The thing is that the Bible mentions the supernatural, but again, there are Christians, and there were Christians back then who did not necessarily accept what we consider the supernatural.
No.
What they believed is that there was, excuse me, that God is basically representing the earth or represents humanity. Again, these people exist, and they still say it today. They're called esotericists. They're what would you claim as being atheist Christians, in that they do not accept the God claims, but they accept that Jesus as a teacher. To say that some Buddhists aren't necessarily believing in the supernatural claim of Buddha, but accept the teachings of Buddha or the similar.
But that's not the mainstream conversation we're having.
I would also maintain it's kind of a false equivalency. Like the God of War, yes, I mean it's still, or the Art of War, it's still used, as a starting point for stratagems, whatnot. But it is very outdated when you think about modern warfare, and it's not like modern military industrial complexes aren't basing their modern warfare strategy on the Art of War. They might have read that philosophy. Christians are basing their life. Christians are basing their life on this antiquated book. I mean, there's a huge difference there.
We base modern philosophy on somebody who died over 4,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago in Socrates. So again, so what? It doesn't matter if the teaching's good, then it stands the test of time.
Well, and I think personally, when it comes to Socrates, I think that's intentional, right? Like, well, and I mean, we know about Socrates not because we have Socrates, but because we have the philosophers that we deemed that we weren't going to destroy, right? I don't know. I'm still studying all of this, but there's a reason why philosophy starts with Socrates and moves on to Plato, right? There's a direct physical reason for that.
Yeah, there's a reason that we Christians use the Bible, because again, we believe that the Bible isn't just one type of writing; it's several. And this is the thing that annoys me when both Christians and atheists read the Bible and do not understand that.
Again, you've got to understand that when atheists talk to Christians, we are treating the Bible as they are presenting it to us.
No, that's absolutely fine. I understand that. But the thing is that's not my problem. Again, the thing is that again, I can only judge it how I've assessed it and read it and learned about it. That it's different types of writing written at different types of times for a different type of purpose. For example, Revelation is apocryphal. It's usually basically something that happened in real life, but put like a supernatural spin of it. I think it was the barbarian invasion of Rome from memory. I think I'm right. Maybe that a bit later. I think it's something to do with Roman, some sort of Roman war anyway. So that's one thing. And again, it depends, because again, there's different types of writing. So, for example, if you want to do, for example, Psalms, that's poetry. Yeah. And if you want to get into a poetry discussion with me, I'm sure we can get into one. But again, that poetry still has the time the same way that Milton does. Or
we mentioned Richard Manson, and he showed.
I was about to ask whether or not. Have you talked to Richard, Gary?
A little bit.
What do you think of his take?
Well, that God is an alien. I don't agree with it. But, you know.
He believes that everything after Exodus is telling of the future. Not the past.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Represent himself. The links in the chat, Richard.
Yeah,
He thinks there's, like,
Richard, come on
multiple
in.
Jesus
It is a bit
multiple
more
planets or
complicated.
something.
You know, we reduce it to God is an alien, but with Richard, it is far more complicated than that. He considers it most of the Bible, if not all of it, to be prophetic, something that's going to happen in the future. He thinks that there are several human-like planets with their own versions of Jesus. And I'm like conversation number 19. I'm still trying to understand. You know, it's out there, and he knows his shit about his shit. You know, and there's Richard. What's up, Richard?
7 fucking months me and Richard did that. It's definitely out there.
Peace and respect, everybody.
Mr. Richard.
What's up, Richard?
How's everybody going tonight?
Peace and respect, Richard.
What's up, Richard?
I did mention earlier, Richard, I would love to have a conversation with you if you would only buy a watch and figure out that you're 7 hours behind me.
Yeah, I'd love that too. If I could just figure out time zones, I'd be golden there. I don't think it's all that complicated. I mean, there's no Christian I know of who could disagree with me that angels are intelligent, that angels never lived here, that angels plan to, according to the Apocrypha, plan to visit here. Well, that's the definition of an alien. The only question
100%, Richard. Yes, 100%. Preach it, brother.
The only question remaining is, why do they care? Well, according to the stories, we're their children. That is, they have a vested interest in us and thereby care. That's pretty simple, too.
Yeah, I actually concur. Now, I have written papers, especially if you look at the 4 Gospels. The Old Testament, you have to take some literary leeway. And whoever's trying to enter now, we are actually full at this point. At some point, we might lose somebody. In your own time, that's what happens in these rooms. But especially when you look at the 4 Gospels, very easy to interpret that as a UFO visitation story without a doubt. Really easy. I singled out, I think it was actually 112 verses that could be interpreted as extraterrestrial encounters.
And that's without looking and mentioning, Ezekiel, the wheel within a wheel with the sound of rushing wind, which aren't alive. And then he describes
that's just straight
parts and
the 4 Gospels. That's just the 4 Gospels. Yeah,
sure. It's not all that hard to justify in this view. I think now I don't know of a Christian dogmatic or traditional view that would support me in this, but I think it's really plain to see.
Yeah, could I say something as well? Could you give your say that again, Richard? Your definition, the way you said that, exactly the way you said it, please.
Definition of what?
The way you said, one could not deny that using this, and then you give a definition, could be described as an alien. Could you say it the way you said it?
Sure. That angels are powerful beings who never lived on this planet, that interact with reality, which would require flesh, and that they intend to show up here en masse, according to the prophecy. That would be called an alien invasion.
Yep.
Would one also call that a loaded question?
What's a loaded question?
Well, I can't deny that with you, but they will deny that with you because in their definition, it's different. It seems very loaded to me.
Well, they can look at it every way they want, any way they want, and they do. But basically, what they're trying to describe requires things that can't be true in reality, basically magic. Well, and that's not demanded by the text whatsoever.
Not to mention this whole notion of like God being this ethereal thing, like I was just studying some of the witchcraft trials earlier today. It's a subject I keep going back to, and one of the things that is common is witches aren't born witches. Witches have sex with the devil, which means the devil takes literal physical form and has sex with these women, right? But now it's all, oh, that shit's just, metaphysical. They don't have ethereal body. No, not like the links that people can go to justify these things to keep it rational in their mind. It just doesn't make any sense. It's quite clear when it talks about the Virgin Mary, and Gabriel comes from the heavens and flies down to where she's at. She literally watches this happen. There can be no doubt that we know what's up there now. We know it's outer space, right? It's not 2,000 years ago where we thought heaven was literally right up there. No, this dude came out of the clouds. He came from space.
Yeah, let me read just a little bit excerpt from Genesis, and people are going to object to this. This is a very literal translation. In the beginning of what concerns you, powerful angels reformed the sky and the planet. The planet was without geographic area distinctions and void of life, and no atmosphere to refract light. So darkness was upon the face of deep space. And powerful angels said, let there be refraction of light. And there was light on the earth due to the atmosphere. Angels saw the light as good, and angels divided the light from darkness by terms. This is the beginning of the description of terraforming. Yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
ask a question? You say that's a literal translation. Are we talking a literal translation using your version of that Bible, which is the King James and whatever it is? Are you going to scholars?
No, I'm not using the King. I'm not using the King James. I'm looking up the actual original words from the Hebrew.
That's all right. That's all I was asking.
You can't get more literal than this.
No, you know that I love you.
I will straight up say,
but I'm
not being defensive, bro.
I will straight up say that thinking that God terraformed this planet, that God terraformed this planet to have life, and that God isn't this thing that exists out of space and time, but a species of higher beings. I think I don't subscribe to it, and Richard knows this. I don't. My personal thing is, yes, I think aliens exist. I don't think they can get here until I see it with my own eyes. I will never think it. But it's still far more rational than thinking, this dude just resurrected from the dead and took on everybody's sin. Well, not everybody's sin. Only those who lived the right way.
Yeah, well, what you're talking about there, Knock, and I'm not disrespecting you whatsoever, is you're talking about how the Christians explain the text. Now, that's not the same thing as what the text says about it, because Christians, Christians have got a delay. I'm sorry if I have a delay.
I'm just kind of overcutting. I'm just trying to be agreeable because we've had this conflict recently, and I think that we're misunderstanding each other. When I come from a Christian perspective on the Bible, it's because I'm doing that internal critique. But I can look at the Bible and come up with 1,000 different scenarios, and that's one of my issues with the Bible is they settle on this, but it could be a myriad of possibilities of what these people were trying to articulate with words that they just didn't have at the time.
But it could be, but it can't be. When there's definitions given for the words, especially if they're contained within the text, there's a definition. I don't see how a person can justify varying from a definition given within the work of what the word means.
Well, but that would be your interpretation of the definition. I don't think
it gives a definition. It's not. I mean, it's not.
All right. So does the 99% of? I'll even go farther than that. The 99.99999% of the people that believe the flood was a certain thing, are they the ones that ignore this definition that you're talking about?
Well, that's first of all, that's an ad populum, right?
Well, I'm just saying, does Christendom recognize this definition?
Me, but that doesn't matter.
When we atheists, as Critical Cripple was pointing out, when we atheists speak of the Bible, we're usually coming from the Christian perspective.
No, I dig that.
You have a different perspective, and it's not like I'm coming from the Christian perspective myself. I'm just doing that internal critique.
No, I understand, but that's okay. It's an internal critique of some maybe conglomeration and maybe some specific sect of Christianity, and I can respect that. I can dig that. I do that myself. You know, I do. I go and pick on them all the time. They don't particularly care for it.
You can normally argue from their point of view as well.
What's that?
You can normally argue from their point of view as well, which is quite.
I understand their point of view. Sure, I just don't agree with it because it doesn't comport with the text that they're referring to.
Sammy,
is remember Sammy here?
Yeah.
G'day, food.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Sammy?
Peace, bro.
Hey, Richard.
it feels
you
like an
doing,
old
brother?
school reunion with me,
It does.
Sammy, and Richard here, and Dave. It really does feel. I don't know. We've got sort of
Yeah.
like an old family connection going back like nearly a year.
I'm getting a little misty. Can't keep talking about that.
Get the tissues. Get the tissues.
I just don't think that it can be justified to keep a dogmatic view, ignoring parts of the text that strictly defeat those views of the text. I just don't think a person can rationally do that.
I agree.
Richard is more representative of Christianity back in the day, as in back in the day, way back in the day when it fucking
Yeah.
started, because people had no idea of his divinity. People had no idea of where he came from and stuff like that. So to give Richard some credibility and things like that, he is more out there in reference to modern Christianity. But when Christianity was actually being created, he may have been called a heretic. That doesn't mean that there's no evidence. I'm disagreeing with myself. No words in a book, no evidence or whatever to support his opinion. Would that be correct?
I definitely appreciate Richard's interpretation better than most Christians. I'm not going to lie. But the issue here is, so atheists, we're trying to defeat the dogma, right? So when we utilize the dogma, often we're exaggerating it. I am guilty of this. I mean, anybody that watches my Bible is Stupid series can clearly see I'm exaggerating this dogma. But I'm exaggerating it based on the actual words of the Bible. And we do that to try to defeat the dogma. So when we take on these internal critiques and when we speak of the Bible from a Christian perspective, that's our intention is we're trying to defeat that dogma and saying, hey, you're not special. We understand this shit too. We rejected it.
Well, you know I'm trying to give you more weapons to do that with.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, you know, I started using the alien thing way before I met you, Richard. And in fact, Raw the Time Traveler commented on the video that I made way before I even started live streaming, based upon a paper I wrote in college on it. And yeah, like I totally understand your interpretation. My issues are more with your personal experiences, which we've talked about, and expecting me to adopt that framework when I'm talking to other Christians because I'm trying to combat their Christianity, not something that I see as more logical, but I don't think fairly
I don't
probable.
I don't expect you to adopt what I'm saying, but there's some things that are just darn obvious. Like Christians claim to read the whole Bible and understand it, right? You've heard them say that, right?
Wait a
Ask
minute,
them
you're
to
aware,
explain
Richard,
this
that less than 20% of Christians have actually read the Bible.
Yeah, not many
But they
Christians
all
have
claim
actually
it.
read the entire Bible. Not
But on
many.
YouTube, you find zealots, and they'll claim things like that, whereas normal people would
This
not
is
even claim
Pew
them.
Research.
I
This is
understand that, Dave.
across the board.
I'm agreeing with you.
Oh,
Yeah, like most Christians, they follow that guide that either their pastors give them or the back of the book gives them, and they read this passage today and that passage today and this passage tomorrow and that passage tomorrow, and those passages aren't. I mean, they don't read it like you're supposed to read a book. You're supposed to read a book from beginning to end. And yes, I understand it's by a lot of different authors, but at least read it chapter to chapter, however the fuck you do it. You know, like at least read it.
Do you think they think they've read it? That's the one thing that gets me.
I think a lot of people think they have.
I think they think they have, even when they know they haven't. Right?
Because they put faith in their pastor, their minister, or anything like that, and consideration. If you talk to someone at the age of 70 or 80, they've spent, a fuckload of their life going to church on a regular enough basis for these stories to be ingrained in, for these things, and the people they talk to, the references that they use, is Noah, is the pillar of salt. It's, they're stories that regardless of what denomination you go to, they are mainstream across them all. So it's like, oh, did you hear this? Did you hear this? Did you hear this? And he's like, no, I didn't. And maybe the pastor. And then they talk about it. And it's still only 30%. They do think that they've read it all in comparison to what they've been taught and what they've been told. They don't go to the point of reading it themselves.
And one thing I found surprising about your beliefs, Richard, is that in one aspect, scholarship actually agrees with you in that you see the same story repeating multiple times throughout the Bible. And there's a scholarly consensus that each story sort of is representative of another story. So, Jesus is just the new Moses, for example. And
right.
So there's that surprised me. But also, since knowing about your belief, just discovering how many similar beliefs or how many people are out there that actually think very similarly. That was also a surprise.
Yeah, every time someone says, are you such and such, I go, gosh, I guess I'll have to look into that. I don't even know what that means. But then I find a lot of overlap. Yeah.
So that was fascinating to, because at the start I just thought, oh yeah, cool story. But
I think
I wish I
Sammy's
had
the only,
more time.
Sammy's
It's
the only
not-
person that spent more time talking with Richard than I have. Sammy and Richard, there's a lot of.
I've had a lot of conversations with Richard.
We have.
Don't forget about me, Math Pig. But I think we talked about this before, and you did bring up the whole series you did with Richard. So I do think you probably edged me out.
Well, we did,
Not,
I think, 7 months, and then we did after parties, and then we actually did get a simulator. I can't remember the name of it. Is it Universe?
we never employed it, though.
Sandbox.
Universe Sandbox 2.
Universe Sandbox 2, and we inputted Richard's information that he expected or hoped to and whatever, and we went through it from a physics point of view and everything as well, and then there's 2 streams that I had to delete, Richard, because I couldn't watch them back, where me and him is just really late night breaking hearts and talking shit, and and Richard talked about and then Sammy's done that from because they're on the other side of the world. They've had even more conversations.
I'll always maintain Richard's God is far better than the Christian God. Like Richard, God doesn't watch us masturbate, right?
Oh, actually, what you're referring to there is how he's saying he's keeping a really close eye on Jesus, and Christians just think they're the intended reader, so they keep repeating those rules.
Yeah, like he's literally not watching
atheism.
our every freaking move.
Negative atheism. Go on there, Rich.
Yeah, I'm totally a negative atheist. I apologize to all the positive atheists out there for making your work harder.
You're making their work possible.
And this might sound like a facetious question, Richard, but it isn't. It's a serious question. It will clarify things for me. So, how closely is he watching the Jesus?
Well,
is he watching him masturbate? Does Jesus? Masturbate?
I would actually think so. Yeah. Would he be surprised by that? I would think not. I mean, if you can say, I know how many hairs are on your head, and I was reckoning you while you were still in the womb. I mean,
do you think that's a literal statement?
Yeah, I do.
So even though, taking into consideration from an internal critique, they're aliens, they have the technology to zoom in on your head, and they've went to the bother of actually doing. I can give you the consensus that they may have done a full body scan to check health and things like that from an alien point of view with technology.
I'm relatively certain there's no technology needed for that we're talking about something that the human brain is just able to do. We call it things like gut feeling or intuition we call it serendipity, or happenstance, when we know things that we shouldn't know that are true in reality. But if we applied the scientific test to see if it was actually a real thing or not, you'd find that you can't be guessing and be right as often as we are.
I would give you the
Statistically,
credit to
just
that. That's a
impossible.
very vague statement. You know, I have a feeling that, you know, my daughter left her hat here
Well,
or something like that, and I'm
I know a
generally
story
right.
of a
But
woman
an
who had a
exact, if I
feeling-
can just say,
Well,
an
real quick.
exact number, like an exact number of hairs on your head is a bigger thing than having a gut feeling about where you left your keys.
Yeah,
Well,
and real quick,
real
quick.
I got to poke math real quick. I'm sorry. I
right,
know
go
a
ahead.
woman who had a gut feeling as to where a dirty magazine was.
Really? Well, she
Yes.
was told that by her. She was told that
By her
according
dead
to her
uncle.
personal, by her dead uncle.
That's right.
Yes, and I'll
Was
give
that
you that.
specific
That's
enough?
very vague. But that's very
What's
vague,
big
right?
about that?
The vagueness of that is that's what my mother told me, and the vagueness of that is my mother, as you know, Richard, is one of them sort of slightly vindictive wee fuckers and would say shit just to wind me up like I would do her. And she could have spent 6 hours searching the entire house. She could have spent 10 days before that looking. And at that particular moment,
And not to mention, like humans are. We're somewhat similar in our patterns, and we often hide our porn. Back then, when we had skin magazines, we often hide them in the same areas.
It
Oh,
wasn't
Richard's leaning into. There is a story on my channel about this man. There is a story, and there's more in depthness to it.
Yeah,
And
so
it's one of the reasons why
I want y'all
haven't-
to finish, but I've got to go low, and I just can't lose Iron's comment in the chat, so I can go low. But y'all finish. Y'all do your thing.
No. Well, it is slightly more in depth than that, you know. But the point I'm trying to say is that the possibility that my mother had been looking for that for a week is when the notice went out, and the possibility of this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it, Richard. There is a possibility of her lying to me, like my mother would lie to me to make a fucking point. I'm not. She's, you know. Well, like when we were growing up, me and my brother came up with a really funny thing where we told her that people doing the Euro de France could be like poop in their fucking shorts, and when they got to the end, and she believed that for like 7 years. It's people are assholes.
Honestly, not to speak bad of your mother, but more than likely that's what fucking happened. It's more than likely she went through your room and found your shit, as opposed to her dead uncle told her.
Oh man, well, she probably had been through my room and checked everywhere. This was a really good hiding place. It really, really was.
But
And
mothers can find those hiding places, though.
Well, we did, we did a short synopsis. We had spent the day we had spent the day in an area where there's not even electric still to this day, out in the fucking middle of the sticks, where my mother's uncle was, and she was there through the last period, and she looked after him for a couple of years, to the point where she actually picked up a stutter, because he had a stutter and all. It's still got a water pump out the back, and we spent all day up there. Me and my brother were running around the 16 acres having a field day. He lost a welly boot
All right.
fucking in the muck. But my mother had a dream.
I
And
totally
in the
want
dream-
you.
in the
I want
dream,
you and I want
she
you and
was
Richard
told.
to finish this, because it's interesting as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna. I just got to do this so I don't lose it. Iron Charioteer says, "Oh, good, God does not watch me masturbate. What a relief!" And it is, but at the same time, like I was never really worried about the masturbate thing. I just considered that normal. I was more worried about God watching me shit. Like I must make some weird faces when I'm taking a shit, you know. So, all right, y'all continue. I'm sorry, I had to.
No, that
I had
was
to.
it. We had spent the day up in this particular land, and my mother had said that she had had a dream where that uncle had came to her in a dream that night and told her specifically where it was, and she went straight to it. She found it, and she woke me up at like 4 a.m. and gave me dog's abuse for having it.
This is not really, you've sort of gone somewhere else with it, but on the knowing the numbers of hairs on your head, if you think about it, nowadays we know how many hairs are on the average human head. Back then, probably not. So it's just a technological thing again. It's
think
not
it's
that
bullshit, though.
magical.
I don't think they know how many hairs are on the head. I think it's just a bullshit way of
Well, they don't
smallest
because
seed,
it'd
smallest
have to
seed.
be an average. Like every human would have a different amount, but there would be an average that you could get.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say, if you want to know how comfortable you truly are with yourself, if you want to know if you've reached that level of being in love with yourself and okay with yourself, shit in front of a mirror and watch your face. Don't shut your eyes. Don't look away. Watch
Kick
yourself
Sammy.
shit and see if you can do it.
Wait, should I put a mirror on the floor too?
That's what
Well,
I'm saying, man. God is a
that's up to
fucking
you.
weird, dude.
But you'll be surprised.
I'm actually not sure.
Most people can't look at themselves shit.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, so back to Math Pig story. Brother, you say, well, there's explanation A, B, C, and D. Fine. But it's not without reason that you kept the name Magic in your username.
It's because I'm honest. Now, I have explained the name Magic as the definition that I would be using in the context of the name, and let's all be pedantic because we're on the fucking internet. And my name was Math Magic Pagan, as I've explained before. Math being a love of science and a belief in it, so it's foremost, and I like mathematics and stuff an awful lot. Magic I've defined as shit I haven't explained yet, and pagan as in I ain't no fucking Christian, using pagan as in heathen, being one of them evil people, That's the definition in the context of where my name came from. It was too long, so now I'm Math Pig. Shout out to Doorknob Head.
Where did pig come from?
Just Doorknob Head's brain.
Yeah. Shout out to Doorknob Head.
I mean, Math Pig works. It's catchy, and you're not going to forget the name, right?
Hopefully not. Plus the fact that there's at least 12 or 13 of us out there, and I only own 10 of them. They're
way better than Nakasuchi. Motherfuckers.
Where did you get
I
Nakasuchi from?
It's my Native American name.
He's
I went
Little
through
Bear.
I went through a name changing ceremony in Cherokee, North Carolina, and it's my Native American name. It translates to Little Bear. It's not even a Cherokee word. It's I can't remember the dialect it comes from, but it was a joke because I'm such a tall person and Little Bear, blah blah blah. I'm a really big human, but when I first started using the name, everybody's like, "Oh, that's cool, that's cool." But now it's just like Nakasuchi, and my name is Ronnie, and everybody knows me by Knock, and now I'm more familiar with Knock than I am my actual fucking name. People call me my name at work, and they have to say it 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, oh, you're talking to me.
I struggle when I see you to think of you as Ronnie.
It's weird to hear it on the internet. It's still after Christians have been saying it for however many months, it's still weird to hear it on the internet.
Dave does not like the fact that I've started to use Robbie. It fucking annoys him as hell because he's like, the fucking year I've been saying Math Pig. Now I have to start using Robbie, and it's fucking. I don't know what's dealing. It's funny.
I deal well with consistency. Otherwise, I forget people.
Well, and that's the thing. I changed the channel name to Nakasuchi one time. I lost 80 subscribers and nobody watched. Nobody fucking watched.
You want to hear a funny story?
If you don't put out a video, everyone I try and support, which is about fucking 70 people now, I have them on notification. If I don't see them notify me within about a week, and their name is not distinctive and I can remember it, I've forgotten them. They're gone. They're dead to me.
That's Dave's memory, just as a shout out to Dave, is not his personality.
No. It's got, if you're not memorable enough then your name or something about you is not memorable enough, it's gone. And I watch the notifications pop up and I ignore them.
That's the good thing about Knock, though, is you think Ronnie, your probably first thought is Trumper, fucking Trumper. You know, so knock is like
Dave,
unique and shit.
Dave, my dog just caught a spider running across the floor and at it.
Good for it. Give it extra treat. Right, who is Nat One Heroes? No clue.
Yeah,
Just
no
got
idea.
notification. No clue who they are.
No idea.
Talking of names, I want to keep my name a secret, so I hope nobody actually finds out my real name.
All right, so I'm going to put this. This is my conspiracy theory. I think Will Kincaid is Will Kincaid's real name.
No,
I assumed it was. Is it not?
No, he claims it's not. He claims it's not, but I think it is. I think he says it's not because it is his real name.
Reverse psychology.
The paradox of Will Kincaid. This motherfucker confuses me. I ain't gonna lie. Like,
Does Kincaid mean
you want to
anything?
talk about confusing shit, right? So the other night I'm on Germania's channel.
Ger's good.
He's a good dude, and you know, good conversations. And Smokey comes on, he's super nice, and I'm nice back, even though I'm like I just saw Smokey get homophobic as fuck the night before. I'm really being nice, and you know, I wanna talk to Smokey again. I don't want to run away, and I want to get mad and cuss him out like I always do, and it'll be fine. You know. He sent me $100 on my PayPal, sent me an email to check my PayPal, had Will Kincaid tell me in stream to check my PayPal, and it's like, it's weird, right? Like, it's super weird. Like, at first I got mad. I thought, like, because they had this whole GoFundMe for my missing leg or whatever, or ice cream cones, I don't even remember what, and they raised over $1,000 last time I checked, and I was like, never send me that money. I don't want that fucking money. So at first I thought it was that money, and I got pissed. But now I'm just weirded the fuck out. Like, I don't want your money. I don't, but I'm going to use it, and I'm going to take my daughter to the museum. It's really weird, man. It's really fucking weird.
Shout out to Gio as well. As I said, man, that I fucking banned him and kicked him from my server twice. Gio, I woke up one morning, Gio had sent me $100. I sent him 50 of it back because he sent me 2 fucking things, so I returned it. And I realized there was a fucking another one. And, like, you know, he woke up the next morning, he's like, love you, Robbie. I was like, man, you all right? I was drunk last night, lots of love, do what you can. Build a table with that stuff. You know, it all goes towards helping out with the computer set. And you've seen my setup now, Rage. All that money goes towards helping and stuff. And, you know, I just need one more computer screen. I need...
I've never really seen this Jonah guy in the chat before, but thank you. I love it when Christians watch me. You're going to hell now. You know, like, I've been struggling with money. I had a conversation with Barney Tierspell over a year ago, and he made points to me that I have struggled with accepting money on YouTube. And ultimately, I've been really considering it. I've been talking about it live stream. Like, maybe I'm going to shut my Patreon off. Maybe I'm going to stop getting money on YouTube and really make this a activism thing. And then I thought about all those motherfucking preachers banking off of a myth. And I'm like, you know what? I live in capitalism. I might not agree with it, but I ain't going to fucking, like, deny myself
You're not
any chump change I might get to help my situation with when people are profiting off of this Jesus all the goddamn time.
Can I ask this Jonah?
Right? Sorry, go ahead, Sammy, and then I'll tell mine.
I want to ask this Jonah if he can show me one church that shows receipts for every dollar they get given, like the atheist community, who all feel guilty when taking people's money. So hence, always be transparent with it. We're always calling each other out if we think something's suspicious or not right. You show me an example of that happening in a church, and then I'll agree that it's the same ball game.
I was driving from my house to my mum's to get money, because I was very short of cash and I ran out of diesel on the fucking motorway. And I have my own PayPal and I have the business PayPal, and the business PayPal is the one that's tied in with the channel and stuff. And if it wasn't for the shush person, and the shush person's not allowed to be shush, and we can't shush, and Dave knows who I'm talking about, for finding 20 fucking quid in the business PayPal, I wouldn't have put diesel in the car. Well, I had to fucking walk to the petrol station to get fucking diesel and stuff. And if it hadn't had that money in that, because I didn't get to my mum's to actually get the fucking money, and then I streamed that night, so none of that would have happened as well. Like, and I know that particular part didn't go towards a table or a bit or that for the computer, but you know, we don't do this. We don't get big atheist money. It's, you know, we are just people living a life. I have a house to pay for, bills to pay for, fucking, you know, I have a daughter. You know, there's shit that has to be paid for, and I do not like. I make the Patreon video.
How many jets have you got now?
Pardon?
How many jets have you got now?
4.
They're all in your Holly carb.
No, every single one of them's paper, and they're made over there, and a couple of them's got my name on them and Elena's name on them.
I was just gonna say, is like your private jet, like, so that you don't have to sit in a cabin full of demons like that one preacher did?
The only fucking thing I have ever paid for and bought brand fucking spanking new was the tower. The computer screens are fucking second hand. The table's made out of fucking.
Holy shit, Maynard saves! God damn it, I want it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Matt Pig.
No, you can do this if you scrimp and save and you put the money in, and you don't need to spend big cash to get it. You know, we do what we do, and we try and we help out what we can. And we try
And I actually don't know any atheists who say that there's something wrong with people wanting to give their money to a church. We take issue with what happens with that.
Before?
No, I haven't either.
No, this is amazing. I feel like running up to my studio and getting out my cigar now and making a blunt, for fuck's sake.
Hey, Richard, you've got a challenger for the best beard on the internet.
I think Maynard's got it, man.
I was gonna say, like, Maynard, that beard is epic.
I'm just looking at the T-shirt. It says "Tool." And
You're muted, Maynard. Sorry, Matt Pig.
No, I'm just saying cool
Maynard, you
T-shirt.
muted.
Hello. Good day.
You need to dye that beard red.
I'd dye it green first.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Maynard? Maynard is my fellow Michigander. At one point, me and Maynard, we were tossing around, like trying to start a community here in Michigan, kind of like what they did down in Austin. And we never really followed up on it, and I'm kind of glad because Michigan's fucking insane. So
I've learned I'm a little too pot heavy for some people.
No, can't be pot heavy. My dog.
That's literally like an impossibility.
According to Will and Smokey, I'm a do nothing. Can you guys see our garden behind me?
Oh yeah, I love it.
Do you see our chickens?
No.
Oh, we got chickens. We got all kinds of shit here, man.
My dog's called Pot because my mother wanted to call him Pothead, and I was my fuck standing out in the middle of a loyalist estate, screaming Pothead, looking for the dog. So we just named him Pot and blamed it on the fact that he has a spot on his back, and we were lazy.
That's just going to work great if you've never lost him and you've got to walk around asking people, have you seen Pot?
Yeah, I'm looking for Pot.
Yeah.
We'd call him Mr. Potheed.
Yeah, see,
Mr. Potheed.
We in Michigan, we love our freedom, and we fought for that freedom. Maynard, man, your outdoor plants are looking sweet, my dude, and you can do that because you're free now.
Yeah, check this out. I had 4 plants here last year. You can see, let's see, you can see that little guy there and that one there. They were all the way up to the eaves, all the way up to the troughs up there.
I am starting to hate you all more and more.
Yeah.
Yeah. While my
Smoke weed
respect,
every day.
I
my
haven't paid.
respect is going up and up. So is my jealousy and hatred.
I literally haven't paid for weed in like 6 years. Like I haven't spent a dime on it, man.
Isn't that awesome?
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys see my chickens now?
I would agree that it's awesome to spend no money on weed, but I live in Ireland, so I can't actually agree with you. But it is very good to not pay money for weed, yes.
I would like to agree with you that it's amazing to not pay money for weed, but unfortunately, we don't have that luxury here.
No, we are
And
not
I'm
allowed
probably-
to have that luxury here. That luxury is not allowed, but it would be really good, and I do appreciate it. But it's not allowed when we do.
And I imagine I'm paying more for my weed than all of you. It's ridiculous here.
Well, yeah, grow the shit. Look, I got another one right here in a tomato, 4 tomato plants hiding it.
Yeah, it is. You know,
love
freedom
Michigan.
is sweet, and we fought for that freedom for Maynard. How long? Like 12 years we fought for it.
We did. I was a medical patient ever since the first year of diagnosed with Crohn's disease over 20 years ago, and that's how I've always been a pothead, I guess people would say, but that's how it really helped me with my spasms and shit like that. And ever since it went recreational, you can't have a carry conceals weapon and a medical card here, so I decided to go recreational.
Yeah. They really think that, you know, it's all those hippie liberals still smoking that pot. So if we make these regulations, it'll just be the right wingers with the guns because that's worked out in society. You know.
You know what's crazy though? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut anybody off. There's a lag. If I do, I apologize.
I'm a mouthy
But-
fucker that's hard having trouble shutting up, so I apologize.
But with the recreational, when it went legal here in Michigan, what I noticed is that when you hit a dispensary and you look around, since the COVID was there, they bring everything out to you if you want. Now you can go in and whatever, but you can still get, and they'll bring it to you. They'll deliver it here in Michigan, man. A lot of them will do it for free, whatever.
Yeah.
But you see all walks of life in buying pot now. No more was it just this stoner idea.
As you say that, man, I went to the beach with my daughter. There's pictures on Twitter and stuff. Like a fucking 7-inch donut filled with ice cream and stuff. We had a great time. And before we left, obviously we can't smoke over here legally with a child in the car. So I'm standing outside the car and I'm having a wee joint before we have to do the hour-long drive home. And the parking space beside me opens up. It's a very busy beachside town with limited parking. And this family man at least 50 or 60 or whatever pulls in with the wife, 2 kids in the back seat of the car. They're in their mid-teens. And he sees me coming, or I see him coming. I step out of the parking space and close the door of my car so he can park. And when he parks the car, he winds down the window to say thank you. And he's like, oh, nice smell there. I usually wait till I get home myself. And he's like 50, 60, family man. As you say, it's not stereotype anymore. Like.
But I've got to jump out. I've got to go. It's my bedtime.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, Paul. Thanks for coming on.
Paul's the shit.
Hey, Ray, Paul.
Yep.
You all later. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm going to drop out, but I want to say something real quick to Mr. Jonah, who quoted poorly Matthew 19:24 about the camel and the needle. Jonah, I really recommend you go and look up the words architecture, eye of the needle, because it's not talking about a sewing needle. It's talking about a hole in a wall for camels to walk through, buddy. Anyway, thanks a lot for letting me on for a minute.
Richard, you're never going to get into Kent Hovind's heaven.
Kent Hovind's heaven.
I'm going to let him into mine. That's all right.
Not thinking like that. You're not.
Always a pleasure, Richard, and I'm glad we kind of got to mesh out some of the little tensions between us because I love you. You're a great human being, and I appreciate. Well, me being an asshole and all of that.
I'm not delusional, bro. I know who you are. I love you anyway.
Richard, I have a stream coming up, like a sociology sort of, a social experiment sort of thing I want to discuss, whatever. It'd be good to get your input on it from your point of view and stuff. Do
Oh,
reach out to
thanks,
me, man.
brother.
Send me an email. Yeah,
I'll check you out.
I said before you even got here, the missing having the crack with you. You have good input, and yeah, buy a fucking watch, man. 7 hours behind me and buy a
I
watch.
have a watch. I own a watch. Peace and respect, Sammy. Also, Steven and Critical. And good to see you, Maynard Saves. Want to catch up with
Good
all
to
you
see you
guys
too,
sometime
Richard.
soon. Guys have peace.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah, Maynard looking like Jesus up in here.
I've been called worse. Not much.
I need to run as well. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh yeah, thank you, Dave. Yeah,
love you, Dave.
I'm planning on ending around 9. We'll see where the conversation goes. Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting. I see the Mavericks in the chat. Maverick, what's up, Maverick? One of these days, maybe you'll come on and actually have a conversation, you fucking coward. But until then, you'll just stay in the chat and talk your shit. But yeah, I'm thinking 9 o'clock end time, but we know how that goes with me. So
when's 9 o'clock?
Yeah. I mean,
About
whatever.
a half hour,
Like a half an hour. Yeah.
It's just you're talking whatever time you're talking. It's fucking way later.
Yeah, because Eastern Standard Time is real time.
Oh, I know. Yeah, lived a year like that. Yeah.
I kid with
No,
the time
I have to say,
zone
Mark, I did put it in
unfriendlies.
the live chat earlier. I don't know if you noticed or not. I tagged you. You didn't reply. You may have seen it. This has been my most favorite stream that you've done since. I'm thinking that Discord message in maybe 2019. This is
This has been fun tonight. Like, yeah, it's been what I've missed about having conversations. I think, yeah, it's been what I wanted to talk about, and not only that, just the slew of characters that have come on. And the most hilarious part is as soon as like John Maddox realized he's not going to be able to talk shit, he left. You know, that was
Maddox
awesome.
Was on here earlier?
Yeah,
Oh God, you're so fucking lucky I wasn't here earlier. Holy shit! I've been meaning to fucking dig into that cunt.
Say, Stephen, you're a negative atheist.
No.
You're a negative
Hang on.
atheist.
See, 9 o'clock's out now.
because
Danny's here. We're going to
genuinely-
talk philosophy for the next 7 hours. So
Johnny's
I wish I had that
Genuinely-
button exit.
genuinely-
We don't
Johnny,
Johnny, Johnny, if I can say, I seen your interview on Fuck Can I Remember Your Woman's channel. You were talking to her husband and wife team. It was an interview with your woman.
Oh, with my wife?
No, it's you were interviewed on channel. I can't. It's a wee small channel.
Okay.
It's a Christian channel.
Oh yeah, the Rebecca.
Yes, Rebecca.
Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Good interview.
Oh, so is that where you saw me? What do you think of the interview?
Oh no, I've seen you before.
Oh,
I've seen
okay.
you around and stuff and all before, but it's a small channel, and I like to find wee small channels where nobody watches and stuff. And
all right, so I never run away from shit. I never run away from shit. I haven't spoken to John yet, but you know, I'm never going back to giving power to anybody on this channel outside
can I
of
ask
myself.
you a question now?
But John Peterson is always welcome on my channel. He's a beautiful human being. I love the man.
Would you be open
yeah.
to having John on to give his point of view from that point aside? Because he was in the chat and he left whenever you did your stream. Would you be open to having him on to give his point of view from that?
Sure. But ultimately, my decision is I'm going to have 100% control of my channel again.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean,
good idea.
Not at your channel, you should. But I have talked to John since then.
I haven't because I understand that John is like me, and he needs to cool down because he has reason to be mad at me. But the decision is mine. I made it the moment that it happened again with Danny here. I will not have somebody override me on my channel. I just won't have it.
No, but do you think you might have been able to handle it differently, Knock?
Oh, sure. I'm always in the moment. I always regret how I handle shit. So yeah, definitely, without a doubt.
I know.
Without a doubt. Yes,
a lot of people do. That's a human emotion, you know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Probably in the moment, shit went down the way it did. But in the moment, also, John understood. He just really pissed me off, right? Like he even says that. Like when I came back and he's like, "Knock, where you at?" I'm like, do you want the truth or do you want to lie? And he was like, oh, I know you're pissed. He understood. He crossed a line with me, and he expected me to go one way on that, but I never
People
go that way.
disagree.
I never go that way. I am too goddamn stubborn for that.
Yeah, you're both two birds of a flock, man. And maybe you need to talk off air and just hash things out. Just talk like
Yes,
that.
we will, and John's
I'm sure
always
you will.
welcome here. John's a beautiful human being, but
I love John.
I will make the decisions of who I talk to, and John,
Apparently.
yeah, he can make his own channel. I will totally endorse it, and he can make those decisions for himself. But I will never have. I mean, it's the same shit I got. It's what brought me and Allie to an end. Is trying to tell me who I can talk to, and John did the same shit.
I know how he feels because according to Smokey and Will, I come from the same old folks home that he does, and so me and John are kind of birds of a feather in their eyes, I guess. I guess I'm an old man pothead now that does nothing.
And I'm not equating the two, right? Like, because Allie and her crew went totally fucking woke skull, don't talk to anybody at all ever about anything. John wasn't like that. It was just on a milder degree, and I just can't.
I got
have
issues
anybody
about
tell
that,
me.
but I don't even want to bring that up. I don't even want to bring that shit up back.
But yeah, I mean, they try to cancel you, Maynard Saves,
And who's hey, I don't give a fuck, right? But who's putting money into the show, Knock?
Well, you've been a follower of me since before I even started live streaming, and the moment they were like, that Maynard, I don't know if you should have him on your show anymore. I'm like, eat a dick, right? Like, what are you talking about? And it just wasn't that. It went on to having lists of atheists compare on the having lists of what I deem to be fucking fine atheists doing the work, Godless Engineer, on Raw, I mean, really good people doing the work on the same list as people like Sargon of Akkad and Atheism is Unstoppable, and it's like, no, what the fuck is going on here? And that's what woke me up to it. I'm going to talk to who the fuck I want to talk to. I'm going to talk to anybody that wants to talk to me until the moment I don't want to fucking talk to him anymore. That's how I've always been. Like Maynard, you was here in the early days. That's how it always was.
That's how you got to be. You just got to be you. And do you.
Yeah. Yep.
Stop trying to appease anybody and everybody.
Exactly.
That's why I was glad. I was glad when you came out with this
I love
positive and
John.
negative
He's
bullshit.
always welcome here, but I'm gonna run the show again. It's just that's how it's got to be.
People watch you to be you, not so you can conform to somebody else. And I'm not saying that's what John was doing at all by any means, but I'm saying people want you to be you. That's where you got your followers from. That's where you had your base from.
Yep. Yeah, and doing these conversations and letting people in, and we would let anybody in until the moment that I got drunk enough to rage out, right? Like that's how it used to be, right? And that's what I want. I want to talk to people until they give me a reason not to, and then once I calm the fuck down, I want to talk to them again until they give me a reason not to. That's just how I've always fucking been,
Yeah, you just got to be yourself, man.
Can I offer my 2 cents, Knock, as an an outsider on the whole thing, but someone who did.
Anytime.
I did like John, but the last, I would say, 6 months, any live stream of yours that he was on, I would find difficult to watch, just because. At the start, I used to think, oh, he's cool. He speaks his mind. He's really blunt, just tells them how it is. But eventually, I realized that he would steamroll a lot, ad hom a lot.
Not sorry.
And I get that, these conversations were often at the end of situations, so he was fired up and whatnot, but it just brought the whole level of your streams down to a shit fight. He made every conversation a dumpster fire, and it was just frustrating.
Yeah, and honestly, I think a lot of it was me because I did that for so long, right? And
Yeah.
he was feeding off of me, and like
I think
John
this
is
is something like
John Peterson is a beautiful human being. He went through an experience in life that I could not imagine, and he came out of that experience and he fought for what was right. And yeah, it's just eventually I started to change, and he was still feeding off of the old me. And I would give hints, and especially like the first time it happened with Danny, he knew I got mad. It was the first time I was really ever mad at John, and he knew it. And then he did it again and expected me to accept it. And he had to know it was like 50-50 there, right? Like he had to know that. Unfortunately for him, I wasn't prepared to, and I gave him hints that I wasn't prepared to. Like I told him literally in those situations, you should be the one to leave. You're the one with the issue.
The thing about it is, right? This is your channel. This is the Raging Atheist, Nakasuchi, fucking Ronnie, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's your channel, right?
Yeah, it's the Raging Atheist, but the Godless one is gonna eventually become it all, I think.
If I can, from an outside sort of point of view, I didn't watch that debate. Like 6 months ago, the two of them asked me to fucking host one. I was supposed to follow it up, never bothered me arse. Thank fuck I didn't.
Who, Leo and Sky Out?
Yeah.
I mean, Leo annihilated that fucker, dude. It wasn't even close, man.
It was sweet.
The point I'm going for, right, is
I did not. John is not banned. Like, dude, like Maverick, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Maverick, you don't know what you're talking about. I did not ban John. John is not banned.
I never said you banned John.
No, not you, Math Pig. I'm sorry. The fucking Maverick talking shit in the side chat. Sorry, go ahead, Math Pig. I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to make is as
Maverick is pushing my buttons, Math Pig.
It's fine, man. I freaked out last night when Laura couldn't figure out the internet. Whenever you're having a channel and your channel's your own, if anything happens on the channel, you are like the CEO of a business. You are the guy at the top of it. Even though you gave John half representation, he is 50% in control. He can jump on whatever he wants. If anything goes wrong, people are going to go, "Knock, did you see what John did?" It's not going to be you and John or half of it. It's going to be your channel. And
yes,
you and John
exactly.
are both representative of the same thing. The two of you get along really good. You're best friends. But the problem is if you have to then stand up and defend John's doing exactly what you do and exactly what I would do and as what a lot of us would do. We flip out sometimes. We have a bad time.
Yeah.
But you can just go, look, it's me. I'm open about who I am. This is me. It's my channel. You know, fucking deal with it. You're more than welcome to come back. And that's
You're
all
nailing
you have
it.
to
Yes.
do.
Yep, you're
but
nailing it.
If you have another person who is there with you, you then have to apologize for that person. You have to then step in and talk to that person. And I'm not saying that John does anything wrong or anything like that, because he does exactly what the rest of us does. But as you say, if it's your own channel, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, and you know, I want John to come back like it was back in the day when he was talking, and I will control who leaves, and I worked on that. Like, you know,
I love John and all that. It's just the secondary. It's just, it's. I don't mean it's, you know, regardless of even getting 50%, if anything goes wrong or anybody disagrees with anything, because it was posted on the Raging Atheist, even though it's by the 50% partner, Knock has to get.
I hear it.
And then it puts you in a bad position.
It does,
stuck in between two people. Now, I don't think that you're, you know, as I said earlier, the reason I asked you, would you be open to having John on, is because John was in the live chat and he left. And I thought it would have been best to have on.
I kicked him out of that live chat because he was making me emotional and I was responding to it.
Right.
And I was responding in a way that I never wanted to respond to ever. You know, like I never wanted to do that.
You're being honest. You're saying the
Yeah.
truth. You're telling the honest. Oh, Dave's in the laptop now. That means he's topless and in bed.
Yeah, he's shirtless like I am now.
If John's listening, or I'm not putting anything bad out about John, because as I said, the two of you do the same. I love John and just haven't had the opportunity to talk to him.
I love the man. He has been there for me, right? Like it was the hardest thing I've ever fucking done, man.
just everybody needs to just talk, calm down, get the bits and bobs.
Yeah.
Out. John, if you start a channel, Knock will support you. I'll support you.
I'll come on his fucking channel. I will fucking do whatever I can to make it successful.
That's the thing with fucking YouTube. Your channel is representation of you, and if you want to have a true representation of what you are out there, you have to do it yourself.
And if John's listening, all I can say is it's not trying to stop you being who you are or control what you say or how you think. It's as simple as this is his channel, and as someone who's modded an awful lot, I don't mod the same on any channel because I have to mod to the wishes of the channel owner. And that's the way you've got to think. If Knock doesn't want a certain behavior on his channel, then you respect that. That's all it comes down to. Is doesn't need to be, the end of a friendship or.
The owner's allowed to slip up because the owner owns the channel. Nobody else is allowed to slip up. They have to be held accountable.
I slip up all the fucking time, and a lot of this is my fault. Like a lot of this is me being who I was, and John feeding off of it. I ran with the John Maddox as a grifter thing for a long time.
The phrase, it's do as I say, not as I do, but that's what it comes down to with YouTube, because it really is an awful fucking phrase, and it's a bad parenting skill and stuff like that there and all, but it's do as I say, not as I do, because we all make mistakes. My philosophy
is I can be as big as an ass as I want to. I just have to let the Christian do it first. Once they do it, it's free game. But you gotta let them fucking do it. You just gotta let them say that shitty thing first and then go at them. You can't be the one saying the shitty thing first. You just can't. You can't be that dude. And that's ultimately the game I play with Christians. It always has been. It probably always will be. And people are messaging me on fucking Facebook, so I'm going to shut up for a moment.
Yeah, it's getting late for me. I have work in the morning, so I'd probably be bouncing now soon enough anyway.
But I mean, I love John. He doesn't understand the decision, but it was like I started thinking about it when John Maddox first came into the room, and the Mad Ducks is the Mad Ducks. But we have always associated him with Smokey Saint, and I do think that that's unfair, because there's plenty of reasons to not like John Maddox just for being John Maddox.
Steven's in love with me because of Smokey
Saint. It's like you've got to let these people be shitty, and then go at it, bro. But first, you got to let them do it.
Just to kind of say just like one thing, it was kind of what I was talking about earlier, man. The whole thing about like me wanting to go after Maddox, because the last time that I spoke with Maddox, it was on a live debate. It was on MDD, and he mocks me for mourning my daughter. So he can go fuck himself. That's why I was wanting to go after him.
Oh yeah, like every time I've talked to John Maddox, 2 weeks in a row now, I've managed to be nice, even though he tells me I am the dumbest motherfucker in the history of the world. Like every other sentence is "you're an idiot, you're dumb, you're stupid," and yeah, I mean, there's plenty of reason not. I mean, sooner or later, John Maddox is gonna get the rage, but I'm gonna show first that I can take it, and then I'm gonna fucking go off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that became the issue. And I love John, but ultimately it was Danny. And Danny's never done anything on my channel to not deserve to be on my channel. I'm sure that there's going to come points where I think he's an egotistical little fucker like I am, but that hasn't happened yet. You know,
I'll have to come more then. Okay. That way I can show you. I can show you.
Yeah, we should have a chat some night, Danny. I'm free. I've got no interviews for the next couple of weeks, so yeah. hit me up.
I'm free too. I just finished teaching summer school, so I have some time.
Are you on Twitter?
I am on Twitter. I'll put it in the private chat.
I'm too.
Are you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm under a rock. Are you a Christian, Denny?
no, I made that mistake myself.
I
honestly.
deconverted a couple years ago.
Sorry, it's
We're Christian. Damn it! There goes that whole interview question lineup.
I've just been talking to so many Christian twinks lately. I just assumed the young voice.
Are you gay?
Hey,
Yeah, I think
am I
twinks might
okay?
be.
No.
I think that might
Tommy's
mean something
complicated.
different in Australia.
Yeah, I was just going to say there was. I was a bit confused by that as well. Actually, I'm not going to lie.
Because I love twins. That's like my.
Well, if you know me, you wouldn't be confused.
Yeah, you wouldn't be. I think it might mean like Sammy is from Australia. It doesn't exist. The Earth is flat and shit. But outside of that, I think it might have a different meaning than what we're thinking.
Oh, let me send you that link, Math Pick.
Like when we think twink, I think the first face that comes to mind is Matt Powell. Oh, did I say that? Holy shit! I just said that, didn't I?
It is pretty unfortunate that Matt Powell is cute. Like that kind of is a bummer.
Yeah, and you've hit the nail on the head. I'm saying you have a cute Christian twink voice. So I assumed you were going to be another Christian twink like Matt Powell.
Isn't it such a waste to have cute?
I apologize.
It's just such a waste. Like people like Matt Powell, such a waste. It's so sad.
Absolutely.
Sammy, is that Australian? Someone's in the chat asking, should they come in and defend Australia? Sammy's that Australian, and he once sent me a picture of a snake crawling out of the dash of his Jeep before he bought a new car. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I just took it home and ate it.
I mean, everybody knows Australia does not exist. I mean, it's just made up.
Yeah, I think he's do that because you couldn't handle us.
Math Pig, does that? I think I just linked you the wrong thing. Does it work? I'm such a boomer. I don't know how to find my own link.
No, look, just go to fucking Twitter and look up @hogfather_1 and you'll find me because you just linked me my own homepage. So that definitely didn't work.
It got really quiet.
So you recently deconverted, Danny? Did you say?
Yeah.
Or not?
I know a lot of atheists because I'm chummy with the Christians. Because they used to be my identity, but so that's that.
Can I ask you to expound on your deconversion a little?
Night, everybody.
Oh yeah, have a good
Robbie.
night, Matt.
Yeah, feel free to ask. I mean, I'm pretty much an open book.
Yeah. Was there a major factor, or was it a whole lot of little things that came together, or what do you think was the?
I think the main thing was I changed my friend group. My new friends became atheists, and I kind of got influenced. That's probably the main reason.
I mean, that's like that's a bad reason though. Like, I just put this video out on my new channel, The Godless One, and I'm about to make part 2 to it. But Barack Lurie says the same thing, and that's how he came to Christianity. Is that he had a lot of Christian friends, and eventually he started thinking like them. You know, I don't want atheists to come to atheism because they're surrounded by atheists. I want atheists to come to atheism because they thought about it and realized it's fucking ridiculous. And what I get from you is you're like a strong-minded dude. You know a lot about philosophy. it strikes me as, I don't know, like not the Danny I know that would allow other people to influence him.
Well, let me be the first one to agree with you that it's no justification for if it's the case that the primary reason for my deconversion is that I changed my friend group. That seems like a really poor reason to adopt any view. So I agree. I mean, but I think that's sadly that's the history. You know,
Is it a case of maybe that you were just now exposed to new information more than
small?
You did, or did you just blindly follow because your friend did it?
No, it wasn't like that. I was on my way to be a Christian apologist, and then I became friends with a few people on Discord, like Josh, the Realistic Nihilist, Jack Angstrike, Vic. Like these, I became friends with some of the best, you know, some of the best debaters are on Discord, and I debated with them very frequently, and yeah, of course, I was thinking about the issues, but I'm sorry to say that I'm just kind of a human being, and that the social pressures are kind of overwhelming, you know.
Yeah, and I guess you don't need to be sorry. It helps the rest of us see the power of tribalism and just how.
Well, I take tribalism to be something different. Like I'm not tribalistic. Like I'll, in the sense that like I'll only associate with atheist or theist, and I kind of don't judge people on an individual basis. I do that, right? I'm just saying that my history and my deconversion is complicated because it also involved like homosexuality and stuff like that, right? And I was a Christian and I was struggling through it as well. So there was all sorts of things that, and of course, I think that there was a part of it where the philosophy had its place. But honestly, if I was with really intellectual Christians, I probably would still be a Christian, and that's just the kind of person I am, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, for one, I think definitely if you're quote unquote struggling with homosexuality, that's because you was raised from a Christian framework, and obviously Christianity couldn't answer that question for you, and that's because people are who they are, and they don't have control over that, and this is a classic story within Christianity that a lot of people fight against who they are, but I know a lot of gay people that are Christians at the same time, and you can rationale your way out of that.
Yeah, I think you can too. I'm in agreement. I'm just saying that I think most people that I come across are not really justified in their beliefs, and with respect to why they're an atheist or a theist, I just think most people don't really think about these sorts of issues, and the ones that do also tend to fail, right? They might think that they're the most justified person in their belief, and really they're not. And so I'm just saying that, like,
Well,
when
I mean, as I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, to me, I've been an atheist now for at least 20 years. But for me, it's almost like a common sense question at this point. Like, we have physical evidence of evolution. We understand that, these Christian stories are wrong to a certain extent. I would maintain a great extent. But even then, once you understand that these stories are wrong, this cannot be the infallible word of God. That's like a common sense thing at that point, to dismiss this archaic book that has laws and scriptures for a society that stopped existing, what, fucking 1900 years ago.
I just don't. I guess you're saying it's like a common sense thing, like it's self-evident, it's an unintuitive view to hold on to, like something like creationism. But I don't know. Like I didn't have those sorts of intuitions at the time. And I don't think that if I were a Christian, well, like if you had met me 2 years ago and you told me it's just a matter of common sense, I would have been like, I just don't have your sensitivities, right? And then
Right. So my personal deconversion, I've spoken up about it quite a bit. My first true realization was when I was in prison, and I was surrounded by people that did the most horrible shit you could possibly do in this life, and they all believed in some god or another. Most of it was, the Christian God or Allah, and I came to that realization. So that took me out of Christianity. I was like, you know what, that dude killed his wife and his children, but he's going to heaven because he repented. I can reject that. I could see it with my eyes and understand that is just nonsense, right? It took me a long time to come out of theism, though. It took me a long time to get out to the point that I was I just don't believe in this shit. And then when I even got to that point, I hid it for 15 fucking years. I started talking to it about to my mother, who was a theist, and figuring that I wouldn't have just a few years to talk to her about it. It's just like I came to the conclusions that I came to through a very long process of hardships and just life realizations. And I don't know, my issue is, and maybe that's why you're so chummy with the Christians, and maybe that's this whole, and gotta warn you guys, we've got Brett Keane up in the house, but maybe that's like the difference is, maybe that's how you can get so along with Christians to where I have such an issue, is just these different life perspectives and where we have come from personally.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing our disagreement. I'm just saying.
No, I don't think there's a disagreement. I'm trying to understand is basically what I'm getting at.
Well, I think that all there is to understand is that I'm constituted very differently with respect to what's common sense and what's unintuitive and what's intuitive. Obviously, you and I have very different intuitions. But I in terms of what's a good reason to be an atheist, right? I think we're going to have. That question is not going to be answered by one's intuitions, right? I don't think that intuitions can count as justification for atheism or theism.
Let me put it this way. Do you think that God is a possibility?
No.
Neither do I. And yet still I had this innate Christianity in me that for the last 3 years I have placated like I was some agnostic Christian. I don't think God's possible. Why do I still give leeway to the these are internal struggles that I have within myself.
I don't think a lot follows from that. Like if there was like a religious sector that believed that the square triangle does all these sorts of things for them, right? I just don't, as long as it's not harming others and not harming themselves, then and even some cases, right, there'll be cases in which I do recognize a harm, right? It also depends on the harm. The point, I'm just going to be a particularist as to when I care. There are people like my parents who are very Southern Baptist, right, who would be miserable individuals if they found out that Christianity was false, right? I'm not going to even think about trying to deconvert them or present myself as an atheist, right? I just will pray along right with them, go to Sunday church with them when I visit, and I'll be very happy doing so, knowing that my parents are happy for it, right? And I'm not militant like this, right? Where I think there's like a problem. There might be irrational, but why is that my problem? Why is that anyone else's problem? If it's the case that they're not harming anyone, and in fact,
I agree. Honestly, I don't care if you believe in any religion. As long as you're not pushing it on me, but unfortunately, even I think a lot of the people that you would classify as not harming anyone uses their religion to have very bad political beliefs, which leads them to vote for people that actually does a lot of harm to people, right?
Well,
so that's a very nuanced thing to say.
No, well, look.
Yeah. Can I offer an
to that extent? I'm right with you. If it's the case that someone is arguing to bully a marginalized group on account of their religious belief, then I'm right there with you, and I will rage right alongside the raging atheist, right? I'm just saying that if someone believes that God is all powerful, all loving, and all good, even though you and I just clearly see that the world is full of evil, right? but nonetheless, they go about life, gardening and talking about how amazing God is, and like you're just getting a sense of fulfillment through their religious belief, their false, irrational belief at that. I'm happy for them.
Like I honestly take offense every single time somebody tells me bless you after I sneeze. Now, I never respond to it. I never tell them like I don't have demons up my nose and shit. But I'm like, God damn it, you all know I'm an atheist. Why are you saying this shit to me? Like you know what I'm saying?
Well, you and I are different. I'm not sensitive to that. You are, and I'm not going to come sit here.
It's not that I'm sensitive to it. It's just like it's fucking ridiculous to say that. Why do you say that? Because I had a bodily function. Do you say, God bless you when I fart? It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Well, what I meant, well, I started making jokes, and now
I know, I'm kind of joking now too, so I'm sorry. I
in the sense that, I tell people bless you after they burp or they fart, and just because I do find it kind of silly that people think that that I lack etiquette for the fact that I don't say bless you after they sneeze, right? So now I just make it a joke, and I say bless you all the time with respect to any bodily function. So I'm right there with you. But I'm not. What I meant by sensitive is that I don't get angry as a result of this, the silliness, right?
Yeah, I don't either. I'm like, that's nonsense.
Oh, sure, okay, but sure. But
Can I just say, because I'm gonna.
But I hear what you're saying. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Sammy.
Is that I'm glad you raised this because it asks a deeper question, which is, why do we even bother? Or if people aren't hurting anyone, why fight against theism or whatever? And I just want to say that to some people, and it's never the case that it's the individual. I mean, okay, sometimes it is. We go directly after someone, say Matt Powell. But
yeah.
When it comes to our atheism and our activism, it is the religion and the beliefs themselves that we're against. And so we follow it right through, whether it be our parents, whether it be bless you, whether it be any of that. We don't want to mix the waters, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm not even against that, right?
May I ask you a question? It's hard to get in here with Danny, but can I ask you something?
Oh, yeah, but Danny's cool. But yeah, you
I know,
can ask
but
away,
it's been like
Brett.
15 minutes.
I know. I was gonna ask Sammy, Sammy, do you really want to leave? Brett Keane's here.
No, I can hang around.
Well, raging the question I want to ask, and everybody can change their mind. I understand that, but there was a stream we did a while back where I asked you, do you believe at least in the possibility of God? And you said yes at that time. What changed about this?
All right, let me actually hit the mute button. So what changed about it is I was placating, and I just I just admitted that, for the longest time I would say that Israelite slavery was better than the slavery of the societies around them. And I knew better than that, but I was placating. I was trying to give room to Christians. And that's something that certain atheists have called me on, and it's something that I've kind of woken up to. God is presented, in my opinion, as a possibility of how everything started. I think that every other possibility is more rational and more logical, and I'll come to that conclusion. When it comes to the Christian God, this monolithic, out of space, out of time God, I literally see that as an impossibility. I don't think it can happen. Now, if you're going to talk about God as an essence, God as these ethereal beings, and that there's several of them, if you're going to get into polytheism, I think that is far more logical to me. Sometimes we atheists, we have fun with the whole notion of, Thor belief, but at the same time, at least they understand that it's more logically consistent that gods would be a variety and a complexity within themselves instead of this monolithic thing existing outside of time itself to, I don't know, somehow create everything out of nothing with magic. And yet the Christians, that's what they claim that atheists say.
Right. I appreciate you clarifying that. There is one other thing. You say that you're concerned, and you
definitely a lot of it, Brett, was just me trying to find common ground and placating and not being 100% completely honest with myself, even because I want to give common ground and I want to give room where there can be room, but honestly, the possibility of a god to me is an impossibility unless it's more of a polytheistic framework, and then it gets a lot harder for me to say, well, that's an impossibility.
I appreciate the clarification. There's one more quick question I have for you. You have pointed out that you see Matt Powell as a dangerous person with a dangerous ideology.
Without a doubt. How do you not see him as such?
Okay. My question is, though, if you actually believe this, then why would you go out in public with him? Don't you fear for your life?
No, he's too pussy to do it himself. He tries to tell other people to do it for him.
Different kind of dangerous. Like, how
What
silly
kind of
to even
dangerous?
ask that question, bro. The danger of misinformation.
Like, Matt knows I would beat his ass. Like, seriously.
I was just wondering. You had said that he tried to invite you bowling once. And
what's
I didn't
dangerous?
realize you were worried about him like that.
I'm not worried about him doing me harm.
You're ignoring what I just said.
Yeah, he is. I'm not worried about Matt ever doing me harm. Matt would never do me harm. Never in a million years. What I'm worried about is the harm that Matt is doing to the people that listen to him. I had a great conversation with Matt. His dad, I had a great conversation with him as he tried to convert me to Christianity. No issues there. I don't think any one of those, either of those people would ever try to physically harm me. But their followers have definitely threatened it, without a doubt.
I'm sorry if that has happened to you about that. I don't think Matt wishes you any harm, though.
No, he don't. Matt just wants to lie. I don't see how you can see Matt Powell as not harmful, Brett Keane. Like, do you think that the American government should sanction laws that would eventually kill every gay person in America?
Well, you have said that Matt has said this, but I haven't heard it. If
that is literally the NIFB stance, and Matt Powell has made no qualms about saying he agrees with it. Like, what the fuck? I just reviewed the sodomite deception, Brett Keane.
But I don't watch every single video.
Matt, right?
If someone wants to drop a link,
how long, Brett, how long have you been talking to Matt Powell?
I've been talking to him off and on for quite some time. Yeah,
for a couple years, 3 years,
I'd
right?
say a couple of years, sure.
All right,
sure.
And you don't know that he calls for the genocide of all gay people? You're either really dumb or you're purposefully ignorant. Either one is unacceptable.
Well, I haven't seen the clip that you're talking about. Last one he made was the big.
There's like 1,000 of them, dude. There's like 1,000 of them. If you Google Matt Powell, it's like the first thing you'll fucking find.
He's got a lot of videos. I ain't seen.
Dude, there's no way that you don't know that Matt Powell calls for the genocide of all gay people. To purport that, Brett, really does yourself a disservice. It does yourself a fucking disservice. You just come off as fucking lying.
Well, show me the clip.
Okay, Brett Keane. Give me 1 second. This is easy.
Right.
This is easy.
And then I'll give you my opinion when I see the clip.
Oh, I think you'll love it.
So are you okay with the government killing gay people?
No.
Okay.
Fancy doing a Christian's research for him. You'd never guess.
I wasn't fine when the atheist governments were killing Christians and burning churches either.
Atheist governments.
Yeah, you know Stalin.
No, I didn't know.
Fair enough. If you
All
got
right,
the
Brett
clip,
Keane.
I'll check it out. And I'll
Brett
tell you.
Keane, I don't have a clip. I have a video, and I don't know where in the video it is, but the whole video is fucking atrocious. So I'm gonna give you the backstory. This is our second conversation. This is after for 4 hours, Matt Powell and his crew fucked with my video camera. So all the footage that I got of this second conversation, I took with my phone because they were fucking with my camera.
Well,
So
how am I supposed to know what's on your phone there, guy?
well, you're about to see what's on my phone. It's just gonna take a while. I'm gonna play it. It's my shit. I don't have to pause it. Just listen. It's 25 minutes. This is gonna be fun. I want you to listen to it all. And again, viewers, I'm sorry that you're gonna experience this abject homophobia, but this is when I confronted Matt Powell on his homophobia. And here we go. So I'm gonna share my screen. And this has been on my channel, Brett, since October 15th, 2018.
Oh, all right.
All right. We got to start it at the very beginning because the beginning's funny.
I'm here with the man himself, Nakasuchi. Ronnie. Matt Powell. The man.
Had to say Ronald,
What is up, my fellow atheists and agnostics? Welcome back to the Raging. All right, we'll skip past all this shit. We'll get right to the meat of it. Let me get there. All right, here we go.
Homosexual, but I do believe that I am a humanist. I do believe that all humans have merit. Why do you hate gay people?
So the Bible says first off that I hate them, O Lord, which hate thee. And so the Bible says that in order for somebody to become a homosexual, they have to first hate God and reject the God of the Bible. And the Bible says that after that, the Bible says that God in turn gives them over to vile affections. The Bible says men burning with lust towards men, women towards women, working that which is unseemly. And the Bible says that they'll receive their recompense, which was meat. So the recompense of their error. So when people become a homosexual, by their own admission, a lot of them will admit that they become homosexual. That is based on the fact that God says, okay, if you don't want to retain me in your knowledge, after a while, God's going to give up on you. And God will say, okay, I'm going to give you over to a reprobate mind to do these nasty things.
But isn't that just hate? I mean, isn't
Absolutely.
it hate?
Absolutely.
And isn't your Bible supposed to promote love, supposed to promote love of humanity?
Yeah. So the Bible says that for God so loved the world, so at some point God loved everybody. You know, he loves everybody to a point. But when they get to that point where they hate God and they spit in the cross of Christ, you know, God butchered his son for me. And if you butchered your daughter or one of your children for any human being that didn't deserve it, and then that human being spits in your face, you're going to be wrathful towards that person. That's why God says the wrath of God is on all those who do not believe.
I would just ask that maybe at some point you go and watch this footage and actually listen to what you just said.
All right, so real quick, you know, the static in the background is literally, me and Matt have been in the Library of Michigan for like 5 hours. They are vacuuming and closing up, and so that's where we're at right now. He has sabotaged my camera, so I'm using my phone to record what we're talking about.
I wouldn't butcher my child, ever.
That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't butcher her for nothing. And
But God did that.
To think that an all-powerful God would need to manifest himself or have a son and send it down to be butchered and slaughtered and tortured, how would that be an all-powerful God?
Sure.
How is that the solution? Couldn't he just say, you know, your sins are forgiven? Or couldn't he make us without sin? Couldn't he make us perfectly in his image, as it says? You know, so
the Bible says that without shedding of blood, there is no remission of sin. So when God set up the laws of physics, when God set up the universe, obviously there's the laws of science, but there's also the laws of God. And the Bible teaches clearly that when somebody rejects the Lord Jesus Christ, and here's the thing, we would not know what love is. People ask me all the time, well, why did God create the world and know that we'd fall? Well, here's the thing, we would not know what love is if we didn't know what hurt is. And so we have to go through these things in life And we have to understand hurt and pain to be able to understand the other side.
So, I mean, I don't understand why you think that gay people are spitting in the eyes of God. Gay people are living their lives. Now, one of the things that you said before and that you said recently on Godless Engineer was that all homosexuals are pedophiles.
Yep.
And do you have any scientific evidence, any data that would support that?
Sure, absolutely. So recently, a undercover agent went into a nightclub of a gay bar.
He just said all homosexuals are pedophiles.
Unmute. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Red
Is that
Fang,
correct?
Bacon. Yes. He just said all homosexuals are pedophiles. I'm going to continue. And I will. Please do. We haven't gotten to the whole let's kill them all part.
All right.
We're
having a little bit of an echo.
That's my issue. Let me find my share screen. Where the fuck you at? There you are. All right, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that I do not agree that all homosexuals are pedophiles. There are some pedophiles amongst straight people as well as homosexuals, but I don't agree with that. And I don't agree with everything I hear from brothers and sisters in Christ. It is what it is.
Well, no, he literally calls for the government to kill all gay people. We haven't gotten to. I mean, we're just starting, Brett. We're just starting. So we'll get back to it. I mean, it's simple. And I will skip through.
You were pretty complimentary.
I'll just skip through. I'll skip through all the parts that I'm talking. When you say "show me the clip," I mean, like literally. I mean, watch the Skylar Fiction interview. Like, I mean, this is everybody knows this about Matt Powell. So this is the hard thing.
That was brutal.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hard thing, Brett. So I'm going to continue it. I want you to understand. I really do.
And he was talking to them, and they all admitted it. Anybody on YouTube, where's his camera? Is he filming? Cut out. They cut out? Okay, I'll send him the footage. So here, and I have to apologize for even the audio because... Can look up this information. It is there. It's been proven. And all these guys that are in the gay nightclub brag about how many kids they've molested. So I have proof. The Bible also proved it well before any of this came about. And yes, I do believe that every open homosexual is a pedophile.
So you're saying that your scientific evidence is YouTube videos?
No. I'm saying the scientific evidence is the Bible, and also the fact that if a man would have sex with another man, he would have sex with anything.
All right, so what do you say to the data that's out there? And there's data, this is proven. Your chance of being molested is much more significantly higher from a person such as yourself, clergy in a religion, than it ever is with a homosexual. You don't see stories on TV about homosexual men, out open homosexual men molesting children. You don't, but every day on the news, you see about a preacher, a priest, a clergy member, and all the different religions doing it. Islam, it's
atheism is also a religion that I believe promotes the same thing. And in fact, Richard Dawkins
is the opposite of religion.
Hold on. Richard Dawkins came out and said that mild pedophilia is okay.
I heard you say that before in our last interview. I looked it up and I did not see that.
All right, I'll send you the sources.
Please do, because I mean, your sources, I would have to say, are illegitimate. That they are.
Well, there's
conspiracy theory sources. Like, the conspiracy theories.
Look, is it that hard to figure out if a man wants to make out with another man, something as disgusting as another man, that they wouldn't stop there and just make out with anything?
So because you want to make out with a woman, would you stop? Would you stop before you make out with a little girl?
Here's the thing. To me, that's just a stupid question, because here's the thing: God created one man.
How is it? It's the same equivalence.
No, here's the thing: God created one man for one woman for one lifetime. That's how God set it up. And when people go against,
not necessarily, because I mean, Solomon had so many wives and concubines, and I mean, that is, I don't recall it saying that ever in the Bible, honestly. But it's been a while since I've read the entire thing. But
hey, would you
have sex with anything?
I mean, we're not even to the worst part yet.
I'm listening. Oh, I hear you. I wanted to respond to something that you guys were talking about in the video, and I think it's important. He brought up Richard Dawkins and mild pedophilia. I posted a link in your private chat. The Washington Post. You like the Washington Post, right?
Sure. When it comes to this quote of Richard Dawkins, it can be interpreted 1,000 different ways. I'm not here to defend Richard Dawkins. The point is that Matt Powell is saying that every homosexual is a pedophile.
And I definitely don't agree with that. And Matt Powell knows that I don't.
But that's not even the worst part, Brett.
Well, I hope you realize that not every religious person, spiritual person shares,
Well, no. The question is Matt Powell, though, right? Like, I mean, that's the question at hand is Matt Powell and what Matt Powell promotes and how and why I wouldn't go bowling with Matt Powell.
Well, you do. Matt Powell realizes just as well as I, the Bible is very clear that we are to follow the laws of the land, and the land.
So we're not to the worst part yet. We're not to the worst. They advocate for the government to change their laws and kill all gay people.
All right, let's hear it. Okay.
All right. Let's get to it.
I will not take that back. I will go to jail preaching
There
that.
is no
I
correlation
don't
to it.
care
It
what
is
anybody says.
scientifically inaccurate. As I said,
Give me an example of how that's scientifically inaccurate.
there's no proof to it. There is no proof that says that just because you're gay means you're a pedophile. That is one of the most outlandish things that I have ever heard in my life. In my life. That's like me saying just because you're a Christian, you deserve to be put to death.
Now I'm going to stop it here real quick because Matt's going to do what Matt does.
Dawkins says, and all the leaders of your
Dawkins
movement.
never said that. No,
He said that.
no,
He said that Christians.
no.
He said, and I quote. He said that Christians need to be shamed in public. He says, and even Bill Nye said that you should be able to be put in jail for teaching your kids creation.
I don't believe that at all. I think that you are getting it from wrong sources.
Well, here's the thing.
Because
I'm going to give you this video.
atheists-
For the record, and you can watch this video.
Are we going to get hung up on Richard Dawkins?
Well, I wanted to say both men were on a reading rally and recorded saying stuff.
Here, let me take that off. Sorry.
Echo.
It's all echo. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say that he was actually right about that. These men were at the Reason rally and actually put that forth. He says mock them, insult them, and all that.
So
well, I was just pointing that out. So you got the fact.
I know,
There's Christians out there saying the same thing about atheists. So
yeah, and not only that, the conversation isn't about Richard Dawkins. Matt just said every gay person is a pedophile.
Yeah, and I said I don't agree with that.
I know. So he's hitting me. So you have to understand when he's hitting me with these Dawkins quotes. I never saw them before because they just happened, right? Dawkins says some crazy shit on Twitter. I don't defend what Dawkins says on Twitter. I don't know Richard Dawkins. I don't follow Richard Dawkins. He is not my atheist messiah. I give two fucks about Richard Dawkins. If Richard Dawkins gets caught for pedophilia, he'll go to prison, and I hope he gets the treatment that we give pedophiles in American prison.
Here.
Straight up honesty about that shit.
Just like Matt Bell did.
Matt Bell
went to jail.
There's a lot of bad things about the prison system. How we treat pedophiles in prison isn't one of them.
If you'd like Rage, so you don't have to go through an entire video that you claim has been up there for a while. If we want to hypothetically say he said something about killing homosexuals, I would be against this.
It is the NIFB stance, Brett. It's the NIFB stance, and they lobby for it. They're part of the lobby for it.
He said that he's lobbying for it.
Yeah, they're trying to get people in the government to change the law, so
I'll
you
have
can
to
kill
talk
gay
to him
people.
about that. I'll have to talk to him about it next time I chat with him.
I've been telling you this for Brett. I have been telling you this for 2 years. I can play the whole video. It gets worse I mean, I can do that for you so you believe me. You know, but I've been telling you this for 2 years.
Okay.
Are you not
Well,
the,
this
are
would
you not the
I-
one that Kyle kicked off of the non sequitur show? Right in the middle,
Yeah,
dumped you for a reason.
kicked-
Why is that?
because I kicked the hell out of godless engineer in a debate.
No. Why don't you
Isn't
tell
Kyle
the
the
truth about
same one
that?
that ripped off atheists and their money?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Matters to me. Mattered
That's
to
irrelevant.
atheists.
Oh, no, that has absolutely nothing to do with why he
Kyle
kicked
ripped
you off
off a
that
bunch
show.
of atheists.
No,
ripped
no,
off
he didn't.
Why
atheists.
did he
He only
kick you
ripped
off
off
the
Steve.
show, Brett? Why
Oh, he
did
only
kick
ripped
you
off
that
Steve.
show?
Wow. He only
You don't
ripped
want to
off
answer
Steve.
it, do you? Because you're a homophobic fuckface. That's what the fuck you are.
No, you're gonna get personal.
Well, the real
No, I
reason you were
didn't.
kicked off because you were saying homophobic slurs to
No, I
Kyle.
was not. I got the video.
Oh, I bet you do, and you probably edited it too, huh?
No, I didn't edit. I got the whole damn thing because I enjoyed kicking the shit out of godless engineer. He's ridiculous.
It had nothing to do. This dude's insane.
So when it comes to Matt Powell saying the government should kill gays, it's, well, is he actually lobbying for it? But when it comes to this,
Well, like Matt Powell himself isn't lobbying for it, but
one atheist
the NIFB is
atheist, so it's worse.
Yeah,
Really?
I totally agree. I totally agree with that. The NIFB is part of that lobby. There's this fundamental evangelical lobby trying to change the laws from the inside out. This has been the mission statement of the Quiverful movement. This is evangelical Christianity responding to secular America, and they are being very successful with it. Honestly, and it takes a lot more than an open room, and I would have to have notes and I would have to have facts to really back all this shit up. But like, it's out there for anybody to see. Look at the National Prayer Breakfast. Look at that lobby. You'll come to the truth.
No,
Can I just say, Brett, I apologize for a minute ago. I ran off with some emotions I shouldn't have. I went
It's all
off
good,
topic and I
man.
shouldn't have. And I just want to apologize for that. Get that out right now. That was wrong.
No, I appreciate that.
So can I ask you a question pertaining to the topic?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think that Matt Powell is a righteous man?
I think he's a good man. This would be the first time I've actually hearing the clip. Rage is right. He has told me over and over he's got an issue about this, but I didn't ever see the clip. That's why he's trying to show me now.
I understand. You know what? I'm not asking about a clip or anything. I'm asking your opinion only. What would you think about that? Do you think he's like a biblically righteous man?
I think that he's a good guy in general, and I think that he's well learned in the Bible.
So that would be a no?
What do you mean, though? I just said he's a good guy.
I
and he's
asked,
good with the
in your
Bible.
opinion, do you think if he is biblically righteous?
Biblically
Pertaining
righteous.
pertaining to righteousness in the Bible, the way the Bible pertains to it.
I'm not really sure because, from my view, we're all sinners. We all need Jesus. That's why we need a Messiah. So I don't know if I can call anybody righteous.
Well, it brings a story to my mind, and that's why I'd want to know, like, a righteous man like Lot, who would offer up his 2 daughters to a mob. Do you think he's that righteous?
Who, Lot? You're talking about Lot, right?
Well, I'm talking about the righteousness of Lot.
That was Lot's perception. I personally wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have reacted in that way.
Then you wouldn't have been found righteous under God.
I probably wouldn't have. And I haven't always been righteous myself. Go ahead there, Reggie.
I think the issue here is, all right, so I played part of the clip. I can play the rest of it. I mean, it gets a lot worse. So now that you've heard him actually saying these things, is he still a quote unquote good man? Because I maintain that, you know, you can put on a smile and you can have a blush to your cheeks all you want, but a good man makes a good man. And a good man is not somebody that calls for the genocide of a complete demographic of human beings. That's not a good man. That's a Hitler man, Brett Keane. I mean, let's not escape the fucking issue here. For 2 years, I've told you what this guy is. I can show you the rest. I am more than willing to do that, to sit here and listen to it for the 1,000th time. But this is not a good man.
Well, you have to understand again, I have not heard him say that directly to me. This would be the first time I even get
I
to
can
see
play the rest. I will play the rest of the video for you. I will do that. I mean, like, do you know who Steven Anderson is? Do you know what Steven Anderson stands for? And do you even understand what the fucking NIFB is, Brett Keane?
I don't watch every single Christian on YouTube. There's a lot of
Then
them. But
maybe you fucking should understand this man before you call him a good man.
Hold on. As far as Christopher Anderson is, I've seen a couple clips that some people shared to me, and I think he's a bit extreme. I've even said so.
A bit extreme.
I am extreme. I'm extreme. You know, like I'm verging on the border of socialism. That's extreme, right? No, I don't call for the death of no one. There's a difference between extreme and psychopath. Brett, I mean, that's what I'm trying to tell you here, is when, of course, when Matt Powell calls me after I had that conversation with him and asks me to go bowling, I laugh, I scorn, and I say, hell no. I'm not going bowling with you. What the fuck? Like what if there's like a gay married couple right next to us in the lane? How awkward would that be?
Well, I would suspect Matt would probably say Jesus requires him to love everyone, including his enemies.
I would suspect a whole bunch of, you know, homos and F-word derogatory terms towards gay people. You know, that's what I would expect. And then what, you know, I'm 6'5", 280. I'm going to jail that night. No, not a good situation for me to go bowling with Matt Powell.
Some hell talk.
I mean, I would stomp his ass. The first homo that came out of his mouth. Like, no, I'm going to jail that night. Not a good decision to make. Really not a good decision to make. Not a good one.
Yeah, but Matt believes that he is to love everyone, and he believes that he's to love his enemies and do unto others.
Oh, so wait. You just said he believes to love everyone.
Yes.
He calls for the genocide of all gay people. How is that loving everyone?
Well, you haven't played the clip yet, Raging.
I mean, I could. I mean, you told me to stop because it was horrible.
Raging, you accused me of being a damn aquatic creature. So, I mean, how am I supposed to know?
No, I utilized a name, Brett, that was around a lot longer than I've been around.
Well, you get my point. I think it's funny, Raging. Some of your jokes are hilarious, but if you show me the clip, I'll give you my opinion.
I mean, all right. So we want. How about this? You know, it's 9:40 my time. I know you got time. I got time. How about we just watch all of Skylar Fiction's conversation with Matt Powell? Would that convince you? Because it's probably the best one ever.
Whatever clip you have Matt Powell saying this on, I'll give you my opinion on.
I'm not going to give you the clip. I'm not prepared for a clip. I'm not prepared for a clip. No, I'm not. Like, if I was prepared for a clip, I would have gave you a clip. I gave you, like, we didn't even make it to the part where he was talking about killing all of them. You know, we just made it to the part where he was like, they're all fucking pedophiles. We didn't get to the bad shit yet. You stopped me. I'm saying if you, Brett Keane, really want the evidence of who Matt Powell is, the best evidence is on Skylar Fiction's channel, because Skylar exposed that bitch for everything he is. Or you could just watch the very end of my modern day debate where he compares every single gay person to Hitler, Brett Keane. I mean, this is like for you to pretend like you don't know who and what Matt Powell is probably the greatest insult to any intelligence ever born on this planet.
Raging, if someone were to come onto my live stream or I went onto somebody's live stream, you're not there, and they accuse you a bunch of things, I would ask for evidence before expressing.
Well, but the evidence. Well, so it's one thing, and I know you've kind of went along with Smokey and Will's whole ice cream bullshit. That stream was taken down, but people tell me things.
I have no idea.
But I know you're gonna claim like you don't know that stream was taken down, whatever. But it's nonsensical what you're saying here, right? Like, Matt Powell, and this isn't like this is some secret. Right, anybody that knows Matt Powell knows that this dude says this shit. So you are literally lying to us right now.
I am not lying. I'm not omniscient. I don't know what everybody's doing. What did Aaron Raw do 2 years ago on video?
God damn it!
What did Aaron Raw do 2 years ago?
All right, that's where he's going.
I'm starting to think that there's some nonsense here because you're not showing me a clip.
Oh my God!
All right, well, no, all right, Brett. So I will pull my video back up. No, I said we'll watch the Skylar fiction shit. It's like 2 hours long. It was like taken off of YouTube for hate speech because Matt gets so fucking hateful. You really want to do that? I don't have a clip, but I will show you the entire context of what I'm fucking saying. Do you have the time for that? Because I will give you the time for that.
Have one of your atheist friends to simply get a timestamp.
I got it right. I got it right now. I just posted it in the private chat, and it's.
I never look at my private.
Rage. It's roughly about 3 minutes in to the video.
Just before you do that, let me interrupt, Rage. I just want to ask, so if you watch footage of him directly calling for the genocide of gay people, then what?
Let's hear it.
No. Directly, just verbatim, calling for genocide of homosexuals, would you concede it?
I keep hearing you guys say that, and I'm looking forward to the clip. Let's hear it.
Okay, so you won't. So let's just all take note of that no matter what he sees, that he will argue against it.
Yeah, he'll obviously get around it.
Why? Just get the damn clip going.
Sorry, 4 minutes. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's 4 minutes, not 3 minutes.
Oh, 4 minutes. Sorry. So I was starting it a bit early. So if you're saying around 4, we'll start at 3:30.
Well, Matt waited a while before he got into it. Huh? 4 minutes, eh?
Right, so yeah, we'll check this out.
I want to show, if you haven't ever watched a conversation with Matt Powell, it got me in some trouble with YouTube. It was a big story, basically. I had to get out of trouble with a strike on my channel because they claimed I was promoting hate speech, probably for the very clip you're about to watch. But as you'll see, I'm countering it. But I need you guys to all understand the kind of person that Matt Powell is before we go into what this sleazy, shady, bad, I'm trying not to use curse words, what this slimy person has done and tried to get out of. So let's do it. We're just going to play the clip first. And like I said, we're going to stay quiet for about 5 minutes, and we'll come back and you guys get to hear all of it.
But now, did you mention something? You don't believe that gay people should be stoned to death, do you?
Well, I believe the Bible puts a death penalty on it. Obviously, not by me or by anybody, in our regular society. Obviously, I believe it's the government's job to execute criminals, and I believe that the Bible says clearly that homosexuality is a criminal crime. It's a crime. It's one of the worst crimes ever.
I mean, it's good that we're not a theocracy, right? Because we're not a theocracy in this country, so you don't believe our government should be able to dictate that we stone gay. Is that what you're advocating for? Is that our government should stone gays to death?
I don't, by whatever means they execute people. And obviously I believe in humane, putting to death.
I think that's a contradiction. What you're saying, humane, you can't use the word humane and then say you're going to kill people who are gay.
Right, but the thing is, I mean, whatever our government says, as far as like for a death penalty, I think should go for them.
Why? Wait. So no, but you're saying you agree that the government should create laws that, in order to execute gay people. That's what you're telling me?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what the Bible says. I believe the Bible. I didn't write the Bible.
Well, you're talking about,
anybody can.
You're talking about the Old
anybody
Testament, right? You're referring to Old Testament.
Well, it's the New Testament too. Romans chapter 1 says that God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are filthy and disgusting. So, that.
I think that's probably enough.
Yeah, that'll do it. I definitely don't agree with that. I'll have to talk to Matt about it.
So I put to you, do you hold that he is a biblically righteous man?
Well, I told you we're all sinners. I don't consider anybody righteous, especially on social media.
Just answer the damn question.
I answered the damn question.
And it's no.
Nobody's righteous. How convenient.
Exactly.
I mean, this is the issue, and this has been going on for so long, and it's like either I'm screaming at nothing, or people just ignore purposefully. This has been Matt Powell the entire fucking time,
Right, and it's futile. It's almost it's almost worthless argument. Look at what it's done here. Nothing.
So, I mean, what more do you want from me? I say I disagree with the ideology.
Exactly. You still support Matt Powell. So it was fruitless for you, maybe, but hopefully anyone listening who thought that Matt Powell had a shred of human decency in him now realizes that he doesn't. So we don't see this as fruitless.
Yeah, this is why. Right. This is why, Brett. This is why I can't be a friend to him. This is why he can't be a Justin Coe to me, right? Because Justin Coe doesn't go around and say that shit. You don't go around and say that shit. We can have as many disagreements as we're gonna fucking have, but you don't go around saying that shit. Matt does, and he does it on purpose. He does it on purpose, Brett, because that sucks in an element of human beings that have pushed those bigotries down deep inside because society doesn't allow them to say shit like that anymore. And that sucks people in.
That's okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's fucking dangerous.
You're fucking right it is.
Yeah, there's been some dangerous things for sure. Will you be making any videos about Stalin killing 8 million people, or is it just religious?
I mean, I completely do not. I do not follow Stalin, worship Stalin. I don't call for the death of all Russians because of Stalin. I definitely don't.
Do it in the
that
name of
that is
No,
literally. It is literally the epitome of a false equivalency fallacy, Brett Keane.
Well, you generalize
that Christianity has killed more people than any other religion.
No,
so
actually, atheism has.
No, it's
hear
Christianity.
Oh, I can prove that with stats.
I can also prove that if you really want me to.
Yeah, and also atheists have the highest substance abuse rate and
that's not true
rate.
Either.
Yes,
that's not true either.
Yes,
we are a small population. How can we outnumber the rest?
How is that even possible?
We have the highest suicide rate.
No, we don't.
No, we do not. I have literally broken down the numbers, Brett Keane. We do not. Christianity, if you add up the numbers of the denominations, you average it out, far surpasses fucking atheism. And when it comes to lifespan, just so to speak, hard atheism, we actually have longer lives than Christians do.
care to bring
do?
up a percentage
Wow.
of abortions?
Highest substance abuse and highest suicide rate. You can type that in, boom, it's right there. Even atheists are discussing
Yeah,
that.
and PragerU doesn't count, Brett.
I know that the stats seem kind of rough. It's hard to understand and accept, but it is what it is.
I love it. They always go to, you
Yeah, I don't
goddamn
think you
atheists,
understand the
kill
stats.
yourselves. But, you know, guns don't kill people. People kill people.
Yeah, fair enough. So why is it that 90% of atheists, including yourself, when watching a video, you're doing a bowl, there's drugs always being endorsed in the video? If that's
Are you,
not...
are you really making a correlation between pot, which is not even a drug if you really want to get technical, and atheism?
Hold on, I'll take this one.
Let's compare weed to caffeine.
Rage, I
Hold
just
on, let's
posted
go to
a
the
thing in the
Bible about
private
it.
chat.
Hey now, Maynard Sage.
Hi, Marty. How are you? Big hearts.
Well, looks like my
Big
buddy
hearts to you,
Smokey's
too.
open.
And to
Hey,
Sammy,
Rage,
and to
it was a
Rick.
pleasure talking to you. I'm going to go hang out with Smokey now.
He's going to go run to a safe space.
Why are
and then run?
he did? I did. He didn't even answer if he still considers Matt Powell to be a good man. What the fuck?
Fuck off, Brett.
I missed it.
Because he thinks the same way as him. That's why.
Dishonest piece of shit. I'm just gonna say it.
Like,
That was
so
dishonest.
am I crazy, or is there no possible way that Brett Keane doesn't know that Matt Powell said this shit that I showed him tonight?
Oh, he knows.
There's
And
no
he
fucking
backs
way.
him up on it.
Yeah,
he just doesn't have the balls to say it.
Yeah.
So fucking disgusting. And god damn it, Manatee, you suck. You just suck, Manatee. You totally lost this conversation. You got put in your place. You got hit with the brick fucking wall that is your ally Matt Powell, and you had to run to Smokey. You had to run
He
to
sure
Smokey.
did, didn't he? He
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
did.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I do want to say, Sammy, thank you for jumping back onto that righteous person. Because that's what I was trying to get at that whole time.
Oh,
That's what I was trying to go with, is
get away with
what the
that.
Bible considers righteous, you know, and
I just knew that I wanted him to say up front before he even watched it. Yes, okay, if you show me evidence, I'll admit it. But he couldn't even say that. All he could say was, just show me, just show me. And we show him, and as I said, he still defends it. So
Yep.
I mean, he's so lucky he wasn't on the stream with Smokey St. Will Kincaid that I watched the other night where they were getting homophobic, because I know he would have got homophobic, and then I would have just slapped him in the face with that shit. But he's lucky
he
that
would've.
didn't happen.
that was the whole thing about him and Kyle from the non sequitur, and I'm sorry I
Yep.
brought it up in the wrong part, but it was because of how homophobic he was towards Kyle, and he didn't know it was the same person when he was on the non sequitur show, and Kyle did. Kyle knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. Had nothing to do with Kyle doing what he did to Steve. Has nothing to do with that. That's all irrelevant. Irrelevant. I can't even say. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
Irrelevant. There you go.
I watched that stream happen live, and yeah, what you're saying is exactly what happened. He was homophobic as fuck to Kyle. Kyle booted his ass off and banned him.
Maynard, are you killing zombies or something? What do you?
Dude, it's fireworks. I live in Detroit. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh.
It's a good.
Yeah,
it's a good time
Rage,
of year.
I
It's
posted the
fireworks and
death
not
toll
gunshots.
of what Christianity has done, so in the private chat.
Actually, we should.
All right, cool.
A lot of people don't bring up the death toll in the Bible. How many people did Satan kill? Like 4, maybe 5. How many people
Right.
did God kill? Millions.
Yeah, well, and this is an argument like Barack Lurie, who wrote "Atheism Kills." I've started this series on my other channel. This is an argument that they're making now, is that atheism kills, and I haven't read the book yet, But I'm fairly certain that they're going to include Hitler in that, and a whole bunch of other people. They're going to include Stalin. They're not going to talk about the dynamics of. They're not going to talk about the dynamics of communism or setting up a grand leader of the state that you know. Yes, you're persecuting religion, you're stamping out religion, but you still have a dictator figure that is that God figure. They're not talking about any of that. They're gonna lump
North Korea.
Yeah, North Korea. They're gonna lump Mao into there. You know, and still even when you do all of that. If you think about it honestly, you don't come to the level of deaths that religion has caused, because religion has dominated society for 10,000 fucking years. Atheism hasn't. We just haven't. And there's no way you can actually compare the numbers or even come up with accurate numbers when it comes to that kind of thing. That kind of thing.
What kind of story? You know what kind of story they're not going to have about atheists? Is an atheist father who gave up his two virgin daughters to a mob that wanted to rape a couple of angels because that's righteous,
right?
Okay, that's an atheist story you're not gonna get.
Well, what they don't realize when they lump, like, you know, Hitler and all that stuff, and when they say that all of that happened because of atheism, or like excuse me, what they don't realize is the religious people that are persecuted in those countries, they're not persecuted because of of their Christianity. Those people can worship fucking mailboxes and they'd still be persecuted. It's the fact that the religion takes power away from the government. So the government wants to be, whoever the head of the government is, wants to be the supreme leader. So people worshiping anything other than the government, that's when they start whacking people. It has nothing to. It doesn't matter. They're not being persecuted because they're Christians. It's because they're not worshiping the government. That's what they fail to understand.
How did stamping out religion and the violent means that Russia did? How did that work out for them?
Not great.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally ruled by fundamentalist Christians now. Like they're more fundamental Christian than anywhere. Like they're enacting anti-gay laws that just fly in the face of modern society. I mean, there's no doubt that you know, making religion illegal was not a good idea by any means, right? That doesn't work. What works is discourse. What works is conversation. What works is talking to people, being patient, and playing the fucking long game.
Jonah, you're missing the point. Hitler didn't do what he did because he was an atheist. And first of all, he was not an atheist, so you might want to get your history right. Second of all,
I mean,
he was Roman Catholic.
He was raised Catholic, but you know, he was more of a deist. He believed in supernatural shit, like the rod of the spear of destiny and shit like that. Like, he was definitely an occultist. That's not atheist, bro.
He wanted Christianity in his image, not where the church was running it.
And that's what all of them did. Hitler, Stalin, Mao, that's what they wanted. They wanted to be the supreme head of everything. And if people were worshiping God, they weren't worshiping that particular leader. So they said, fuck it, we're going to wipe everybody out. Which, considering Christians shouldn't have that much of a problem with, considering that your God wiped out everybody in the Old Testament. So how about that?
All right, I was going to end the stream at 10, but I'm not. I'm going to let y'all talk, and I'm going to assume, like, you know, we're all friends here. No dumpster fires are going to ensue. I'm going to run next door, and I'm going to grab a lighter because I can't smoke a fucking bowl without a lighter. So I'll be back in like 10 minutes. No dumpster fires. No dumpster fires, yo.
the famous line, Catholics aren't Christian.
It's the same God from the same book.
Easy. But let's cut out half the population of Christianity then.
They just don't. And on Brett's point of that atheists have a higher suicide rate, as someone who struggles with depression and suicidal ideations, you can go fuck yourself. Because my Christian friends need prayers, I need help, constantly. Every time I go on to Facebook, all of my Christian friends are needing prayers for one thing or another. So they can't have it all together. If so they need fucking help left and right. They're constantly needing prayers. I need my prayer warriors for this. I need my prayer warriors for that. Bet you're Christian. You have Christ in your life. That's you guys should have it together. So what the fuck?
Here's what I deal with. My mom just posted, if you can't vote them out, we can pray them out.
Yeah, that worked so well for Trump.
Yeah.
I know. And
Dude,
I couldn't post anything because I'll start a fucking shit fit with her. But god damn,
they still
dude,
think that he's gonna fucking come back in
August.
fucking,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
They're
fucking
smoking
disgusting,
crack.
man.
I'm terrified.
I know.
I'm terrified.
Oh, there's guys like JJ Jungle Jargon, man, that he was just profiting. Oh, Trump is gonna win. Trump is gonna win,
Yep.
and he fucking hides now from me every time I pull him. Anytime I see him. What happened to Trump? What happened to your prophecy? If your
Click the
prophecy
link.
doesn't come true, it's from the devil, correct?
Oh yeah, yes. Of course it is.
If the prophecy doesn't come true, it's not from God. But yet these guys have fucking apologies for it. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, they treat Trump like he's the Messiah. Or my boss literally told me that she thinks that Trump was put in office by a higher power. I wish I was making that up.
Dude, my brother's not much like me, but he's really grown a lot into he's grown an empathetic side that I never thought I would see from him. But he was like, if you just break Trump down, take away his political, take away whatever, he's just a fucking asshole.
He really is.
And I said, you're right. And I said, what gets me is on Christianity with this dude, man. Like, they think he's the savior, and he's more like the Antichrist, and they can't see it.
No.
They're the ones, they're waffling to him. They're doing everything that they said the Antichrist would do. Trump is doing. Think about that.
Which is strange.
He's leading all these people like they said, and they don't like it. And I said, well, I told my mom, I said, if Christianity's true, Trump is the Antichrist. And she about flipped her wig. And
which is strange because Trump is like literally the opposite of what a family values Christian should be, and they fucking love him.
I don't get it. I don't see how they don't see through it.
I'm like, he cheated on all of his wives. He married essentially an escort. Like, I don't know if you saw those pictures of Melania, but those aren't modeling shots.
God, Marty, I asked my dad about that. I said, what do you think about Trump and his wives? And he said, well, Joe Biden's on his second wife.
So?
His first wife died.
Exactly. And I looked at him and I said, are you fucking kidding me? That's how delusional they are.
Jonah, you feel free to click the link and come in, buddy.
I can't see the chat. Sorry, I'm on my phone. I can only see StreamYard.
I mean, Matt said no dumpster fire, so we'll keep it to a low roar.
Well, he can't come in until Knock comes back.
Oh, you can't?
Just wanted to say, hey, Marty.
Hi.
Love you.
Love you too. Oh, Brett's back. Great. Hi, Randolph Richardson. Can Brett click the link to come back? Or nobody can come back if he's not here? He said
They can click it and sit in the back room.
Yeah, they can sit in the back room until Knock gets back.
Oh, that's right.
Marty,
Brett,
did you see my chickens?
Your chickens?
Yeah, I had my
No.
chickens on earlier.
No, I just came home from work at 9:30. I came home, took a shower, and made something to eat. So I missed most of this. I came in just at the tail end of Brett. Well, Brett, you can't come in until Knock gets back because he stepped away for a second.
He should be back any minute.
I should bring my chickens on. They were cooler than Brett.
I don't know why he just didn't use his stove to light his bowl. That's what he used to do back in the day.
I'm a dubious. I'm not big on bowls.
You're the anti.
I'm an anti-bowl. I am an anti-bongist. I can't do bongs. They'll kill me.
Yeah, bongs are hard.
But yeah, I love edibles. I vape and smoke joints.
I might need to do the CBD oil. I have ADHD and really like almost crippling anxiety, so I might need to. But I need to still be like.
I have absolutely no anxiety, and I wonder why.
I work on my feet, so I have to be like, I work with dogs, and I have to be, moving around and shit all the time, so I can't be like.
I do construction. We don't take lunches. We go home when we're done. So we're on our feet all day. Same thing.
Yeah. I need to look into that. I keep saying I need to, but I'll probably ask my therapist about that next time I talk to him. Who's Monkey for Banana? I've seen Monkey for Banana before.
It's times like this I wish I could see the chat.
Well, I have this open on one side and the chat open on my main screen on my laptop.
Hey,
I'm back.
My buddy.
Aren't you?
I was gonna say my buddy Smokey is in the middle of a debate with somebody right now, so I decided to come back. I had promised him earlier.
Oh, he wouldn't let you in.
Now, Raging, you mind if I ask you something?
Go ahead.
For the last 10 years being on YouTube, I've had to been told 1,000 times by atheists who claim to champion homosexuality that I'm a fag, a cocksucker, and that I should kill myself. Do you feel like that's negative?
Please don't use the F word, please.
Okay, sorry about that. Calling me an F word, such as referring and slander to homosexuals. I apologize.
Well, I mean, this is honestly a good question, Brett, because I've actually struggled with this myself. In one breath, I defended Eminem, for instance, right? Like, and his usage of the terminology to express a demographic of America that used it in a way that wasn't derogatory towards gay people, but just an insult to people you didn't like. I've since probably come to terms that, that's not a great argument, because while you are representing how it was and how people talked, you are adding to the hatred that and the oppression that gay peoples have been subject to here in this country. So, I mean, it's a very good question. But ultimately what it comes down to is that these usages of words, while we have free speech, these usages of words are used to other and put this person as less than human. And sometimes free speech is free speech, but there's also the ramifications of free speech. And I'm kind of thankful now that society has gotten to a point to where we're really considering the ramifications of our speech and how we talk to people and how we demonize people. And I would only hope that would progress into the future.
I hear you. I appreciate you pointing that out. It is quite hurtful, though, when you got atheists calling you the cocksucker and the F slander for homosexuality and then to kill yourself. And sometimes they give me detailed instructions.
I mean,
the creativity is unbelievable.
I can actually empathize with that because, I've had Christians call me and accuse me of being homosexual myself just because I'm an ally and just because I'm vocal for their rights. So automatically, I'm not the cis male that I am. It is insulting, but at the same time, sometimes, as I pointed this out earlier in the stream, I am a believer that outrage works. And sometimes you have to get to that level of outrage to make a person see. It might not always be the healthiest method, but sometimes it fucking works.
So does this mean you're going to be going bowling with Matt?
Oh, never. I mean, if I go bowling with Matt, it'll be like, they're bowling. I'm smoking my bowls because it's legal here, talking shit about how they're totally beta males for bowling.
And
What
can
about
I,
Will?
just
Will says he
try
wants
and-
to
hang on,
bowl.
Brett. Can I steel man your position? So with the Matt Powell thing, he's just a good man who's a sinner. That's
We're
your
all-
response to the whole thing?
We're all sinners. I'm absolute garbage.
No,
That's why I
no.
need a Messiah. Raging, I don't know if you realized this while you were away, but one of your mods actually deleted everything that Jonah said from earlier.
I mean,
and he has-
I'm not going to be too mad because Jonah has kind of proven themselves to be a cunt.
yeah, but you're a guy who advocates for free speech, and I don't want.
Well, I do, but at the
wait
same
a
time,
second.
I do have rules, and I don't have many, Brett, but no slurs. And I have told my mods that if people are attacking personally, if there's insults involved, then they can do what they want. And also, if my mods do a thing, I love my mods. I will support my mods. But I routinely go through and unban people and all that shit. I mean, things are going to happen in the course of it. I really, I hope that people respect my wishes and follow my simple rules that, if they're using slurs, fuck them. And if they're going to attack people personally, fuck them, right? Like that. Those are my rules.
What's your stance on preaching in the chat?
I mean, Christians are going to be Christians. I don't take a stance on preaching. A lot of people don't like proselytizing. I really don't care about it because honestly, if if you're doing an internal critique from a Christian's point of view, when they preach to you, when they're trying to convert you, they're trying to do a good thing for you. So I don't take much offense to that personally.
I mean, to me, it's annoying, but I don't get all. I mean,
oh, it's definitely
It's
annoying.
annoying.
It's annoying
Whatever.
as fuck for sure. I mean,
It doesn't work for shit, but it's annoying.
Well, Raging, may I say, Raging, there's a lot of diverse groups out there, Raging, that would like to participate in a conversation with you and hang out with you. Some of them actually like you. I think that may take a little bit of look at.
Yeah, some really diverse groups. Yeah.
I'm very likable.
Calm it down here, Puffy. Go ahead, Raging.
I'm very likable.
Like there's certain groups, historically that they asked for the government to systematically eradicate a select portion of the population.
Well,
It'd be weird. It'd be kind of weird to support. It'd be kind of weird to support the people that did that and say, they're just sinners. Those people were just sinners.
Brett, even your homeboys are going against the NIFB right now. Even your homeboys are going against the NIFB right now. Like,
who's my homeboys?
Like Will and Smokey and everybody that you. I'm not going to be mean.
Oh, Will's wicked as hell. I hate you, Will. Go ahead.
I mean, I agree, but like,
I'll answer that. Yes.
All right, let me put it to you this way. I showed you the clips. You said you never saw the clips. Before you saw the clips, you said that, Matt's a good dude. Now you saw in the clips. Is Matt Powell a good person?
Well, I've had plenty of non-believers say awful things, and I still like them. I don't hold like a one sentence or some words that somebody might have said out of whatever.
No, I'm not talking about liking them. Like, I like some shitty human beings in life. Like, seriously, I just recently talked about this. When I was in prison, I literally had a Crip Set King save my life. I think he's a good human being that does really bad shit. And when I say a good human being, I mean like he was good to me, but I still recognize he's like a bad human being, right? Like he does really bad shit. He does bad shit. So that's what I'm asking you is you can like Matt, but you just heard it yourself. After 2 years, 2 years I try to get you to hear it. You heard it. I mean,
yeah, I've heard the clip, Rage. You know what I'm saying right now? I heard it. I'm going to have a talk with him. And if I call him up and say, Matt, why'd you say this for? And he says, Brett, how dare you question me? I'm going to get my guns and me and the church is going to go out and blow some people up. I'm going to be like, oof, I can't talk to you anymore. Oof, rough.
Yeah, that's a little bit
But he thinks that, though.
not realistic.
Well, Rage himself said in the same show he doesn't see Matt as actually dangerous. Going to do anything.
So the question is, Brett, when he says it in a nice, sickly, sweet tone, and he's like, "Well, I understand, brother Brett, but it clearly says that in the scripture these are sinners and they are abhorrent and they need to be cast upon the rock."
I'm just following scripture.
Yeah, they are, but the lowliest of us, and so they must be eliminated. As you can see, they are reprobates and sinners.
So now I've said I disagree
It's
with
all good.
what he said. I said I didn't like it. I'll talk to him. What would you like me to say?
No, I'm saying, what if when he doesn't
it's all
say,
good.
"Hey, we got to be violent," right? But when he says, "No, but I still must preach that they must die," I surely apologize. That it is not my choice, but it is that of the Lord.
I'm just following scripture. That's what he says. When he calls for
So
the death
when he
penalty-
says it nicely, do you continue to support him? Do you continue to say, you know what, I'm going to keep giving him chances, even though he would say, hey, kindly, I'm just going to say kindly that I respect your choice, but the scripture clearly says they got to do what they got to do.
I am definitely gonna keep giving him chances, because when I was his age, I was just like that. I really was. And Matt Powell, like I was kind of hoping like that having the whole baby thing would help. It hasn't. It's kind of gotten worse.
But no.
But
baby.
It's gonna take some like personal fucking miracle in Matt Powell's life to help this dude. But it's still possible. I still hold hope for that. I'm a realist though, and I'm like, honestly, I'll probably be like combating Matt Powell until I die. Will's here. What's up, Will?
Oh, the shit
That
stain.
man to his very core.
Can't hardly hear you, Will.
Hey, fuck you too, man. Have a nice day. Anyway.
I'm here, bitch.
Will, you're echoing really bad.
I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm just on my phone.
You gotta fix it. It sounds all divine.
Oh, turned off. You sound like a dog I loose in a washing machine. Yeah, hold on. I'll reconnect.
Hey, that's what happens when the gaping starfish to the underworld opens up. That's what happens.
I think it's
me and Will might have some words here.
I think it's the universe telling Will he's dumb.
It's bigoted.
Well, creative. I'll be right back.
I am bigoted. He'll come back. Me and Will are going to be actually, and atheists were so unforgiving, and I haven't forgiven Will. Shit, fuck him. But at the same time, I'm going to be debating critical race theory with Will Kincaid, and I'm really looking forward to the bullshit he's going to bring with it.
Well, he might be coming out here to get me because he thinks I ducked him the other day, but no.
Your fucking what hurts, bud?
All right, that's better. That's better, Will. That's better.
Hey, listen, you fuck. I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to talk to Rage for. Yeah, fuck you too. Come to your house and rape your cat. Okay, Rage. We have to have a. Shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
Why would you rape the cat, dude?
Yeah,
that's
horrible.
wrong. That's just
Because
wrong.
that's the only way he's gonna get anywhere near you.
That I hope his dick falls off at his dog yesterday, so that was pretty. We're just getting creative with the house pets. Listen, we gotta have a conversation to talk terms on Wednesday, if you're free, because it's the only day that I know you're free. Just so
that's what you broke this up for.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking piss baby.
You're
crying more. Anyway, what I'm trying to say
Will.
here is we gotta get a hold on definitions of words, because I don't want to spend half the debate talking about the definition of what the word "is" means, because I fucking hate that shit. I don't know about you.
All right, so
fire.
All right, yeah, we definitely we definitely have to establish clear topic of the debate. And yes,
that's
I mean,
true. That's another thing too.
I do understand that you're panicking a little bit right now. So yeah, we'll define terms and all of that shit.
I just don't want to spend 2 hours just fucking bloviating about what racism is or whatever. And it's like, can we just get them up on the screen and we'll have it all ready for next Wednesday, so we can just be like, this is what we've agreed this word means.
So I mean, Rage and Will, what motivated?
Can't you do this behind the scenes?
What motivated?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I tried to get a hold of him earlier, so that's what I'm saying.
What motivated this debate is Will's right wing politics. Because
Rage said on a stream once, semi-recently, that I'm pro critical race theory. That's a quote from him. So I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's fucking dumb. And then I got to talking with somebody, and I was like, I haven't debated in a while. Let's see. And I didn't even think you were going to take it up, but kudos, I guess.
I mean, I'm pro CRT. I
mean, even Kat doesn't think that critical race theory is.
Well, Kat's pretty fucking stupid and not a real leftist. So.
Kat is a semi-homeless trans person.
Yeah, I mean,
literally got chased out of town by the Ku Klux Klan.
You just insulted the trans. What's that all about, man?
I said the truth. Kat's stupid and she's not really a leftist.
What a trans ally.
Well, I do agree with half of that.
Rev and Shanny are both definitely not leftists, but they're pretty much homeless. So, I mean, being homeless doesn't have any bearing on your political affiliation.
You're pretty mean
does
for
when
a
you're
puffer.
homeless because of the Klan. I mean, I imagine being chased out of your home by the Klan would make you pretty far left.
Who's chased out of your home by the Klan?
On a regular basis.
Will, I really hope.
Who did you chase out of their home, Will?
I really hope we're going to have a conversation about critical race theory itself and not assertions put forth by certain scholars. Because
took it off the table. Certain scholars. I'm sorry. Wait, who?
I'm just hoping that we'll be discussing critical race theory and not assumptions or assertions.
I'm going to talk about the authors and the progenitors. Yeah,
what are you talking about? We all know. Will's going to open up.
Fucking opinions.
Will's going to open up with a sermon by Strom Thurmond. It's just
man. You want to go bowling?
I mean, I don't bowl because that's like a pussy sport.
Range bowling? Anybody?
Oh, Puff, come on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like bowling.
For smoking a joint pre-game.
Card game, perhaps.
Call me a racist, but like bowling is like the whitest thing you could suggest.
I mean, if you're gonna pick like a low energy sport that's supposed to be relaxing, why don't you go fishing?
We could go fishing. I don't know. I'm not.
Okay, I will pack. I will only bring.
I want to play basketball. Will, let's play basketball.
Maynard, we can take him on a fishing trip. We only need to bring 2 life vests.
Your little short ass,
motherfucker.
Yes, your short ass ain't getting no shots off. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna film it all.
Hey, if
Will might be like Barkley.
He's lucky. I'm a semi-pro walleye tournament fisherman.
If you pack Will Kincaid get an and one in the same game, Rage, really. I will up my Patreon.
You what?
I said if he packs you, like super packs you, like right to your back into your face, and then he gets an and one in the same game, I will up my Patreon.
How straight can you shoot, Knock? Sounds like he wants pistols at dawn.
Fish.
I used to be, really good, but that was a long time ago. I definitely practiced a little bit before this happened, Will.
Okay, so in this game, we will not employ goaltending. That's just to level the playing field for Knock because of his legs. We'll say goaltending is not a foul in this game.
Yeah, we can't play half court. We'll play half court.
Yeah. Knock will play just the free throw zone.
Knock is claiming to be over 6.5 feet tall. Last time I checked, right?
I'm 6'5".
Yeah, it's like 6'1" on a good day. Depends on how depressed I am.
All right. So we'll
5'10",
level the playing field a
we'll
little
say
bit for you,
5'10".
Will. We'll own no middle schools.
5'2",
The game can take place
shut
at an
your
elementary
fucking
school of your
mouth,
choice.
Baldy. 5'2". Come at me with that fucking horse shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, at least you're entertaining the prospect. I offered a boxing match to Smoke, and he was like, hell no.
Oh, I take you up on that. I still hit the fucking bag.
Oh, no, I'd box you. Like, I'd take some
Me and my
aggression
personal
out on
trainer
you.
hit the bag twice a
Oh,
week.
Will Kincaid, I would take some aggression out. Like, no, I'm totally down. And if you beat my ass, hey, I won't even use, like, I'm crippled as an excuse at all. You know, like,
Yeah.
I would totally beat that ass for a chance.
All right.
Screw
cool.
boxing.
I'm
Go
game for
MMA.
literally
Fuck it.
anything.
Let's
I mean,
put
I
you
don't,
guys in the cage.
I'll do everything. I'll play
I
basketball,
don't have,
box.
I don't have hate for you.
What
I'm just
the
saying
fuck?
you
I don't
might,
either.
you might deserve a couple punches. You know.
Hey, and you guys can even do the sparring thing too, so nobody even gets injured. I mean, or you could do like the Jake Paul thing, where one person just runs out of the ring.
Yeah.
No, we're not hugging it out. That's not happening.
But no, we're gonna have a debate, and it's gonna
Yeah.
be fun. I'm looking forward to it, Will. You know, I
too.
already put on a live stream. You know, this is like the most pressure I've ever had in a debate, because if I lose to Will Kincaid, well, I'm done, son. You know,
You better hang your fucking hat
It's
up and
over.
sell the
You're
goddamn
going,
channel.
buddy. Get the fuck out of here.
You better sell the channel to fucking John
Knock, have
Peterson
you
to get the
I
fuck
did
out of
the,
here.
yeah, you know, I mean, it's done. It's over with. So,
Knock, I did the thumbnail, by the way. Did you happen to look at it yet?
no, yeah.
Yeah, it's not overly complicated,
Knock.
but I think it looks
Okay,
alright.
new terms. Knock. If you lose that debate, you got to move to Utah.
I have to convert to Judaism.
Like,
maybe.
No, you have to home for 6 months with Jehovah Witness.
I can't even put that on the board. That's an Avera. That's a high sin. I can't forcibly convert someone.
The fun thing is I can't lose this debate, honestly. I mean, because, Will, CRT isn't a thing that you think it is. It just isn't. It's not the thing you think it is.
It's this big boogie monster that's like a nothing burger. Like,
never believed in it. Never mentioned it once. I have no idea where you get that from.
CRT is like a big nothing burger.
Probably, I guess.
It's literally like a wedge issues Republicans are latching onto right now because they're afraid of Joe Biden.
Yeah. Like,
It's a
my
thing
thing is
that
this.
Fox
Like,
News
I don't
is running
understand.
with, sure.
Fox News is super scared to even admit that there was slavery in America before, 1776. They're very scared.
Well, whatever. I don't know. I get all my news from Tim Pool, I tell you what.
Well, the beanie,
So
beanie's
what
running
channel
scared
is
now,
this debate
too.
happening on?
I think.
I think it's on Modern Day Debate, right?
I think Newsmax is more accurate.
Newsmax.
Who was just trying to scream like Hank Hill there?
I don't know. I laughed because I have no idea who that is, not because I thought it was a bad source.
Come on, man. I only watch The Blaze.
Next News Network, Treehouse of Life. What else? Gil Francie looks awful in his suit, by the way.
I watch ONN. I get a lot of my news from them.
But no,
Yeah.
like Will, I'm a big boy, so we've had a lot of bad words, a lot of bad shit's been talked, and all that. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
whatever. We're gonna kill Matt Powell together in Minecraft, though.
I still don't understand, because you recently messaged me like OSAS is the key.
Yeah, it is.
I don't see how.
Because it's how Matt Powell justifies all his shitty beliefs and kill the gays and fuck the Jews, throw them down the well. All that stuff is connected to OSAS because OSAS is their get out of jail free card for whatever nonsense they want to spew.
Hey, wait a second. Whoa. Why we got Dahmer up here?
You what?
What's going on with this?
Oh, it's that Brett does this periodically. He's been doing it for 3 years.
Oh my God.
Just posting dumb
He's
shit.
he's a mentally ill
Jeffrey Dahmer
person.
was a fucking.
He's mentally ill from the gate. So.
Now you're getting distracted. Anyway, but no, OSAS is definitely the key to all of this. You destroy OSAS, and his whole pyramid of nonsense falls in around it. Because OSAS is not mainstream Christianity.
But my issue is people have been coming at them with this whole OSAS bullshit for literally since Steven Anderson started it.
Hey, Brett, real quick, I just came back in to feed one of my cats, and I saw that on the screen. Jeffrey Dahmer found God in prison. He was baptized and repented of his sins, and now he's in heaven.
Oh, I know. I played the clip of it over on my.
No, that's
stream
well,
when I do a
actually,
live
Marty.
show.
It's funny you say that because that's an OSAS belief.
Nah,
it's not mainstream Christianity.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
no,
is.
no, that
Yeah, because he was saved. He believed in Jesus at the end. All the other horrible things.
That's a repentance belief. That's
literally exactly
Yeah,
Christianity.
you can't. You see, this is why you got to leave destroying Christians to Christians because Christians don't give a shit what atheists say.
Well,
now we have a Jewish guy telling us about Christianity.
Yeah, absolutely. I watch Christians destroy each other. It's really funny, especially when it
It is
happens.
very funny.
It really is.
Hey, didn't you guys like write the playbook on that?
Kind of. I mean, it didn't really work well in the 30s, but we'll try again in another century or two, I guess.
Now, raging. If you're wondering why I put the Jeffrey Dahmer thing up, is he was an atheist for most of his life and actually went out and killed homosexuals.
Well, yeah.
Well, he was a homosexual.
What a red herring.
Real quick, but yeah, and he used that get out of jail free card. I repent. I'm gonna be good.
He believed in Jesus. That's not how it works, Matt Powell.
I agree with you there, Raging. It's rough. It's rough.
Well, can you demonstrate that that's not how it works?
I mean,
I'll be right back.
Who me or who you asking me?
Go watch Smokey's debate with Matt Powell.
According to most Christians,
thank you.
Jesus died for your sins.
I'm not going to waste my fucking time entertaining that stupid fucking question, then.
According to most Christians,
just did. Thank you, dumbass.
According to most,
That's tasty.
So many insults.
Come over to your work and knock the dick out of your mouth.
It's old school raging atheist.
The other day with
Come on, people. I'm trying to hear Rage. Rage is trying to talk. Come on, folks.
We're just like all insults, and I haven't figured out the mute button after 4 years and all that shit.
Well, I'll tell you why if somebody asks.
What I'm saying is this. God damn! Who's got the echo?
Mayonnaise.
Oh, sorry. All right, so Christians literally think that you can do what you want to do, Will, and all you got to do is repent, find Jesus right before you die, and that's a one-way trip to fucking heaven, yo.
That's free grace. That's a key component of OSAS. See, I'm learning this shit too because I'm Jewish and I didn't really pay attention in seminary, to be honest with you. So, fucking 3 years of biblical hermeneutics, I don't remember a fucking thing. But that's what you get from Catholics, I guess.
There is a catch, though, Will, and Rage. The catch is that God is the one who does the judgment. Christians don't get to dictate who's saved.
But Christians do.
Right.
Though.
The key here is belief, though, Brett. So if the Christians believe that you can just do whatever heinous shit and say 3 Hail Marys and call it a day, then that's the problem. Because then they will actually do it. If they're actually afraid of God's judgment, like God smiting them early in their life and then sending them straight to hell, do not pass go, do not collect $200, then they don't go around killing gay people and Jews and whatever else fucking irritates them on that particular day. That's the important thing for everyone else who has to live on the planet with them at this
it sounds like
exactly.
They don't accept Jesus.
It's a renewable license to sin again and again. All you do is go ask for forgiveness and 3 Hail Marys and all that, like you said.
Right, exactly.
That's the Catholics.
Yeah.
But Christianity still get out of jail free card. You can be Jeffrey Dahmer and then find religion and repent in your heart and be saved and go to heaven.
Yeah, I was raised Baptist. I was raised Baptist, right? Like so I mean that's the thing though, right? Like that's the second covenant. Like all you got to do is truly accept Jesus Christ into your heart. It doesn't matter when.
Might as well wait till
the difference
No,
is that
it
most
does.
I
people,
understand.
It
I
truly
understand
does.
if people
most
with
people
those
who are
views,
Christians would think that
but
Jeffrey Dahmer and
Rage. The
Hitler are in
timing. The
hell.
We
timing
had a
of when
Jewish
you
guy
eat the
in here
brains.
arguing OSAS. Are we serious?
Yeah, I hang out with Christians a lot. They like me and give me money. I don't know what to tell you.
Like I got black friends. I got you. Okay.
Rage. The
How is
timing
that the
of when
same
you
thing?
eat
I
the
said you
brains
paid
does
me.
matter. As long as you eat the brains before you bring them into your life, it's all good.
Speaking of
And
eating
Bundy's in
brains,
heaven
Nato
too
Sage
right
sounds like
now.
he's got prions tonight. Can somebody get this guy a fucking medic? He's like
Am I
stroking
like
out
you were
on
the
us.
other night, you little bitch?
Come to my fucking house, you hooer. I'm gonna whip out my blue-eyed white dragon. We're gonna have a fucking shadow
Look at me,
game,
I'm
buddy.
Will
I want to bring out
fucking
my
here,
children's
Kincaid.
trading
I'm a
cards
fucking
and my
tough
fucking.
guy.
Hey, you
Will
want to play
Kincaid,
backgammon?
why are you like why are you using like
What about a
circa
magnet?
2002 tough guy on the internet like lines?
That is the meme. Thank you very much. You got it.
So,
Because this
Rage,
is all
did you ever get an opportunity to see the Jim Jones video I did with him admitting to being an atheist before he killed all them people?
I gotta get the fuck out of here. I'll talk to y'all later.
I was just
Yourself a fun night.
I like Raging Atheist's commentary. I was just curious about his opinion.
Bye, Will. It's, you don't just say that to knock because you like his commentary. You
Like-
really think that those two are connected?
Jim
Wait a
Jones
minute.
was not an atheist.
I got recordings of him and video of him.
And how is it? I have to ask, how is it every time I step away from the keyboard, that's when everybody starts yelling?
No,
These people got no respect for the Rage. Come on,
Brett,
people.
I would love to see your interviews of Jim Jones. I would love to see your interviews.
All
of
right,
him.
let me get you a video real quick. Thank you for asking. Hold on a second. And you guys, if you want to, you can play it on the screen.
What
so
was
you
he
can see
like? What was he like in person when you met him?
Let me show you the video and the audio. There we go.
What was he like when you met him?
When I met him, I got him on
didn't you
video
say
and
you
audio.
interviewed
I
him?
never met the guy. The guy ended up smoking himself. Hold on.
Yeah, he's
Remember
dead.
that whole atheist suicide thing we were talking about earlier? Hold on a second.
Yeah, but he's not an
Hey,
atheist.
hey, Brett, as somebody who is suicidal, you might want to stop connecting atheism with suicidal ideations because they're not connected.
I'm sorry, Marty, if that's an issue for you. I apologize.
They're not fucking connected.
It's just
What
a
a
shitty.
douchebag.
It's just a shitty thing to do, right? Like, so suicide is an issue across all demographics, and even if you think like atheists have like a 1% lead over you Christians, it's still a shitty thing to do, right?
Raging, there's the link right there. Raging in private chat. I private chatted the link to you, Raging. If you want to put it on the screen, there's nothing nasty or horrible on it. It just has him saying he's an atheist. There it is. So don't drink the Kool-Aid, non-believers. There it is.
Atheists don't have the corner market on mental illness. There are plenty of mentally ill Christians. There's
I
plenty of
agree with
suicide.
you.
So stop trying to correlate atheism with suicidal
I'm
ideation.
not trying to
It's not the
suggest
same
that
fucking
atheists
thing.
are the only ones that make some mistakes. I'm not trying to say that. Raging,
Correct.
would you
So
like
they are
to
the
make
smallest
commentary on it?
population with the largest
Kool-Aid do you think it
problems
is that
of
we're-
I know,
everybody.
right? Exactly.
Raging, it's not a long video if you want to do it, and then we can do some dumpster fire over with the lag.
Brett, what Kool-Aid is it that you think about us atheists are drinking?
All right, so I'm gonna play it, and I'm still gonna have to actually look into Jim Jones more before I come to any conclusion on the dude. But we'll see what you just posted me, and hopefully I don't catch a virus on my computer.
It's a
Well,
YouTube
if he thinks
video.
he's a
Come
god,
on,
that
man.
doesn't make him an atheist.
I mean, I've dealt with Otangelo, so.
Well, I mean, you got to play the clip. You got to play the clip. Come on, it's fair. You play the
Ladies and
Christian
gentlemen,
clip.
I gotta
mean,
go. I
play
gotta
an
work in
atheist
the
clip,
morning.
please.
You guys have a great evening.
See you later, mayonnaise. Bye bye, mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise. That's
Mayonnaise.
Oh, it's
mayonnaise.
Maynard. Sorry, I can't see very good. It's Maynard. Sorry.
Coming from a man and woman, I mean, what would
I'm
you
sure.
expect?
I am totally sure that it's because you can't see very well, and it's not a sin that's going to send you to hell for lying.
Most sea creatures can't see that good on land. So
Oh, don't talk about the mama that way. That's horrible. Go ahead.
Let's check out this proof that Brett Keane has. We're gonna check it out. It's a short video, so I'm sure it's quote mine. We'll check it out.
Well, thank you for the feedback, because I must say I felt somewhat hypocritical for the last years as I became an atheist. I have become, you feel tainted by being in the church situation. But of course everyone knows where I'm at. My bishop knows that I'm an atheist. He knows that I recognize only love when I say God is love. Well, you heard my preaching, right? That's where I'm at.
So?
All right. So Brett Keane, my question to you is, was he promoting that to the people he was preaching to?
Yeah, he actually, if you would have continued on, he called God a sky daddy, told them to bring Bibles in so they could.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about what he says. I'm talking about what he says to the people that was following him.
Yeah, he even says in the video, and even there was just a couple survivors out of this that said that that's what he did.
So?
Well, it's just a video. I thought Rage would appreciate the educational information.
Are you trying to once again make the correlation that atheists are like lunatics? They're crazy. They kill people.
Marty, I've already said I think that there's some very kind and good non-believers out there.
Well,
we're just pointing out something.
Let's think this through, though. Like, so when Jim Jones started preaching his Christianity and started bringing all of his followers in, was he an atheist?
Well, that's why I gave you the clip so you can see for yourself.
So no, I'm saying because I'm talking about a period of time that Jim Jones used Christianity to start this cult that he eventually killed people with. Now, I've never made Brett, wait a minute. So when I say like Jim Jones wasn't an atheist, when I say atheists don't go around pretending to be Christians, right?
Right.
Atheists don't pretend to be Christians sometimes? You ain't been on the internet long, eh?
I
not to the extent when they're not to the extent where they're literally making making a whole
I guess I do guess like Brett Keane himself proves me wrong, right?
I'm smoky.
To be fair, I have operated troll accounts that pretended to be Christians.
That's different. Are you literally poisoning hundreds of people?
No.
There you go. Not even
Marty,
close.
I keep how many times I gotta say I don't think all atheists are jackasses. I like shit out of Rage.
Yeah, but
you like me when you like me.
Yeah.
You like me when you like me. You hate me when you hate me. But I'm likable and I'm hateable, so I understand it.
But you're trying to poison the well on atheists.
Exactly.
No, I'm just pointing out.
I'm just saying, like,
guys, let's be fair. Can we be fair?
Like
you guys
Brett,
spend a lot of time going off on dangerous religious people, and I'm just showing you, hey, there's blood on everybody.
Brett, when Jim Jones began his hustle, and right up, I would really have to look into these claims and the context behind them, because context is everything. But even considering what you're saying is true, like in the last couple years, he became this person that just didn't believe his own bullshit anymore, which is possible. I think most of these people are liars and they don't believe their own bullshit anyway. Did the people that followed him to death follow him because he promoted atheism, or did they follow him because he promoted Christianity?
Well, like you said, the clip is short. If you just play it, you'll see for yourself.
No, Brett.
That's not the question,
that's not what
Brett.
we're saying. What we're saying
Just
is
play the video and it'll answer your question.
No, it doesn't. What we're saying is Jim Jones might have been an atheist, but when he did what he did, he didn't do it in the name of atheism. He did it in the name of religion. It was a grift. It was a grift, and he whacked all these people. Basically, probably just to see.
You know, honestly, I usually don't run away from shit, but you know, like YouTube is super serious about conspiracy theories right now, and I'm getting a little scared, Brett. I'm not gonna lie.
About playing a clip where he's saying he's an atheist? Why are you worried about that?
Because context is everything. If I'm going to do a show about Jim Jones and I'm going to combat you on your claims that he's an atheist, well, I need to do research on that, Brett Keane, because I need to be able to actually combat you on that instead of, you know, playing it by ear and just calling bullshit. You know, that's not how this works. You know, Christians like to do that. They like to try to spring this shit on you fresh and raw so you don't know about it, and then that plays that wait a minute that plays to viewers that are watching, but then you go and you look up everything, all the bullshit you're saying, and you find out it's just not how you presented it. So no, you know, if you want to have a conversation about whether Jim Jones was an atheist and whether or not that led to the death of all those people, I will have that conversation with you, but I will have it as an educated person, not somebody shooting off the cuff right now.
Well, I figured that's exactly the way. I figured that's the way you'd handle it. I figured you'd watch the video, do some research, try to refute it, and debunk it. I'm all good for that.
I don't want to watch this video live on air is what I'm saying, when it could possibly be just a complete conspiracy theory, and I could face ramifications for that.
I understand you're willing to play videos of Christians saying weird stuff, but you don't want to.
Well, no, I'm willing to play videos that I recorded myself.
Same thing.
It's not the same thing. That's a false equivalency fallacy. I recorded that video with Matt Powell myself. I know it's in it. I know that it hasn't been taken down. What you're presenting me now with right now is honestly, I need to look at it and I need to study it before I present it to my audience.
All right, can you do me a favor? Then I won't suggest that you put it on your screen, but later when you get an opportunity, go through some of the videos where I got atheists who have
without
a
a doubt, because you're not the first person that's come with this shit. You're just like following other people. Yeah, without a doubt, I will look at this bullshit you just presented to me, and I will come up with 1,000 reasons to debunk it. I have no doubt of that, Brett, because that's what people do with your shit, you know?
If atheists are doing shitty things, they're not doing shitty things because they're atheists or in the name of atheists. You're cherry picking.
I think that atheism affects. I think atheism, lack of belief in deities, affects your worldview on how you see things. And I think
no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it
Even
doesn't.
Aaron Ra
It really doesn't, Brett.
Well, let me give some examples. Do you see life differently than what Christians do because of your atheist views?
Are you talking about abortion?
The only thing the difference between me and a Christian is I don't believe in a God.
You don't believe
my atheist worldview is nothing. Atheism is just an answer to one question. It doesn't change my worldview on how the world should be treated.
Christians, as well as spiritual people, base a lot of their ways of living based upon God. Without God, you're obviously going to see things through a naturalistic way. There's no way to get around that.
Not necessarily.
Oh, you believe in some kind of spiritual setting?
Not me, but I know people have all sorts of different reasons for viewing.
Well, there's people who are humanists, there's naturalistic people. Let's just face it, if you don't believe in God, you're going to think differently than those who are spiritual.
That's not entirely true because
belief in a male deity isn't the only option out there.
When I was agnostic to the God of the Bible, and then when I got into paganism and witchcraft, my view of the world didn't change. I still saw the world the same way.
But you don't see spirituality in it now, do you? Are you a pagan now or an atheist?
I'm pagan. I'm an atheist to the Abrahamic faith.
Well, there you go. You still have a worldview on spirituality, so you're going to.
Yeah, but my worldview didn't change when I was agnostic, because I was agnostic to the Christian God. I was on the fence. I said, and then some shit happened. I said, oh, and I didn't look back. But my view of the world didn't change. I was still pro-choice. I was still pro-LGBT.
Yeah, but you're theistic still. You still believe in some spiritual sense.
Right, but it nothing. Not my worldview didn't change. I didn't change the way I looked at the world after I started practicing and became pagan. I'm still pro-choice. I'm still pro-LGBT. I'm still pro. Like, none of that changed. But when I was agnostic, I was that way. When I became pagan, it stayed that way.
Yeah, but if I were to ask Ragin right now, do you think your views have changed since then, now that you're an atheist over being a former Christian? You'd have to say yeah. Hell, you've even said so in your videos.
I think it might have been. I think it could be for Knock, and correct me if I'm wrong, Knock. I think it could be not the lack of Christianity. It could be the inclusion of education.
Okay. Whenever it comes to even life itself, you're going to have a different view how we came into existence, why we're conscious, why we're sentient. Christians always going to go to God on that. So it's going to be a naturalistic view every time.
Well, I came about because my parents had sex. That's how you came about too.
No, I came here through panspermia. That's what happened.
I have maintained that I've changed over a period of time, but I've often maintained as well that going from belief to lack of belief did not change me whatsoever. I changed over time because I lived life and I experienced life, and I am a human being and I change. And I thought about things and I thought about bigotries that I've always had, and I changed those. It wasn't because I stopped believing in a God. It's because I considered those issues.
You learned. You learned.
Right. I'm sure that there's a lot of things that have inspired you and motivated you to think different ways. The point is you know just as well as I, you're going to be on a different page in the way you see things than someone who's a Christian. That's one of the reasons you're pissed off at some of us, right?
No.
Okay. I must be not. There's something wrong with my ears. I apologize. I hear weird shit from you guys' videos.
Let me finish chewing. I'm eating pork.
Bacon, yum.
People change over time, Brett. That's a given. But I fight for what I fight for because, I see it as right. It's not because I'm not a Christian. I would like to think that if I was a Christian right now, I would still believe the things that I believe that are right and just, right? Like, I would be able to be, like somebody like God is great and justified in my head to where I could still believe in the things that I believe in. The issue isn't that. It's when you have young, charismatic people talking to young, impressionable minds that it becomes an issue. And it also becomes an issue when you have a system of indoctrination that makes it acceptable to train or, indoctrinate your children from ages that they can't even really think for themselves into a religion that's going to hate a certain demographic of people. That's where the issues come in. All of the other bullshit, like if Christians aren't harmful to society, if they're the God is grays of the world, I don't have a fucking issue with them. It's when they come with their bullshit. That's when the raging atheist rages.
Raging, there's a lot of things I agree with you on whenever you say there's negative things that go on in religion, and I'd love to see some of these things change myself. But Jim Jones, atheist, had children that he actually poisoned in the end of it. I don't agree with that either.
Why do you keep emphasizing on the fact that he was an atheist?
Same reason you emphasize Christians do this and do that. What the hell do you expect from me?
What he
made
did had
people
nothing to do
think
with him
that
being
he
an
was
atheist.
a preacher and a healer.
It had
That's how
nothing
he
to do.
sucked these people in.
Right. Had nothing. He might have been an atheist.
Had nothing
He
to do
was
with his
telling everybody
atheism.
else.
I got recordings of his sermons where he actually tells the congregation he's an atheist.
It's almost like I might as well talk to my cat because I get the same response.
You probably have a good conversation with the cats are good people.
I'm saying I could tell him the same thing I just told you, and he would give me the same response of like it's not like he wouldn't even understand what I'm saying.
I want you to realize I'm not personally attacking you, so try to control that if you can.
I didn't say you're personally attacking me. You keep trying to put that square peg in that round hole, and it ain't working. What he did was not a result of his atheism, Fred. I don't know what's not getting through you.
All right. So, what exactly is that supposed to mean? If an atheist kills you, it's no big deal as long as they're not doing it for atheism. Is that what we're saying?
No,
it's a big deal.
it's still a big deal, but you guys are putting it that, well, he did that because he's an atheist, and that's not correct. I don't know what about that is not sinking in.
Yeah, there's nothing in atheism that informs people that they should go out and kill people. There's
Right.
nothing in there at all. That's the
But
thing.
there is in the Bible.
These
Right.
attempts, these attempts to vilify atheists and add to the stigmatization I pose this because it's not justified. And to say, oh, well, this person here claims to be an atheist and therefore they're somehow representative of all atheists or all of atheism is false. It's just
Well, I hear atheists generalize Christians all the time, and if they do that, then I'm going to point out what atheists have done. I'm just educating right back.
I'll say that it's nice to meet you, Brett, by the way. I've seen your videos over the years, and I think if somebody's generalizing Christians in a manner that's unfair to Christians, then the right thing to do is definitely to push back against that, and I would support that as well. The thing is, when the generalizations are based on the doctrine of the Holy Bible, then it's not so easy to push back against that, I think, because then you have to argue that Christians are Christians as long as they don't follow the doctrine in that manner, and we get into interpretation and all sorts of different things. It gets to be kind of complicated and messy. So I agree with you that that people shouldn't kind of be generalizing.
I have a question for Brett.
Sure.
Brett, what was the name of Jim Jones' church?
I believe it's People's Temple.
What was the full name?
It's in the video.
The People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ. Was that the name of the congregation?
I don't believe so.
No, that was literally the fucking name of the congregation, Brett Keane. All right, so you're referring to a phone call he had with John Mayer in 1970.
I have a 5-minute video sitting
1970. I literally have been Googling this shit and looking at this shit as you're spouting your bullshit. Everything you're spitting
Why don't you play the video then, Rage?
Everything you're spitting is nonsense, Manatee. Everything.
Oh, hey, Rage.
Play the video.
I just put a link in the private chat to a Wikipedia page that shows
Play
the
the video,
logo
then.
that has the full name on it. Why don't you put that up on the screen?
Play
You can
the whole
see
video
the
then,
Wikipedia
Rage.
shows it.
If you think you got me, play the video. Come on, if you really think that you're winning, play the video then.
And the logo has
as a matter of fact, when you Google Jim Jones, it says
You're going to play the video, Rage. I got him
American
on video saying he's an atheist.
Click on the logo. Zoom it up.
Play the video.
You're not listening, Brett. Who gives a crap what the video
Now
says?
you guys are afraid.
So what that says is People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ. That's part of their logo. That's their name of their organization.
Play the video. I mean, if you think you got something, Army, just play the video. Then you can refute it.
Dude, I'm on Wikipedia right now.
All right, let me unmute.
Right
Brett
now.
Keane, I'm literally looking at it right now. In a 1976 phone conversation with John Mayer, Jones alternately said he was an agnostic and an atheist, which goes to the point of what we've been saying. Sure, later in life, he claims to be this thing. But what did he preach for the decades before that as he was bringing these people to the moment of their death? It was Christianity. It was not atheism. You're trying to put this on atheism. You're just fucking wrong, and you know it. And I'm not going to play your stupid fucking video. I'll watch it, and then I'll debunk that ass. That's what I do.
All right. Well,
And
Stalin was in seminary when he was a young man too, but he ended up becoming an atheist. 80 million people died because of this guy.
Do you know why?
Are we really going down that route?
Yeah, we're going to go down that route. If you're
Wait,
going to
no.
continue to say religious people are dangerous, I'm going to give it back to you.
Well, no,
Hitler was religious,
so what we have here is the fact that Brett Keane was presented with the honest truth about Matt Powell live on air, so he can't run away from it anymore. So he's trying to do that whole bait and switch and talk about how atheists are evil too. Brett, your boy is a douchebag.
Oh,
Stop running away from it. Stop running away from it. You like a douchebag. It's okay. It happens to all of us.
Rage, just because I like it doesn't make me bad. Or you were talking about bad. I'm sorry.
I'm not. I never said you were bad. I just said you're fucking wrong. That's all I said.
I should point out here that there are atheists who are very bad people as well. And again, that's not because of atheism. And there are many atheists who are good people, and it's not because of atheism. Because
I've said that 100 times in the conversation, Mr. Richardson. I've said that 100 times, and not only do I have videos about atheists, but I have went after Christians that I didn't agree with or I thought was too extreme. So it is
Excellent.
what it is.
I commend you for that.
But why do you keep pushing this? Like,
because Rage spends a lot of time on the shows talking about how mean and uncomfortable he is with Christianity. So that's why we're doing that.
Well, when you have a large sect of Christianity trying to pass a law so we can kill gay people, it's something to kind of fight against.
Well, I will tell you this. I do have issues with Christianity. I don't have issues with most Christians.
yeah. And I used to
I
generalize
have issues
Christians too.
with things in religion too. I still believe in God. I have problems with religion as well. I talk about it all the time. I'd like to see changes in all the different groups and that we all just get along, but people just don't want it.
I agree with you on this.
Yeah, I used to generalize all Christians too, and for a good minute, and then I stopped, and then I said, when I'm talking about like the bigots, like Matt Powell's and them, I said, there are Christians who, or some Christians, instead of all, because I know some great Christians, and I know some real assholes, and I specify who I'm talking about. So,
yeah, I mean,
I know asshole pagans too, and I specify who I'm talking about.
Atheists are not exempt from bad behavior.
Yeah.
You know, like if we were, if there was this ideal world where all religion, all spirituality, all dogma is just gone, right? Humans are still going to exhibit bad behavior.
Unfortunately, that's true.
That's just the fact of the case. The problem is that religion gives people justification for bad behavior.
It gets them a get out of jail free card. Christianity is a get out of jail free card. Like I said, Jeffrey Dahmer, he found Christ in jail. He was baptized. He repented of his sins. He's in heaven right now. Ted Bundy, same thing. Found Jesus in jail. I'm sure you're aware of Ted Bundy. Everybody knows who that is. Just in case you don't, he's a serial murderer and rapist from the late 60s, early 70s. He found Christ in jail. Before he was executed, he became a Christian, repented of his sins, and he's in heaven.
I wonder if Earl David Warden's going to go down the same path, and others. Yeah.
I don't know who that is. But Chris Watts, ever hear of Chris Watts?
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy from Colorado who murdered his 2 daughters and his pregnant wife a couple years ago because he had a girlfriend. He just found religion. He repented of his sins. He found God. Guess what? He's going to go to heaven. That's some bullshit.
Well, we don't know that. God is the one who makes the judgment.
Well, no, the second covenant tells us that, Brett. I mean, I'm sorry, you don't get to run away from that shit. I knew a guy. I knew a guy that murdered his best friend because he was fucking his best friend's girlfriend, and his best friend caught him doing it, and this dude freaked out and stabbed him in the fucking chest like 12 fucking times, and he went to prison and he went crazy, and then he was like, I repent, I found Jesus, and you know what, under that ideology, this dude gets to spend eternity in heaven, and I, who have never murdered a single person in my entire life, am damned to an eternity of hellfire.
Don't worry, you'll be in good company.
There's nowhere in the Bible where it says that Christians get to decide who goes to heaven or hell.
You have to repent of your sins and take Jesus into your heart and say with your heart in your heart and with your and speak that you repent of your sins and you trust Jesus Christ, that He is the risen Savior and was risen from the dead, and you were saved from your sins and saved from an eternity in hell. That's
but then
there's
the book of Revelations that says murderers will have their place in the fire.
Well, then there's inconsistencies in the Bible. Then isn't there?
All the people of Israel that killed all the innocent women and children, they're going to hell.
As I said, God is
they are
the one
doing
who
under
judges
God's
who goes to
word.
heaven or hell. I am not God. I don't get to decide. I didn't create the universe.
Well, God commanded it. So
God is
But
going to
it's
choose
in
who
your
he
book.
thinks.
That is a very Veckel answer. I'm just going to say.
I have a question for you, Brett. If you're saying these are God's decisions, do you find that you agree or disagree with his decisions on this? Do you think there should be a system of transparency and accountability with God as, say, your leader?
Well, I think whenever it comes to judgment or authority, I'm going to take God's word over a non-believer who thinks he comes from a monkey any day of the week.
Wow, we're talking to a Calvinist.
I'm just saying. You wanted my honest answer. I give it to you.
Yeah, we get a dumb answer.
Well, everything I say is going to be dumb to you. You're an atheist.
No, I mean, I'm wondering about how you would regard God's decisions, and do you think there should be a system of accountability and transparency for you as one of his followers so that you can better understand his decisions?
Well, I've actually said just a while ago.
And
before I came,
not only that, real quick, Brett. Not only that though, but like, you know, I mean, did God deliberately plant all the evidence that shows us we weren't the first species, or that, you know, like did God deliberately mislead us so we would doubt him? I'm just wondering and asking for a planet.
Well, let me respond to that first guy's question, so he doesn't think I'm being, so you don't think I'm dodging or whatever. On my own show earlier, before I even came on here, somebody brought up the Jeffrey Dahmer thing, and I said, yeah, it challenges me that there might be a possibility that God might actually let him go to heaven, got to spend eternity with him. I've said that. I've got no issue with being honest about that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about if, like, for me, for somebody who's in a position of leadership or power, I have an expectation that there's going to be accountability and transparency as part of that, so that if they are making a decision that's wrong, that there's some kind of recourse, or that they can be held to account for it for making purposely making a really horrible decision and when they know better. And I'm just wondering if you have that kind of expectation of God or not, and why. I'm just trying to understand your point of view.
I expect that God is going to do what God does. He knows the heart of every man, woman, and child.
Right. So if Jeffrey Dahmer truly repented, and God knows his heart, then he's in heaven.
Well, God might know something about him that I could never possibly understand.
If Ted Bundy truly repented in his heart, then he's in heaven.
God might decide that he likes raging atheists. So what am I going to do about it?
But not if I don't repent, though, right?
So Brett, it sounds
if you don't repent, you're not going to heaven.
Well, I mean, it depends on the interpretation. Matt Powell thinks that once you're saved, you're always saved, and you say you're a former Christian, so you might actually be going to heaven whether you like it or not, Rage.
So, Brett, it sounds to me like
I don't see how
you have a kind of a full trust in God. Whatever he does, you're going to go along with whatever his decisions are. You're not going to question it. Am I correct?
Well, I've already admitted I have some challenges with some certain things on that. Doesn't mean I stop loving him, though, and respecting him.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'm genuinely curious about your view on that. So, thank you.
There's figures throughout the Bible, Mr. Richardson. I'm sure you probably sat down and read the book where they argued and debated with God, and then we got the conclusion from it. You've seen it?
No, I haven't, actually. Do you have a video on that? I'll take a look.
No, there's figures like Moses, for instance. He spoke to God. It's one of the things about having a relationship with him. You can ask questions.
Can you prove that Moses existed or that Moses wrote the Old Testament?
Probably not offhand.
No, why? So why do you think that Moses did anything?
Well, it is based on faith they're raging.
It's based on what you've always been told.
What about it? You believe it comes from a monkey. You never seen it for yourself.
Evolution is a scientific fact. What are you talking about?
We have.
Can you prove you came from a monkey?
That's another Brett, you're like so full of false equivalence fallacies because you're talking about God where there's no evidence, and you as a Christian would admit that there's no evidence, there's no way you could empirically prove God, yet we have direct physical evidence of evolution. We might not understand the whole picture, but we understand a good chunk of the picture. You can't say that about God, can you?
Well, I believe that there are justifications and things that can be argued for the existence of God, sure. You were talking about Moses earlier, though.
Well, no, I simply asked a question. Do you have evidence that Moses ever existed?
Well, which do you want, evidence for God or information about Moses?
Well, no, you referred to Moses. I asked, do you have evidence or any reason to believe that this man existed and that he wrote the Torah?
I never went into the information about that, but I can tell you a great deal of people
no,
have been
you
proven to
didn't.
exist.
You didn't go into that. I asked you.
Well, you can look at a documentary by the name of Patterns of Evidence that shows that a lot of these great people of the Old Testament existed.
All right,
I mean, this isn't really something that's even debated. Even atheists, a lot of atheists, even the leaders sit there and accept that, hey, it's a lot of these.
There's no atheist leaders.
There's no atheist leaders.
Well, they call themselves atheist leaders.
And what do you mean, like, atheist leaders accept that these people existed? Do we have evidence that these people existed outside of your Bible?
No.
So you're telling me Richard Dawkins isn't the leader or authority?
No.
Oh,
No, Richard Dawkins is Richard Dawkins. He represents Richard Dawkins.
right.
Jonah, click the link and get in here because you're saying some crazy, whacked out stuff. If you think a born again Christian is not truly capable of killing somebody because they're born again Christian, you're out of your back crazy.
What's your thoughts on Mal, by the way?
This
Guys,
happens.
You hit me with all kinds of
real
questions,
quick.
and I get to ask stuff back.
Yeah, but real quick,
Let's be
Marty.
fair here.
Real quick, Marty. I think that Jonah just found my channel today, and often when Christians find my channel, they get super triggered, and I think that's what's happening because I have some comments from hours ago from Jonah, on some videos, and they cray. So he's triggered right now.
Well, I'm looking at Jonah's comments on the screen. I don't see anything where they seem frustrated.
Of course you don't, Brett.
No true Scotsman fallacy.
Of course you don't, Brett. Brett, you're
That's
still
exactly
not willing.
why I came on too.
Yeah,
well,
like,
you guys were right
Brett,
with what you said earlier. Some atheists are delusional, so it is what it is. I won't argue with your delusions. Go ahead.
When did we say some atheists are delusional?
I thought something about mental illness earlier when you guys were discussing Jeffrey
Mental
Dahmer.
illness, huh?
Yeah, he said the guy was, he was mentally ill, and that's why he did what he did.
Are you
That's why
claiming?
he did what he did because he
Are
was
you-
mentally ill, and
Okay.
atheism had nothing to do with that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
so it makes it different whenever you're not doing it right in the
Are you sitting here claiming that?
Wow.
Are you claiming that Christians don't suffer mental illness too?
I didn't say anything like that.
So why the fuck are you pointing out a particular atheist with mental illness?
Because that's what you said earlier. Why don't you
Huh?
go back to your own video? You said
There's
the
also
reason why he killed was because he's mentally ill. Not because he's an atheist. I believe either that was you or Marty over here talking to their cat.
I don't think you listen very well, Brett.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't listen very well.
I really,
Marty, I got a question for you.
Brett,
Marty,
you hear
Marty, would you be
Brett?
willing to go on my live show and debate me one-on-one?
God damn
or do you
it.
just do it with a mob? I'm just curious.
Huh?
Would you debate me one-on-one on my show?
All right, I muted that ass because
You
you
need a
don't
mob with you? Is that
you don't overtalk me, Brett. You don't overtalk me. Shut the fuck up. Chill the fuck out. Settle the fuck down, because I'm getting triggered and I'm really about to go off on that ass. So ask your question, but chill the fuck out.
I'll talk to you. I'll give you my. I'll type my email in the side chat, right in the private chat.
It took me like 5 minutes to figure out how to fucking do that because I never do that. So
That's my email. You can email me. I'll sit and talk to you if you want to.
All right. My email is brattkeenphone@gmail.com. I'd like to be able to have a discussion with you without
I'm not gonna remember your email. So email me, and that's how I'll have it.
All right, I put it in private chat for you. BrettKeanePhone@gmail.com for anybody out there that would like to do that. Let's see. Let me put this
But
out.
what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to suffer straw man and no true Scotsman fallacy arguments. I will burn that shit to the ground.
Why? I'll put up with all your flaws and issues.
Brett,
You don't know my flaws and issues. What are you talking about?
Well, you're already assuming I'm going to make some kind of mistakes. I'm telling you that no matter how many mistakes you make, I will forgive you and we'll continue on our conversation no matter what.
I'm talking about the stuff that you were trying to, because I think you're trying to make points when you're like, well, Jeffrey Dahmer, atheism, blah, blah, blah. They're not the same thing. So that's what I'm talking about. That's a kind of, I will refute that crap all day.
The only thing I ask, Marty, is that you try to fix your microphone so you're more clear whenever we're
is my mic still shitty?
I
understand her. I understand her perfectly.
Is my mic still weird?
When you listen to yourself back in the video, you see it's a little muffled. I think that
You sound fine, Marty.
I think you don't want to actually answer.
No, I can hear Marty. I can hear Marty's words. I'm just saying it could be more clear.
I mean, I have everything.
Saxy, not long. I should have ended it a while ago, honestly. Like, I need to go to bed. So.
It's all good. It's all good. Did you get my email, by the way, Marty? It's in the private chat.
Well, just email me and I'll have it.
I got to do all the work. Are you serious?
Yeah, you asked me for conversation,
don't be so
email
lazy.
me.
Come on.
All right, where's your email at? Where's your email at?
It's in the private chat.
Oh, I see it now. Sorry, I had to scroll all the way up.
You sent it to me.
You don't have to scroll that far up.
I know, it's too scroll there. It's right there. My work schedule's kind of crazy right now because we're very, very busy at work, but email me and we'll set something up.
All right, sounds good. Let me see. Let me put that in a notepad or something.
I'm not going to get too triggered, Jonah. I'm going to go to bed. Yeah, we got like 12 minutes, so 11:30.
All right. Okay, so
Calzone.
Oh, calzone. Oh,
hey.
yeah.
Hi.
Oh, Raging, may I ask you a hypothetical question? I've been curious about your thoughts on this because it's one of the things you talked about.
Sure.
All right. If you, this is a hypothetical, remember, if you were standing on a cliff looking out at the sky and just enjoying nature and all this, and you noticed that there was a pregnant woman getting ready to lunge towards the cliff to jump off, would you respect her body and choice and allow her to dive off, or would you attempt to stop her?
Oh, I know where you're going.
I know where this is going.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
I just vomited inside my throat.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry that you get triggered by questions, but I'm
it's just a really bad question.
That's
should the answer be different?
All right, so Brett,
let's expect the answer to be different if the scenario was that the person was not pregnant.
Yes.
No, I just want to hear. I've asked the question to other atheists, and they've answered it.
If somebody, all right, so Brett, if somebody was running at a cliff trying to jump off, and I was at that cliff staring out at the sky, I'm probably high. I wouldn't notice, and it wouldn't fucking matter.
That doesn't sound like a very good person, but sure, okay.
I would try to help them, and
yes, that's the obvious answer. I would try to stop them, right?
It's called empathy.
Not all non-believers have said that they would. I didn't know what you would say.
It's called empathy.
Yeah, but not everybody has empathy. It is what it is. Richard, I appreciate you also answering. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Brett. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm kind of hoping I get a chance to meet you someday. And I put my info in the chat. If you did want to have a conversation, I could come on your stream or whatever you like.
Sure, of course you can. And Rage always knows that he's more than welcome to come on there and chat as well. We've had him a few times. He got pissed at me one day, started punching holes in the wall, but I still love him.
Yeah, I raged out. I kind of get mad when we're talking about, racism and, children on the southern border being put into concentration camps and,
Rage.
like white folks saying, that ain't concentration camps, that's justice.
Rage, I gotta know, and I'm sure the audience has got to know too. How many holes are in the wall now?
I literally none. I stopped punching holes in the wall back when I was like 25. I learned real quick though, the walls always win. You know.
True.
Oh yeah, you gotta punch.
Security deposit back, Knock.
Here's a pro tip for you. I've been doing a lot of construction lately. You gotta punch between the studs.
Oh no, but when you're mad, that shit don't matter. You're just punching, and then your hand is broke and shit. You know, like.
I gotta admit, Rage, it was weird because you're like, you damn conservatives are so violent and aggressive. Punch.
See, this is what I like about.
Did you really punch a hole in the wall there?
Yeah, well, I mean, y'all was literally justifying locking up children for your atrocious political beliefs. Forgive me if I've punched something.
I was not defending it at all. I think it was horrible, and I wish Trump would have put some more effort into it. But I also wished Obama would have done. It
was Trump's policy, yo. Like, you're gonna make me punch walls right fucking now. Like, what the fuck?
Well, listen, Trump ain't there no more. All right, there's no reason to get triggered. He's gone. Okay, you got Biden. He can there's one fucking shoes. But okay,
there is Brett Keane. There is plenty of reasons to still be triggered. Do those human beings that was locked up under Trump's policy, put in those camps, forced to drink fucking water out of their toilets? Did they not experience trauma that they're still experiencing today? There is plenty of reason to still be outraged by the fact that America once again showed its true colors, as they did with black people, as they did with my people, the Native Americans. Once again, America shows America is for white folks and fuck everybody else.
You, Raging, you do realize I got black folks as
I'm really wanting to punch something right now. You oh my god!
Raging? You realize that, right?
Pillow, Knock.
So I know America's
I'm gonna go masturbate and take it out and give God a peep show.
Don't hurt yourself. Don't jerk off while you're angry, Knock. You're gonna get hurt.
I think we need to do a crowdfunder for a stud finder for Raging Atheists.
I apologize. I'm totally being a negative atheist again. God damn it.
You know what I like about Rage is that he doesn't mind making a little bit of humor about himself here and there.
Richard, I got
all
your email.
Hey, Brett, you got 7 minutes. Stop asking me questions. You're just triggering me. Ask people questions. We got 7 minutes. Go.
Yeah. Right. You want me to ask some more questions, huh?
You got the rage out. Like all my like everybody out there, like Rage. You're not going to stop raging, are you? Boy. Proof right here. You know.
All right, I'll ask kind of another question or now, like what I did with the Cliff thing. All right, so you got two identical twin sisters, almost only 1 minute apart from each other. One of them's pregnant, the other one's not. There's an earthquake, they both fall in. You catch them both, but you only had the opportunity to save one. Which would it be?
Oh, for fuck's sake! You save who you can save. The fact that anybody's going to save, if you're going to save anybody that's in that position and can save even one life, whichever sister it is, you're a fucking hero. So, you know, save whichever you can save.
What you do in that instant, you will do in that instant. There's no way you can know what you're going to do. There's no way. And honestly, if you judge yourself for what you do in that instant, what you're going to do as a human being, you're being unfair to yourself. You don't know what you're going to do in any situation until you're in it and you react.
Wait a second. Are they both weak and one of them could pull themselves up with one arm and help pull out the other sister?
Well, it's a hypothetical.
It's a really bad hypothetical. There's a lot of details missing.
No, there's not a bad hypothetical at all. I'm willing to bet that if I were to change the stakes and say, hey, this is your child in the womb, Raging, what would have you done? Raging be like, hell yeah, I'm going to save my kid because you know you love your daughter, right?
Well, I mean,
that's going after emotions there.
Wow.
It's a hypothetical that
you would do anything, right?
It's a hypothetical that's unreal. My child is born. Now, if you're speaking to the instance when I was 23 and a young lady came to me and said, you know, I think I'm pregnant. And I told her, you know, we'll do whatever you want to do. And she decided to have an abortion. You know, I allowed her to do that. Now, whatever my opinions were at the time, and I didn't really have any say to allow her to do that. I don't have, you know, that was her decision to make, and I have no regrets about that. But my child was born. My child has been on this planet for 11 years. I've known her and I've loved her. That hypothetical is just unreal, and it's really an unfair situation if you're going to lash that to my living child.
Well, I just think that whenever people seem to want the baby that's in the womb, it becomes a baby. But when they don't, they want to abort it, all of a sudden it's just a lump of cells. It's weird how that happens.
Zygote.
I had a kid, and I decided not to abort her, even though I'm pro-abortion. Excuse me, pro-choice. Your choice for abortion. I had my kid. I did all the certain and if I didn't have the support system I have now, that might have been different. But we don't know because she's here.
Well, very good. That's awesome. I bet she's a beautiful angel too, right?
That's beside the point. You're condemning other people that have worse choice or a different choice for the same choice I made.
And it's really hypocritical.
So I kept her.
It's really fucking hypocritical.
Because of what happened with the father. So
it's really hypocritical for you, Brett Keane, to come here and talk to us about abortion and whether or not we would react to the deaths of our children when you have no issues whatsoever with the God that you follow doing greater atrocities than that. Like, we're talking about a being that killed the entire fucking world because he got an attitude one day, right? And you're coming at me with a hypothetical about how I would feel if my child were to be dead. I'll tell you how I feel, because I have to actually go through that every single day. She's a brittle type 1 diabetic. She could literally die tomorrow, and I'll have to experience it. But one thing I won't relate it to is the monstrosity of a God that would just do it nonchalantly and call it justice.
Well, in the atheist worldview, somebody dies, they're gone. But in the theistic worldview, you go to heaven.
No, those people didn't go to heaven.
There is no you do believe that people get wiped out in atheism. That's it, right? They become non-existent.
No, your God killed those
you
people.
You might go to heaven at God's will, and that's it.
They didn't go up to heaven.
How do you know?
Because he wanted them dead.
He killed them because they were all fucking evil, right? Like, what?
Yeah, but didn't you just say that a mother has the ability to choose what to do with her life? So then God should be able to choose what he wants to do, right?
As much as I would like this conversation to continue,
so fucking dumb.
It has been 5.5 hours. My brain hurts. If I don't go to bed, I will regret it tomorrow. I know it because history, yo. So I want to thank everybody for viewing, everybody for being here and participating. Y'all have a great night. Changing the Patreon screen, so no Patreon screen yet. Peace out.
Good night, Rage. Great dreams, Rage.